On a cold night, 3-year-old Uzumaki Naruto curled up in the thin quilt of the orphanage. The laughter of the villagers celebrating the winter solstice came from outside the window, and he only held half a piece of moldy bread in his hand. This was the only thing that the shopkeeper who was willing to give him today threw on the ground. "It's so cold." Naruto put his red little hand on his stomach, where there was a circle of burning pain. He didn't know what was going on, so he could only curl up his body to relieve the pain as much as possible. However, the pain suddenly intensified, and Naruto rolled off the bed in pain. In a trance, he saw the seal pattern on his belly glowing with a strange red light, as if there was a flame burning under his skin. "Help, help!" Naruto struggled to reach out his hand, but his consciousness suddenly fell into darkness. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a huge sewer. The muddy sewage was over his ankles, and there were creepy breathing sounds in the distance, each of which shook the pipes and made them rustle with dust. "Where is this place?" Naruto trembled as he walked forward and suddenly froze after turning the corner. Behind the huge iron fence, a pair of scarlet vertical pupils lit up in the darkness, like two blood moons. "Finally here, kid." The voice of the nine-tailed fox was like countless knives scraping on metal. "Come here, let me take a good look at you." Seeing this, Naruto instinctively stepped back, but was knocked to the ground by the sudden surge of chakra. The nine-tailed fox's sharp claws passed through the gap in the railing and hung above his head. "Do you want to know why everyone hates you? Unlock this seal, and I will tell you the truth." The extremely bewitching voice tempted Naruto's young heart that longed for his family. "Just untie this?" "I can." Just when the claw was about to touch Naruto's forehead, a dark blue flame burst out from Naruto's body and pushed the nine-tailed claw away fiercely. The dignified-tailed beast has begun to seduce children. Naruto looked up blankly and saw a tall black shadow blocking him. The man was wearing strange armor. His long black hair was dancing like a living thing, and there were several balls of ghost-like chakra floating behind him. The moment the nine-tails saw this person, the hair on his whole body stood up, and the roar in his heart turned into a shock wave and spread out. "Uchiha Madara." "Shut up." The black shadow, to be precise, Uchiha Madara in the soul state, made a seal with one hand, and the three Magatama in his eyes rotated rapidly. "Go back to sleep." The moment the illusion was launched, the nine tails roared unwillingly, but the huge body still collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. The whole space returned to silence, leaving only the sound of water dripping. Naruto sat on the ground, looking up at the man who suddenly appeared. A faint light leaked from the cracks on the top of the pipe, shining on the other person's angular face. You are?" Naruto said timidly. "Dad?" Ban's body was obviously stiff. He looked down at the little being with blonde hair and blue eyes, and his brows were twisted into a knot. "Is there something wrong with your eyes?" "I'm not your father." But, Naruto hurriedly got up. "Grandpa Sandai said that Dad is the hero who defeated the nine-tailed monster." Ban's mouth twitched. "Just because of this? I didn't expect this kid's associative ability to be so outrageous." "I'm not." Madara turned around simply. "You can go." The corner of his clothes was suddenly grabbed. Madara turned around and saw Naruto holding the hem of his armor tightly. The blue eyes were filled with tears. "Please don't leave. Everyone hates me. Only Dad will protect me. Right?" Ban's brows frowned even tighter. He should have gotten rid of this annoying kid. But those eyes reminded him of Izuna, who was also like that, powerless in the face of the death of other brothers. "You can yell as you like." In the end, Madara could only compromise, using the gentlest tone possible. "Let go now, I want to check this seal." But Naruto burst into laughter and rushed over to hug Madara's legs. "Great. I have a dad too." Madara's expression was like he had swallowed a kunai. Although he wanted to get rid of Naruto, looking at that happy little face, Madara didn't know why he couldn't do it. He picked up the golden little animal by the back of Naruto's collar. "Listen, first, you are not allowed to hug anyone casually. Second, you are not allowed to call me Dad outside. Third." His voice stopped abruptly. Through Naruto's eyes, he saw the situation in the real world. 3 ninjas wearing animal masks were surrounding the unconscious Naruto, and one of them was making a seal to explore the seal. What kind of umbu was that Tobirama? I remember that at that time, because Hashirama didn't need it at all. Tobirama only proposed theories. It seems that after his death, Tobirama implemented this idea. Trouble is coming. Madara sneered and put Naruto down. Someone found that the seal is loose. Before Naruto could react, he was pushed by Madara. Wake up, kid, unless you want to be captured by Konoha's Umbu for research. In the real world, Naruto opened his eyes suddenly and saw a cat-faced mask. He screamed in fear and shrank back. The target is awake. The Umbu ninja reported coldly. The seal has temporarily loosened. It is recommended to strengthen surveillance. Ignoring Naruto's reaction at this time, the Umbu members immediately disappeared into Naruto's room after confirming that there was no problem. When the Umbu left, Madara's voice rang in Naruto's mind. Is this how a village treats its Jinchuriki? Huh, Dad. Naruto heard Madara snorting in his heart and couldn't help cheering in his heart. You're really still here. Shut up, I'm going to sleep. Madara's voice was tired. Remember, don't expose my existence in front of anyone otherwise. Otherwise, Dad will disappear, right? Naruto suddenly fell down. I know. I will keep the secret. Madara was silent for a while, and rarely did he refute this title. In the last moment before falling asleep, he vaguely thought, how could this kid's chakra feel like Hashirama? And deep in the seal, the Nine-Tails opened his eyes and looked at Madara's soul wrapped in blue chakra, showing a thoughtful expression. Soon, when the sun rose the next day, Naruto woke up from the bed. This was a rare night of comfortable sleep for him. The footsteps of the third Hokage came from outside the door, and Naruto looked in the direction of the sound. When the old man pushed the door open, he immediately noticed the expression on Naruto's face and was happy. Did anything good happen, Naruto? Naruto remembered Madara's warning and shook his head. Nothing. Just had a good dream. The third generation looked at him thoughtfully and suddenly said, last night, the Umbu who was monitoring you reported that they felt an abnormal chakra fluctuation. Naruto heard it and thought about it, blurted out. It was my father who protected me. He regretted it as soon as he said it. But strangely, the third generation did not ask any more questions, but just touched his head. Is that so? That's great. After the old man left, Madara's voice rang in Naruto's mind. You are asking questions like a child? It seems that this kid should have vaguely sensed something. Chapter 2. Naruto's daily life. After a brief exchange with the third Hokage, he departed, leaving behind the living expenses for the month. Naruto instinctively placed a hand on his abdomen, where the pain had dissipated, replaced by a peculiar warmth. Father? He whispered, immediately hearing an impatient grunt in his mind. Don't make noise so early. Naruto grinned, revealing a gap where a tooth once resided. He clambered out of bed, using both hands and feet, and dragged out a rusty tin can from beneath. Carefully, he placed the living expenses left by the third Hokage inside, keeping a few bills in his hand. Today, I'm going to buy milk, Naruto declared exuberantly, recalling Iruka's words that drinking milk could help him grow taller. Obscured by Naruto's perspective, Madara surveyed the meager room, peeling wallpaper, moldy tatama mats, and a dead potted plant on the windowsill. Even the most destitute members of the Uchiha clan from the Warring States period would not reside in such squalor. Has Konoha fallen to such depths? As Naruto donned his last orange jacket, he tilted his head and replied, because I am a monster, that's what everyone says. Hearing Naruto's words, devoid of malice, ignited an inexplicable fury within Madara. The shopkeeper's wife brandished a broom upon seeing Naruto. Get out, she yelled, striking his back with the broom. You still owe for the soy sauce you stole last time. Naruto shielded his head as coins clattered to the ground from his fingers. I didn't steal. That was from Grandpa Third. Liars. The broom struck Naruto's knee, sending him staggering outside. Passers-by scoffed, some deliberately spitting near his feet. Observing this through Naruto's eyes, Madara, while maintaining his icy demeanor, felt his hands clench involuntarily. He had witnessed his kin perish at the hands of the Senju clan. He had seen children torn apart by enemy ninjas. Yet, he had never encountered such blunt malice, especially directed at an unarmed child. Kill them. Madara's voice was as cold as ice. A fire technique could easily. It's okay, Naruto suddenly exclaimed, unsure whether to comfort Madara or himself. He stood up, dusting off his pants, and bowed to the shopkeeper. I'm sorry for the disturbance. Madara watched in astonishment as the blonde boy gathered the scattered coins, even retrieving one that had fallen into the gutter. What astonished him further was the smile that remained on Naruto's face as he turned. The old man in the next block will sell me milk, he explained softly, though it might be a bit expensive. At that moment, Madara couldn't help but reminisce about why he and Hashirama had founded the Hidden Leaf Village. Wasn't it to spare children from suffering? To allow them to live joyfully under the sun? Yet, here was this little boy, living in a time of peace, enduring hardships no less than those faced by children in the Warring States era. As dusk fell, Naruto sat on a swing, savoring the hard-won milk. A significant bruise adorned his knee, the result of an unfortunate tumble down the stairs earlier that afternoon, instigated by several older children. They did not intend to harm him. Naruto, shaking his leg, remarked that it was merely his own lack of balance that caused the fall. Foolish, Obito interrupted. That was clearly a deliberate shove. Had this been the Warring States period, you would have retaliated without hesitation. Naruto blinked, his innocent gaze devoid of malice. Why? Isn't it better for everyone to be happy? Obito offered no reply, as he re-evaluated this vessel. No, this child. The events of the day had illuminated the fact that Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, endured not only solitude but also a slow descent into despair. Yet, this little rascal could still smile foolishly at the setting sun. Listen, kid, Obito suddenly declared. From tonight onwards, I shall teach you a few things. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Is Dad going to teach me ninjutsu? Like those on Hokage Rock? Shut up and listen, Obito's voice resonated with undeniable authority. What I will impart is not the playful art of ninjutsu, but rather the means to survive amidst malice, the true way of a ninja from the Warring States era. As moonlight bathed the abandoned training ground, Obito manifested as a translucent figure visible only to Naruto, his form shimmering in ethereal blue, long hair gently swaying in the night breeze. First, remember 3 ironclad rules. He raised 3 fingers. First, always assume everyone is an enemy. Second, all food must be tested for poison. Third, maintain 1/3 of your awareness while sleeping. Naruto nodded, somewhat understanding, when suddenly he sneezed. The night dew soaked his tattered jacket, yet his eyes shone with remarkable brightness. Obito frowned at the frail form before him, then reconsidered. Tonight, I will start by teaching you the fundamentals, how to fall. What? Naruto replied, puzzled. I already know how to do that. Just today. What you did was wrestling, not a tactical fall, Obito scoffed. Watch closely. In the next moment, Naruto felt an unfamiliar chakra take control of his body. His right hand instinctively shielded the back of his neck while his left leg bent to absorb the impact. He fell backward in a strangely fluid motion, rolling twice before landing in a crouch position. What is this? Naruto marveled at his own hand. Uchiha-style body technique, Obito replied with a hint of pride. It allows you to fall from a height of 10 meters without injury. For the next 2 hours, Naruto repeatedly practiced falling, rolling, and rising again. His clothes were caked in mud. Fresh wounds adorned his knees, yet his smile grew ever brighter. Dad is amazing, he exclaimed joyfully after yet another tumble. Now, when I get pushed, it won't hurt. Obito's expression froze. His original intention was to teach Naruto how to minimize damage in encounters with enemy ninjas. Yet this child was thinking of, tomorrow, I will teach you to identify poison, Obito suddenly stated. Now, go back to sleep. As Naruto limped cheerfully back to the orphanage, his heart brimmed with excitement. As he passed by a brightly lit shop, he suddenly halted. The window reflected 2 figures, one large and one small, a golden-haired boy, and the ethereal blue shadow hovering behind him. Naruto stealthily extended his hand, intending to grasp the hem of Sasuke's clothing, only to have his fingers pass through the translucent chakra. Would Dad feel cold too? Naruto asked, his query devoid of context. Sasuke gazed at the bruised yet caring child, suddenly comprehending Hashirama's perspective. Perhaps that naive idealist had long ago perceived a profound truth. Amidst the ceaseless warfare, the first to vanish are invariably the smiles of children. Fool, Sasuke murmured softly, yet he pressed gently on Naruto's shoulder with his chakra. Hurry, it's going to rain. Indeed. Fine droplets began to descend from the night sky. Sasuke watched Naruto's exuberant figure bounce away, and for the first time, he experienced a peculiar emotion regarding their absurd father-son dynamic. Meanwhile, deep within the seal, the Nine Tails opened one eye, contemplatively observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 3, The Temptation of the 3 Generations. The morning mist had yet to dissipate when Naruto squatted amidst the pine forest on the outskirts of Konoha. His small hands clutching several vividly colored mushrooms, dew cascaded down the caps of the fungi, refracting a perilous brilliance in the dawn light. The red cap with a white stem is absolutely forbidden, the voice of Obito echoed in Naruto's mind, warning that ingestion of such a poisonous mushroom would lead to excruciating demise within mere hours. A shiver coursed through Naruto, nearly causing him to discard the mushrooms. Carefully, he drew on the muddy ground a mark taught to him by Obito, an uneven skull accompanied by a cross. What about this one? Naruto inquired, parting a thicket to reveal several pearl-like white berries. Stay away, Obito cautioned. Those are widow's tears. Contact with the skin can. Before Obito could finish his explanation, a frail voice emerged from behind, startling Naruto into a seated position on the ground. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had approached unnoticed, the smoke from his pipe swirling conspicuously amidst the morning fog. Third Grandpa, Naruto stammered, hastily erasing the skull drawing with his foot. I was just picking mushrooms. The third's gaze swept over the colorful fungi, shadows deepening within the creases of his aged face. Who taught you to identify these? Naruto's eyes darted about, recollecting Obito's warning not to reveal his existence. After much thought, he could only stutter a fabricated response. I read it in a book. The Complete Guide to Konoha Flora. The third knelt down, picking up a widow's tear and then glancing at Naruto's palm. To his astonishment, a thin layer of chakra enveloped Naruto's fingers, effectively isolating the toxin. Such control over chakra was beyond the capability of a child his age. This book, the third spoke slowly, is the 7th volume from the right in the 3rd row of the library. It has only been borrowed 3 times last year. His gaze sharpened suddenly. And you, Naruto, have never been to the library. Caught in his lie, Naruto felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He sensed Obito's chakra enveloping his thoughts like armor. Yet the third's penetrating gaze seemed capable of seeing through all. It is a seal, Naruto voiced Obito's inner words, knowledge of survival left by the 4th Hokage. The third's eyes narrowed. He scrutinized Naruto's youthful face, his right hand discreetly forming a seal. The 4th Hokage, is it? The third inquired gently. Listening to Obito's direction, Naruto shook his head. It's merely some information left by the 4th. I know this sounds fantastical, but it mentioned that I need a certain level of self-defense. The third's expression relaxed somewhat, yet the doubt in his eyes lingered. Is that so? However, approaching such matters without guidance is still perilous. I'm sorry, Naruto could only lower his head in apology to the third. Those words pierced the third's heart like a shuriken. He had long acknowledged, in the depths of his heart, his own shortcomings towards Naruto. As the son of a hero, Naruto, burdened by the identity of a Jinchuriki, was compelled to conceal his true self, to the extent that he could not even inherit his father's surname, opting instead to hide behind the name Uzumaki. Although the third Hokage provided substantial assistance in terms of his daily needs, the villagers remained unable to accept Naruto's existence due to his status as a Jinchuriki. Even when he tried to advocate for himself, it merely resulted in the current state of his life. The elderly man fell into a long silence before finally exhaling a heavy sigh, instructing, learn these skills and come to me. He stood up, glancing back one last time, hoping that his concerns were unfounded. Once the third's figure had completely vanished, Naruto slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon, exclaiming, Father, you frightened me to death. In the ceiling space, the chakra of Madara surged. That old fox has grown suspicious, but for now, he will not probe further. He paused, adding, however, for the next few days, you will be under strict surveillance. Indeed, when Naruto ventured to Ichiraka Ramen in the afternoon, he noticed 2 masked ninjas lurking in the corner. Even while using the restroom, he sensed fluctuations of chakra above him, 1 on the tree to the left, 2 atop the roof to the right. Madara coolly reported the positions of the watchers. The Umbu of Konoha had become increasingly intolerable. Slurping his noodles, Naruto pondered, shall we continue our training? Of course. Madara's voice was resolute. But first, digest what you learned today. We shall commence physical training tomorrow. The kind-hearted uncle at the noodle shop pushed an extra serving of chashu toward Naruto, affectionately ruffling his golden hair. I'm digging in. Naruto beamed, his eyes narrowing into slits as he relished the delectable feast before him. As night descended, Naruto sat cross-legged on his bed, following Madara's guidance. He attempted to concentrate chakra at his fingertips. Focus your mind. Madara's voice was unusually patient. Imagine your chakra as a net gritting his teeth. Fine beads of sweat emerged on Naruto's forehead. Suddenly, his index finger glimmered with a faint blue light, flickering like a firefly. I did it. Naruto cheered. Madara huffed lightly, barely passing. Yet, he refrained from informing Naruto that such delicate chakra manipulation typically required the control of a genin. Just as Naruto was eager to try again, the ceiling space began to tremble violently. The chakra of the Nine Tails surged like a tide, relentlessly battering Madara's soul. Uchiha Madara, the voice of the Nine Tails rumbled like distant thunder. Speak. Madara's eyes blinked open, his form materializing within the ceiling space. The Crimson Tomo confronted the pair of scarlet vertical pupils. Beast, are you seeking death? The Nine Tails impatiently thrashed its tail against the iron bars. Enough with the theatrics. Do you not find it peculiar why the spirits of the Warring States era would manifest within this brat? Madara's Sharingan slowly spun. It has nothing to do with you. Of course it does. The Nine Tails bared its gleaming white fangs. I have been sealed for over 60 years and have never encountered such a phenomenon. A member of the Uchiha clan, completely unconnected to the Vortex tribe, finds its soul parasitically residing within the Jinchuriki. Its gaze turns perilous unless one deliberately instigates it. Madara's soul chakra suddenly becomes unstable. This dilemma has occupied his thoughts countless times. Why is it Naruto? Why him specifically? The Sage of the Six Paths. The Nine Tails unexpectedly utters this name, for only that old man possesses the power to interfere with the cycle of souls. Madara's pupils constrict sharply. He is certainly aware of the legends surrounding the Sage of the Six Paths, but do you truly believe I would trust that? Madara scoffs. If it were indeed him, what could his intentions be? The Nine Tails' tail ceases its swaying. Ask yourself, Uchiha Madara, when you taught that little brat to recognize poison, when you watched him clumsily practice chakra, a glint of cunning flickers in the fox's eyes, did you ever recall someone? Madara's phantom suddenly freezes. Countless fragments of memories flash before him. Izuna's awkward attempts at shuriken practice, the moment his brother grasped his hand before his demise, urging him to live on. Silence. Madara's chakra erupts violently, shaking the entire ceiling space. In the real world, Naruto suddenly clutches his stomach. It hurts. The Nine Tails resumes its usual demeanor. Lounging on the ground, observing Madara's disarray with satisfaction. How amusing. It seems my guess was correct. Madara forces himself to regain composure. He steadies his inner turmoil. Yet his voice no longer carries certainty. Even if what you say is true, so what? Cooperation. The Nine Tails' claws scrape against the iron bars, producing a jarring sound. You teach that little brat the art of survival, and I shall provide chakra. After all, it casts a meaningful glance at Madara. We are both eager to see what that old man, the Sage of Six Paths, is truly plotting. Madara remains silent for a long while. Moonlight filters through the ceiling of the ceiling space, casting fragmented reflections upon the murky water's surface. Ultimately, he lifts his head, his Sharingan glowing ominously in the darkness. Remember, Beast, this is merely a temporary truce. The Nine Tails emits a low, rumbling laugh, slowly retreating deeper into its cage. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, Naruto remains blissfully unaware. He is rolling on the bed, clutching his stomach, utterly perplexed as to why he is experiencing such sudden pain. Father, Naruto calls out in a whimper. Have I been poisoned? Madara's chakra gently envelopes the area of Naruto's discomfort. Sleep now, Naruto, the pain will soon subside. Chapter 4. Training in the hazy mist before dawn in the Hidden Leaf Village. 3-year-old Naruto was already yanked from his warm cocoon by Obito. Get up, Naruto. Obito's voice resonated in Naruto's mind like a thunderclap. Groggy, Naruto rubbed his eyes, his small hands gripping the edge of the bed, as his tiny legs kicked in the air before finally touching the ground. So tired, he stifled a yawn, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Normally, he would sleep until the sun warmed his backside. Ninjas do not have the luxury of sleeping in, Obito stated coldly. Now, go out and run. Run? Run? Startled by Obito's tone, Naruto's drowsiness vanished in an instant. He widened his eyes, gazing at the sky still dotted with stars. But it's not light yet. Move. Obito's commanding tone startled him, and soon, a wobbly little figure appeared on the streets of the Hidden Leaf. After all, Naruto was merely a 3-year-old child. Stumbling as he ran, he occasionally tripped over stones, but each time he was about to fall, Obito's chakra would gently support him, preventing a complete tumble. Regulate your breathing, Obito instructed within Naruto's mind. Inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth, maintain a steady rhythm. Naruto earnestly followed the guidance. Yet after less than 10 minutes, his small face flushed crimson, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. I can't anymore. He leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Naruto felt as if his legs had vanished. Were it not for Obito's chakra supporting him, he would have collapsed onto the ground. Obito clicked his tongue. Is this all you can manage? Children in the Warring States period could run all day. Naruto pouted in grievance. But I'm not a child from the Warring States period. After a moment of silence, Obito relented. Rest for 5 minutes. Then continue. The training persisted until the sun had fully risen. After completing his running regimen, Naruto lay sprawled on the grass, gasping for air like a stranded fish. His clothes soaked in sweat, his golden hair clinging to his forehead. Dad, am I going to die? He weakly inquired. Obito's chakra circulated within him. Assessing his condition, excessive chakra depletion, yet recovery was faster than anticipated. Naruto blinked. Recovery speed? Your body is replenishing chakra on its own, Obito explained. Ordinary ninjas would require at least half a day of rest to recover after such exertion, but you've only taken less than an hour. Naruto nodded in a half-understanding manner, soon becoming excited. Does that mean I'm really strong? Obito scoffed lightly, barely acceptable. Though he spoke dismissively, he was inwardly surprised. Naruto's chakra recovery speed far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Is this the physical prowess of the Uzumaki clan? Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk, the ember in his pipe flickering dimly. His gaze pierced through the crystal ball, resting upon the diminutive figure in the training ground. This observation had persisted for 3 days. The third Hokage murmured to himself, pondering the chakra imprint left by Minato. Could it truly reach such depths? Naruto's recent transformations were strikingly evident. From toxin identification to chakra control, even his taijutsu movements bore a hint of a certain fierce style, distinctly unlike Minato's own, but rather reminiscent of his own youthful flair. Hayashi, what troubles you? A chilling voice resonated from behind. Shimura Danzo had appeared at the door, his cane softly tapping against the floor. The third Hokage's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Danzo, what brings you here? I have heard that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been exhibiting some peculiarities. Danzo advanced slowly, his single eye fixated on the third Hokage. The Umbu reports indicating that Naruto was learning perilous survival techniques. The third exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression unperturbed, just some fundamental self-defense knowledge left by Minato and his seal. A flicker of skepticism crossed Danzo's eyes. Would the fourth teach a 3-year-old to identify deadly mushrooms? Just in case, the third replied coolly. Moreover, Naruto will inevitably confront these challenges. Danzo fell silent for a moment, then suddenly scoffed. You are too soft-hearted, Hiruzen. If the Jinchuriki were to lose control, the consequences would be dire. Thus, I am monitoring him personally. The third's gaze shifted back to the window. The root need not intervene. Danzo scrutinized his silhouette before ultimately snorting in disdain and departing. The third inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed. He understood that Danzo would not relent easily. Yet reporting Naruto's current anomalies to the council would only subject him to stricter scrutiny, possibly leading to his apprehension by the root organization. Minato. The third leaned back against his chair, gazing at the ceiling, pondering what exactly had been left sealed within. Nightfall enveloped the ceiling space. Naruto curled up in a corner of his consciousness, exhausted to the point of slumber. Madara's ethereal form stood nearby, his gaze fixed upon the Nine-Tails. Madara, you have changed. The Nine-Tails remarked lazily, its tail swaying gently, displaying an unexpected softness. Madara regarded it coldly. What do you wish to convey? The once merciless Uchiha. The Nine-Tails narrowed its slit pupils slightly, jesting. Now you have taken to playing the caretaker. Madara, upon hearing this, shot at an exasperated glance. Say what you will. But do you recall how you met your demise? Madara's soul chakra momentarily faltered. What is it you wish to inquire? The Nine-Tails flicked its tail. Though my perception is not particularly acute, I can distinctly sense that your soul is incomplete. In response to the Nine-Tails' assertion, Madara offered no rebuttal. Since he had entered Naruto's body, he had sensed the gaps in his memories. He recalled events from his childhood, the wars between the clans, his bond with Hashirama, the founding of Konoha, the truth of the Uchiha, and the climactic battle at the Valley of the End. He remembered all of this. Yet he also recalled that after the battle at the Valley of the End, he had not perished, he had survived, and for an extended time thereafter. Yet, how does one evade the lethal strike of Hashirama? How did he manage to escape? How long has he survived? These queries elude his memory. The Nine-Tails chuckled softly. What is this? Are you feeling anxious upon realizing your amnesia? Madara remained silent. He gazes at the slumbering Naruto, a tumultuous mix of emotions surging within him. Why has he found himself within Naruto's body? This enigma alone is already quite vexing, and now another question arises. Why has he lost his memory? With a dismissive air, Madara coldly responds, these are all matters of the past. They concern me not. I shall live solely by my own will. The Nine-Tails casts him a meaningful glance and refrains from further conversation. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, the third Hokage stands by the window, gazing at the moon in the night sky, unable to find slumber for an extended time. Chapter 5. Enrollment at the Ninja Academy. 3 years later, 6-year-old Naruto stood before the mirror, tightening the straps of his brand new goggles with determination. The dark green lenses glimmered with a chilling sheen in the morning light, reflecting his face, now free of baby fat. 3 years had been enough time for a toddler, once unsteady on his feet, to grow into a mischievous child capable of effortlessly scaling Hokage Rock. The goggles were askew. Obito's voice echoed in his mind. reminding him that even if they merely served as a substitute for a forehead protector, it should be worn at a precise 15-degree angle, as per Uchiha tradition. Naruto stuck out his tongue and deliberately adjusted the goggles further to the right. Not a chance. I aspire to be Hokage, so my style must be unique. In the ceiling space, Obito's ethereal form crossed his arms and snorted in disdain. If it had been 3 years prior, he would have forcibly controlled Naruto's hands to correct this mistake. Yet now, he merely observed as the golden-haired boy bounded out of the apartment, his orange jacket billowing behind him like a flame. The streets of Konoha buzzed with excitement. Parents led their children toward the Ninja Academy, while shops along the way displayed banners advertising back-to-school discounts. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Naruto navigated the crowd, keenly aware of several familiar gazes, an unbroken surveillance by the Yambu over the past 3 years. 2 agents perched on the eaves to his left, while another disguised as a dango vendor lingered to his right. Obito lazily reported their positions, noting that Sarutobi Hiruzen remained persistent, feigning to tie his shoelaces. Naruto seized the opportunity to make a face at the dango stand. The vendor's hand trembled, nearly sending the 3-colored dango into the charcoal embers. "Don't cause trouble," Obito warned, albeit with a hint of indulgence. "Today is very significant for you." Indeed, it was momentous. This marked the first occasion in 3 years that Obito permitted Naruto to showcase his true abilities in public. Of course, it was under strict limitations. Remember, keep your taijutsu tests at 10% above the passing mark and intentionally miss 2 shuriken throws. Obito reiterated the precautions, emphasizing above all else, absolutely do not reveal your chakra control capabilities. Naruto interjected, then clasped his hands behind his head, lowering his voice. "Dad, you've been nagging for 3 years. I've memorized it all." Obito's chakra stirred a small tempest in the ceiling space. This term, once absurd, had now become commonplace, rendering even Kurama too apathetic to mock him further. Suddenly, the flow of people at the school entrance came to a halt. Naruto stood on tiptoe, spotting Sasuke Uchiha surrounded by a throng of parents taking photographs. The raven-haired boy wore a deep blue-collared shirt, his expression as frosty as ice. Upon seeing Sasuke, Obito couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of interest. "Ah, this year's Uchiha certainly piques my appetite," Naruto pouted. After countless chance encounters with Sasuke over the past 3 years, each ending in a mutual glare, today was different. They were now schoolmates. "Hey, Sasuke." Naruto waved his arms as he pushed through the crowd. "I arrived first today." "You lost." Sasuke turned, his dark eyes sweeping over Naruto's crookedly worn goggles, his lips twitching slightly. "Idiot. Who are you calling an idiot?" "Whoever responds is the idiot." 2 children pressed their foreheads together, resembling 2 frenzied little beasts. The surrounding parents erupted in good-natured laughter. Controlling his emotions, Madara's voice carried an unusual tension. "Do you wish to be summoned to the interrogation room on the very first day of school?" Naruto inhaled deeply and suddenly broke into a wide grin. "Just wait and see, I will knock you down in taijutsu class." Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the single tomo spinning slowly. A futile wish, you're at the bottom of the class. Over the past 3 years, each morning, Naruto's diligent training had sparked a competitive spirit within Sasuke, who had been striving to catch up to Itachi. This burgeoning rivalry culminated in Sasuke recently unlocking his Sharingan. Though it bore only 1 tomo, even Madara was taken aback upon seeing those eyes. Has this little brat somehow gained an advantage? Awakening the Sharingan at the age of 6 is even more astounding than my own feat. The entrance exam proved to be far simpler than Naruto had anticipated. When he tossed his classmate off the mat for the 3rd time during the taijutsu sparring, the proctoring Nin wore a look of disbelief. "Uzumaki Naruto, victory," Iruka announced with difficulty. The next group. Naruto cast a furtive glance at the score sheet, his heart soaring with delight. He had perfectly executed Madara's instructions, achieving a score that was commendable yet not extraordinary. Even in the most stringent Shuiken test, he had only missed 1 shot compared to Sasuke. "Well done." Madara seldom offered praise. "Now proceed to the chakra test section, and remember, use only 1/10 of the amount." Naruto cheered inwardly. "Dad, you're so verbose today." Madara's chakra constricted around Naruto's stomach, eliciting a small yelp of pain. This gesture had become their secret signal over the past 3 years. When Naruto let his pride swell, Madara would remind him to remain vigilant in this manner. The chakra test took place on the playground. The children lined up to channel their chakra into specially designed test strips, which would react and indicate their elemental affinities. As Naruto stood at the end of the queue, he observed the flickering flames, rising mists, and crackling lightning from those ahead of him. "Dad, what is my affinity?" he whispered, Theoretically, the Uzumaki clan is suited for sealing techniques, but Madara's voice suddenly faltered. Wait, that silver-haired Jonin. Naruto followed Madara's line of perception. Under the shade of the trees at the edge of the playground, the masked Kakashi Hitaki languidly flipped through a little yellow book. However, the eye that was exposed was clearly fixated on the testing grounds. It's the leader of the Umbu monitoring me. Naruto instantly recognized the elusive figure who had been present for the past 3 years. Stay calm. Madara's chakra steadied Naruto's emotions. Proceed as planned. When it was Naruto's turn, he deliberately allowed his chakra to surge chaotically at his fingertips. The test strip initially crumpled before slightly moistening one corner. A composite display of wind and water? The proctoring Ning noted with confusion. Potential rating B. Beneath the tree, Kakashi closed his book. As school let out, Naruto skipped joyfully through the commercial street. His backpack was filled with brand new textbooks, and his pocket held his freshly assigned ninja number, 012607. Teacher Irika announced that he would begin teaching transformation techniques next week. He exclaimed excitedly, I've longed to learn this. However, Sasuke remained silent. Ever since the chakra test, he had been unusually taciturn. Dad? Naruto halted. Are you angry? I have been quite obedient. It's not your fault. Sasuke's voice was uncharacteristically grave, that Kakashi Hitaki. He noticed. A chill ran down Naruto's spine. Noticed what? Your chakra control. Sasuke's chakra formed a defensive stance within Naruto, deliberately stimulating the test paper with lightning chakra to provoke your instinctive defense, although you withdrew in time. That fleeting moment of precision did not escape the scrutiny of the Sharingan. Naruto stood frozen at the ramen shop's entrance, the enticing aroma suddenly losing its allure. 3 years of caution, and it seemed it would all unravel on the very first day. Do not panic. Sasuke's voice steadied. He will merely regard you as exceptionally gifted and will not draw any further conclusions for the time being. However, a trace of battle intent seeped through the chakra. We must prepare for combat. The Ninetales, deep within its seal, chuckled lowly. Are we finally getting serious? I have awaited this for 3 years. Naruto patted his stomach and suddenly grinned. What is there to fear? I have 2 of the strongest dads. Fool, Sasuke murmured. Yet affectionately tousled Naruto's hair with his chakra. Now go enjoy your ramen. As night fell, the lights in the third Hokage's office remained aglow. The crystal ball displayed footage from the daytime test, freezing on the moment Naruto's chakra test paper reacted. What do you think? The third inquired of the silver-haired Jonin in the shadows. Kakashi shifted his gaze from Ika Paradise. His chakra control precision surpasses that of a typical Chunin, and his taijutsu techniques bear the hallmarks of the Warring States period. He paused. It doesn't align with the teacher's style. The third exhaled a puff of smoke. So this knowledge wasn't left by Minato? More akin to. Kakashi tucked away Ika Paradise, the handiwork of some old-timer who has lived for decades. Outside, a raven silently glided past. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie crimson glow under the moonlight, reflecting the illumination of the Hokage's office, as well as the sight of a golden-haired boy practicing hand seals in a distant apartment. Chapter 6, Genius or Fool. In the classroom at dawn, chalk dust floated in the sunlight. Irika helplessly held up Naruto's test paper from the previous day, marked with a colossal score of 12 in red ink. Naruto Uzumaki. Irika's forehead throbbed with veins. Explain your answer to the question. What are the 3 prohibitions for ninjas? How did you come up with ramen, pranks, and sleeping? The classroom erupted in laughter. Naruto scratched his head, flashing his signature goofy grin. Hee, because those 3 things are truly irresistible. Once I start eating ramen, I can't stop. Pranks are just too much fun. And if I sleep, I'll miss my training. Sasuke, seated in the front row, scoffed. Idiot. Who are you calling an idiot? Naruto shot up from his seat, causing his chair to clatter to the ground. Silence. Irika slammed the eraser on the podium. Naruto, stay after school for remedial lessons. What? No way. Naruto cried, tears streaming down his face. Sealing space, Madara's spirit floated above the murky water, one hand pressed to his forehead. The Ninetales laughed uncontrollably in its cage, the iron bars rattling from the force of its mirth. Is this the student you've raised? The most notorious ninja of the Warring States era produces a child who scores 12 on a theory exam? Madara's Sharingan narrowed dangerously. Silence. I didn't attend such frivolous schools in my time. But the 3 prohibitions for ninjas is fundamental. The Ninetales laughed so hard it had to pound the ground for relief. Money. Beauty. Alcohol. This little brat wrote ramen. In the real world, Naruto lay sprawled on his desk, carving little figures into the surface with his pencil. Irika's lecture on chakra theory went in one ear and out the other. Dad. Naruto lamented internally. Help me. Theory classes are so boring. Madara's chakra fluctuated. Over the past 3 years, he had taught Naruto countless life-saving techniques, yet he never anticipated losing to academic subjects. Listen. Madara's voice was laced with a hint of frustration as he concentrated chakra into his ear, enhancing his hearing. I will demonstrate only once. 5 minutes later, an explosion suddenly resonated through the classroom. Naruto's inkpot inexplicably burst, splattering ink all over Sasuke in the front row. Naruto Uzumaki. Irika's roar rattled the windows. It wasn't me. Naruto waved his hands frantically. It was the chakra. The ink just exploded on its own. Madara facepalmed in the ceiling space. He merely wanted Naruto to grasp the lesson clearly. But the boy's chakra control was so lacking that it shattered the very structure of the inkpot. During lunchtime, Naruto sat dejectedly on the rooftop, nibbling on bread. His orange jacket was stained with ink, a result of Sasuke's shuriken in a fit of rage. I was first in taijutsu class. Naruto kicked the railing in frustration. Why is theory class so difficult? Madara's phantom emerged in his consciousness. Because you lack composure. Ninjas of the Warring States era had to remain still and hidden for 3 days and nights. You can't even sit still for 3 minutes. The text is densely packed with words, making it dizzying to behold, Naruto muttered. He often fell asleep while reading, unable to absorb any information. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Naruto's eyes. That's it. Dad, why not use a genjutsu to directly implant knowledge into my mind? Just like when you taught me the antidote technique last time? No. Obito firmly declined. Theoretical understanding is essential. It cannot merely be memorized. He paused, his tone unusually hesitant. Moreover, I do not possess complete knowledge of modern ninjutsu theory. A scoffing voice from the depths of the sealed space echoed, admitted, Uchiha Obito. You too have your areas of ineptitude. Obito's chakra surged explosively, causing the entire confinement space to resonate. Watching his two fathers prepare for yet another clash, Naruto could only smile wryly. The door to the rooftop in the real world creaked open. Hinata Hyuga timidly peeked in, holding a bento box. Naruto-kun, would you like to have lunch together? The afternoon taijutsu class was Naruto's domain, as he set a new school record for the 3rd time during the obstacle course. Even the usually stern taijutsu instructor wore an expression of disbelief. 28 seconds, the teacher muttered, repeatedly checking the stopwatch. This surpassed the standard for a typical chunin. Silence enveloped the playground. Sasuke's Sharingan had activated, fixated on Naruto's fluid movements. Each gesture from the once lagging student exuded an indescribable rhythm, as if honed through relentless practice. Next up, shuriken throwing. Naruto stood confidently at the throwing line. He quietly inquired in his mind, Dad, how many should I intentionally miss this time? Perform normally. Obito replied with a hint of amusement. Let these kids see something extraordinary. 10 shuriken flew through the air. The first 9 struck the bullseye with precision. But the last one veered off in an unexpected arc, knocking down all the shuriken Sasuke had just thrown. Oops, my hand slipped. Naruto flashed a grin at Sasuke. The raven-haired boy's Sharingan spun wildly. For the first time in 3 years, he felt a profound sense of defeat. How could this theoretical class fool outshine him in practical combat? The once trailing student. Sasuke clenched his fists. Who on earth are you? After school, the tutoring classroom was deserted. Irika had been summoned by the Hokage, leaving Naruto alone with the fundamentals of chakra theory, staring blankly at the text. So boring. Naruto poked the textbook with a pencil when suddenly an idea struck him. Right. Dad said that practice leads to true understanding. He stealthily locked the classroom door, clumsily forming hand seals. This was the chakra sensing technique discussed in yesterday's theory class, an advanced skill meant for 6th grade. Rat, tiger, dog, ox. A pale blue chakra began to coalesce in his palm but suddenly surged violently. Papers in the classroom fluttered as if caught in a breeze. And the ink bottle began to tremble. Stop. Obito's warning came too late. With a thunderous crash, the storage cabinet at the back of the classroom exploded into fragments. Naruto was knocked to the ground by a shockwave, gazing at the ceiling with a face marred by soot. Have I succeeded? The chakra of Madara surged violently. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed an anomaly. Naruto's chakra was intertwined with a faint trace of the Nine-Tails essence. Deep within the seal, the corner of the Nine-Tails mouth curled into a grin. Has it finally begun? In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage spread out 2 reports before him. One was a record of Naruto Uzumaki's unusual behavior submitted by Irika. The other, from the Umbu, bore the bold title, Analysis of Suspected Uchiha Fluid Technique Residue. What do you think? The 3rd inquired of the silver-haired shinobi by the window. Kakashi's single eye shifted away from Ika Paradise. The style of taijutsu can be imitated, but combat instinct cannot be deceived. He paused, his gaze sharpening. That child. Someone is teaching him the true art of killing. Outside the window, the setting sun bathed the Hokage rock in crimson hues. The third Hokage caressed a crystal ball, which displayed Naruto feigning death amidst the ruins of a classroom. Arrange for special guidance, he ultimately declared, and you will be personally responsible. Kakashi closed the book and vanished, leaving behind a remark, just in time. I too wish to meet that teacher. Chapter 7, Kakashi's test as the last rays of the setting sun bathed the training ground in a crimson hue. Naruto knelt on one knee, sweat cascading down his chin and dripping onto the cracked earth beneath him. He lifted his azure gaze, fixated on the silver-haired shinobi perched atop a battered wooden post. Darkness would soon envelop the land in 30 minutes. Kakashi languidly jingled the bells in his hand, the metallic clinks resonating crisply in the stillness of the training field. If you fail to obtain it this time, your punishment will be doubled. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto wiped the perspiration from his brow with his forearm, a defiant smile blossoming on his lips. Don't underestimate me. I am destined to become Hokage. 1 hour earlier, at the edge of the training field, Iruka hastily secured his forehead protector, apologetically ruffling Naruto's golden locks. I've entrusted Kakashi-senpai with providing you special guidance due to an urgent mission. Special guidance? Naruto scrutinized the silver-haired shinobi lounging against a tree, his face mostly obscured by a copy of Ika Paradise. Iruka-sensei had clearly mentioned supplementary theory lessons. Ah, theory lessons. Kakashi closed the book, revealing a crescent smile from his right eye. How about some practical training instead? If you can snatch this bell from me before dinner. With a flourish, he produced 2 bronze bells. I shall absolve you of all punishments and treat you to Ichiraku ramen. At the mention of Ichiraku ramen, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Of course, Kakashi replied, tying the bells to his waist. But if you lose, I want to lose, Naruto declared, assuming an offensive stance. The confrontation, the two faced each other, Kakashi flipping through Ika Paradise, while Naruto refrained from rushing in. 3 years of secret training had honed his observational skills. Kakashi appeared nonchalant, yet his stance was flawless, the rhythm of his page-turning synchronizing with his steady breathing. He is assessing your strength, a low voice echoed in his mind. Employ basic taijutsu, but do not reveal the traces of my training. Naruto barely nodded, then surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Kakashi did not even lift his eyelids, effortlessly sidestepping Naruto's punch with mere anticipation of the wind's direction. However, Naruto was prepared. He executed a sweeping kick aimed at Kakashi's lower body. Oh! Kakashi nimbly leapt back, a slight smirk visible beneath his mask. Your taijutsu has improved significantly. This is just the beginning. Naruto grinned, baring his canines, and surged forward with renewed speed. His movements were precise and fluid, each punch calculated with meticulous angles. Kakashi maintained a casual demeanor, his hand casually in his pocket, effortlessly blocking with just his right hand. Yet the carefree look in his single eye gradually transformed into focused concentration. There's no excess movement, the power application is. As he deflected Naruto's 10th strike, Kakashi's pupils narrowed. This isn't the school's teaching style. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales rhythmically clawed at the iron bars, sending forth bursts of crimson chakra sparks. Hey, spiky-haired brat, that silver-haired ninja is no ordinary foe. The phantom of the patterned figure flickered in the darkness. Without uttering a word, I was already aware. And do refrain from calling me Hedgehog Head. This individual is certainly no pushover. The Ninetales gaped its cavernous maw. Do you not fear it will see through your tricks? The figure remained silent, yet the roiling chakra betrayed his vigilance. Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja of Konoha, the direct disciple of the 4th Hokage. Should he take this seriously, the current Naruto stands no chance of victory. In the realm of reality, Naruto was once again thrown to the ground, yet he immediately sprung back up, with grass clippings adorning his golden locks. 17 attempts, yet still 0 hits. Kakashi finally set aside his novel. Is there more to come? Enough of the chatter. Naruto wiped the dust from the corner of his mouth and suddenly altered his breathing rhythm. His movements began to take on a peculiar cadence, as if each step was treading upon an invisible spiral trajectory. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. That was no ordinary taijutsu. Naruto's fists, enveloped by a spiraling gale, left faint blue chakra afterimages in the air. This is... Boom. Kakashi's crossed arms were jolted, leaving them numb, as his boots carved shallow grooves into the earth. Before he could adjust his stance, Naruto had already executed a mid-air flip, his right leg descending like a battle axe. Success. Just as his fingertips were about to graze the bell, Kakashi transformed into white smoke, vanishing. A commendable tactic. When the voice emerged from behind him, Naruto felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, yet he was far from finished. As Naruto faced defeat, within the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails' derisive laughter echoed in his mind. Look at your precious son, unable to seize even a bell. Ignoring the mockery, Obito remarked. The gap in experience is too vast, and moreover, the opponent is no weakling. Achieving this is already commendable for Naruto. Then allow me to lend him assistance. Suddenly, Naruto, lying prone on the ground, dug his nails deeply into the earth. A surge of intense reluctance surged like magma, and at the peak of this emotional crescendo, dark red chakra seeped from his pores like flames. You better behave. Obito's chakra transformed into black chains that entwined upward. You were jeopardizing Naruto. As the chakra was completely intercepted by Obito, Naruto's crimson chakra dissipated in a rush. Only the residual energy caused the surrounding flora to sway without wind, affirming that it was no mere illusion. Kakashi stood 3 meters away, his forehead protector somehow raised, a flicker of astonishment passing through his crimson Sharingan. However, he quickly lowered it once more. Time's up. He lowered his hand from the hand seals, the bell glimmering coldly under the setting sun. You have lost. Naruto, with his head bowed in silence for a moment, suddenly lifted his face with a smile. Tomorrow I will surely seize it. Kakashi gazed at him for a long while, smilingly saying to Naruto, but remember, your punishment will be doubled. No, please. Immediately, Naruto's anguished screams reverberated throughout the training ground. That night, the light from the Hokage's office cast a long shadow of the third Hokage. Kakashi stood by the window, his silver hair still dusted with remnants of the training ground. His physical techniques. Kakashi pondered over his choice of words, embodying the essence of an ancient school, and his chakra control exhibited precision far beyond that of a mere genin. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. Who do you think is mentoring him? I'm uncertain. Kakashi's eyes glimmered in the shadows. Yet, for a child to progress to such a degree in a short span, he paused. That individual is likely not beneath you. Meanwhile, Naruto sat by the riverside, hugging his knees, as pebbles skipped thrice across the surface of the water. Dad, am I still not enough? In a rare moment, Obito refrained from mockery. A deep blue chakra enveloped Naruto like a thin mist. Today, you forced out 50% of his power. Really? Naruto's head snapped up, the gloom in his eyes dissipating instantly. Then tomorrow, focus on foundational training. Obito interrupted him, his tone softer than usual. Next time, he must unleash his full might. In the depths of the ceiling cage, the Nine-Tails involuntarily curled the corners of his mouth upward, seemingly reveling in the present atmosphere. Chapter 8. The Warning of Obito. Nighttime, Naruto's room. The moonlight streams through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Naruto's small bed, where the golden-haired boy lies sprawled, his mouth slightly agape, a trickle of drool escaping his lips. Occasionally, he murmurs in his sleep, dreaming of ramen. Just one more bowl. In the shadows of the room, a frail figure silently emerges. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, draped in his ceremonial robes, pinches an unlit pipe between his fingers, gazing at the slumbering Naruto with a complex expression. Indeed, someone is guiding him. Not long ago, Kakashi's report still echoed in his mind. Naruto's proficiency with shuriken, his battle awareness, and even certain taijutsu movements bore the mark of someone beyond his years. Such skills could not be acquired at school, nor could an orphan without guidance fathom them alone. The third slowly approached Naruto's bedside, extending his hand to probe the chakra fluctuations within him. However, dare to touch him, and I shall incinerate that old hand of yours. A chilling voice suddenly reverberated through the room. The third's pupils constricted, retreating 2 steps as the pipe nearly slipped from his grip. He quickly looked up to find Naruto still asleep. Yet the corner of his mouth curled into a smirk that belied his age. Humph, the esteemed Hokage sneaking into a child's room at midnight. Has Konoha fallen this low? The voice was deep and oppressive, seemingly emanating from within Naruto, yet resonating clearly in the air. The third steadied his mind and spoke in a grave tone. Who are you? Why do you linger within Naruto? Linger? The voice scoffed. I have no interest in lurking in the shadows. It then directed its tone at the third. But what about you, third Hokage? If you suspect someone is instructing Naruto, why not simply ask him? The third paused, contemplating before responding, because I am uncertain if that individual poses a threat to Naruto. Humph. Naruto's eyelids fluttered slightly before his right eye snapped open. The crimson Sharingan glimmered in the darkness, the 3 tomo swirling slowly. The third's heart tightened, nearly exclaiming, Uchiha. Do not be alarmed, old man. Naruto's lips twisted into a smile that did not belong to him. I have no interest in your Konoha. Nor do I care for the Uchiha clan. I am merely a wanderer without followers. The third stared intently at the Sharingan, his mind racing. Although the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had soured, it had not deteriorated to the point of harming the village's Jinchuriki. Moreover, it appeared that Jinjutsu was at play, yet it was astonishing that such control could be exerted unnoticed even with the Anbu present. Only Shursui and Itachi possessed such capabilities. But these two were the third's most trusted allies and would never engage in such treachery. However, beyond them, no other Uchiha had such remarkable skills in Genjutsu. Who are you truly? The name is of no consequence. Naruto, Obito, languidly rolled over, propping his cheek with one hand. The crimson right eye still fixated on the third. You only need to know that this little brat is now under my care. The third Hokage squinted. What purpose do you have in teaching Naruto? The other party let out a cold laugh, as if he had heard a humorous jest. If I must say, I find him to be quite a nuisance. A silence enveloped the room. After a while, the third Hokage sighed, his guards slightly easing. You care about Naruto, do you not? Huh. Naruto's body shot upright, his Sharingan widening in disbelief. Old man, have you lost your mind? The third Hokage chuckled, his gaze softening. Though your tone is harsh, every word you utter defends him. If he were truly just a nuisance, you would simply ignore him. Why bother teaching him? Naruto's expression froze, the tomo of his Sharingan momentarily pausing. How had he forgotten this? It had been so long since he had engaged in negotiations that he was nearly out of practice. The third Hokage continued, moreover, you could easily conceal yourself. Yet you chose to reveal your presence to warn me, out of fear that I might recklessly investigate and harm Naruto. Am I correct? Enough. Naruto, Obito, growled, raking his fingers through his hair. Stop pretending to be clever, Hokage. The third Hokage remained unfazed, instead sitting at the edge of the bed and gently tapping his pipe against his palm. Regardless of your identity, since you harbor no ill will towards Naruto, I shall not interfere. At least you are perceptive. However, the third Hokage suddenly shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. But if one day your existence threatens Naruto or Konoha, threaten? Naruto's Sharingan abruptly contracted, a terrifying chakra pressure erupting instantaneously. Objects in the room trembled violently, and the glass windows rattled ominously. The third Hokage tensed, instinctively forming a defensive seal. Yet, in the next moment, the pressure dissipated. Naruto, Obito, merely regarded him coldly, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Spare me, old man. If I intended harm towards Konoha, you would already be a corpse. The third Hokage fell silent, acutely aware of the truth in those words. That chakra was overwhelmingly formidable. In that instant, he felt as if he glimpsed the shadow of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, powerful, unabashedly powerful. Rest assured. Naruto closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his Sharingan had vanished, returning to its original azure hue. His tone remained impatient, yet there was a hint of diminished hostility. I will keep watch. The third Hokage regarded him for a long moment before slowly nodding. Then, I entrust Naruto to you. No need for your words. The third Hokage rose, casting one last glance at Naruto, who had returned to his reclined position, before turning towards the window. The night breeze rustled his ceremonial robe as he paused briefly, not looking back. If Naruto inquires about tonight's events, I know, you needn't elaborate. Naruto, Obito, languidly waved his hand, urging him to leave and not disturb his slumber. The third Hokage smiled, leaping out the window and vanishing into the night. The room returned to its tranquil silence. Naruto turned over, murmuring sleepily, Dad, don't take my blanket. Madara. Within the ceiling space, the nine tails lay on the ground, grinning broadly as it mocked. TSK, the Hokage has seen right through you, Madara. Madara crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully, Silence, you mangy fox. The nine tails propped its chin on one hand. You're clearly concerned about that little brat, yet you put on such an act. You Uchiha are truly peculiar. Madara shot a fierce glare at the creature, causing the nine tails to retract its neck in a semblance of submission, though it still held back laughter. Madara, disinterested, directed his gaze through the ceiling space towards Naruto outside. Such a troublesome little brat. His voice was soft, nearly imperceptible. Outside the window, the moonlight continued to bathe Konoha in its gentle glow. Chapter 9. Uchiha Sasuke. As spring gave way to autumn, a year slipped by unnoticed. On this day, within the classroom of the Konoha Ninja Academy, chalk dust danced in the sunlight. Irika-sensei stood at the podium, clutching a nearly blank examination paper. The veins on his forehead pulsating visibly. Naruto Uzumaki. His voice boomed, causing the windows to rattle. This marks the 6th time you've received a 0 on your theoretical exam this semester. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Sakura stifled a giggle. Ino unabashedly pointed at Naruto. And even the typically shy Hinata couldn't help but blush. Only Sasuke let out a dismissive snort, his gaze fixed on the ninjutsu scroll in his hands. What does it matter? Naruto replied nonchalantly, digging into his ear. I ranked first in the practical class. Just last week, I took down some upperclassmen. Your prowess in practical classes is of no consequence. Irika slammed his hands on the desk, visibly irate. The essence of a ninja lies in the integration of theory and practice. From today onwards, you will sit next to Sasuke, and he will tutor you. What? Naruto sprang up, pointing at the dark-haired boy in the front row. I refuse to sit with this arrogant Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke lifted his head, his obsidian eyes coldly meeting Naruto's gaze. I return that sentiment to you, dead last. Their eyes clashed in the air, and one could almost hear the crackling sparks of confrontation. Watching the scene unfold, the Ninetales lazily yawned. Here we go again. These two brats are giving me a headache. Madara, reclining with his hands behind his head, rested on the Ninetales' head, observing Sasuke through Naruto's perspective. For reasons unknown, the haughty boy reminded him of distant memories. Humph. He uttered softly, his tone laced with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Before long, Naruto sluggishly dragged his chair to sit beside Sasuke, intentionally clattering the furniture. Sasuke, unfazed, merely shifted his belongings to the other side without raising an eyebrow. Hey, move over a bit. Naruto nudged Sasuke with his elbow. Touch me again, and I will break your arm. Sasuke's voice was as frigid as ice. Come on. Who's afraid of whom? Irika cleared his throat loudly. Naruto, open your textbook to page 35. Today we will study the use of chakra. The next half hour was nothing short of a disaster. Whenever Irika posed a question, Sasuke would respond with ease, while Naruto either scratched his head in confusion or answered with utter nonsense. To make matters worse, every time Naruto got an answer wrong, Sasuke would emit a derisive chuckle. Chakra is divided into 5 natures, you fool. Seizing the opportunity while Irika turned to write on the board, Sasuke leaned in, his voice low and mocking. If you don't even know this, how do you expect to be a ninja? Naruto's face flushed with embarrassment. Stop looking down on me. I just have ramen on my mind? Sasuke smirked, that smile making him appear even more infuriating, just as Naruto prepared to leap at him. Madara's voice resonated in his mind. Naruto, he speaks the truth. Chakras are indeed categorized into 5 fundamental natures: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. Father, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, nearly shouting, and then, with tears welling up, he questioned, why are you supporting him? It is not support, Madara replied with his characteristic arrogance. I simply cannot bear to see my son remain ignorant of such basic knowledge. In the afternoon's practical combat class, Irika announced an unexpected grouping. Today, we shall engage in paired combat exercises. Naruto, you will team up with Sasuke to face Shikamaru and Kiba. What nonsense is this? Naruto was the first to leap up in protest. I refuse to partner with that arrogant Sasuke. Sasuke, maintaining his cold demeanor, retorted, I can manage alone. I do not need a burden. Irika flashed a cunning smile. This is an order. If you refuse to cooperate, you will both spend a month cleaning the toilets. Instantly, the two fell silent. Ready, begin. As Irika's whistle echoed, Naruto dashed forward, his fist aimed straight at Shikamaru's face. Shikamaru sighed, lazily sidestepping. What a hassle. Simultaneously, Sasuke moved, not towards their opponents, but instead delivered a kick to Naruto's back. Don't block my path, deadweight. Whoa. Naruto stumbled, nearly face-planting into the ground. He turned around furiously. You insufferable Sasuke. What are you doing? Sasuke smirked. You're in my way. Seizing the opportunity, Kiba launched an attack. With Akamaru leaping from his shoulder, beast mimicry technique, beast clone. 2 Kibas charged at Naruto from opposite sides, their sharp claws aimed at his throat. Naruto hastily jumped back, only to collide with Sasuke's back. The two lost their balance, tumbling into a chaotic heap. Kiba's attack struck them directly, and amid the explosion of dust, both were sent flying. Idiot. Watch where you're going. Sasuke shouted. You were the one who stopped suddenly. Naruto bared his teeth in frustration. The onlooking classmates erupted in laughter. Sakura covered her face. These two fools. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, the Ninetales rolled in laughter. Ha ha ha. Is this what you call a genius, Uchiha? Can't even dodge a puppy. Madara's forehead twitched with suppressed irritation. Silence. At that moment, on the training ground, taking advantage of the discord between Naruto and Sasuke, Shikamaru swiftly formed hand seals, shadow imitation technique. The dark shadowy tendrils raced across the ground, poised to ensnare Naruto's ankles. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke suddenly turned, unleashing a torrent of flames that forced Shikamaru to leap back, interrupting his technique. Humph, that was somewhat useful. Sasuke glanced at Naruto. Who asked for your help? Naruto leaped up, forming hand seals. Watch this. Fire release. But before Naruto could unleash his technique, two whirlwind-like shadows surged forth, disrupting his casting and sending him hurtling away. Sasuke attempted to intercept with shuriken, only to be anticipated by Shikamaru. Your movements are too predictable. 3 shurikens embedded themselves at Sasuke's landing point, forcing him to change direction abruptly, resulting in a collision with Naruto. Bang! The two collided forehead to forehead, falling to the ground, stars dancing in their eyes. Ouch! Is your head made of iron? Naruto lamented, clutching his forehead. Sasuke gritted his teeth. You idiot. It's your fault for not watching where you're going. On the sidelines, Iruka rubbed his forehead in disbelief. This is quite possibly the worst teamwork in history. Observing the one-sided battle, Kiba felt a surge of confidence, certain he could defeat these two prodigies. He and Akamaru launched their next assault, Fong over Fong. A massive whirlwind blade surged forward, while Shikamaru's shadow simultaneously sealed off their escape route. With nowhere to evade, Sasuke, Naruto suddenly shouted, "Don't order me around." Sasuke retorted. Though his body instinctively reacted, Naruto crouched low, and Sasuke leapt off his shoulders, shurikens cascading like a torrential downpour. What? Shikamaru hurriedly maneuvered his shadow for defense, only to see Naruto suddenly form seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The gale spiraled, propelling the shurikens into unpredictable trajectories. Kiba's Fong over Fong was shattered, and Shikamaru had no choice but to abandon his shadow technique to evade. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. In midair, Sasuke shifted his strategy, unleashing dozens of small fireballs that spread with the wind, transforming the training ground into a fiery net. Oh no! Watching the unfolding chaos, Shikamaru felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. They could coordinate like this. At the last moment, Naruto dashed beneath Sasuke, hands interlocked. Jump. Without hesitation, Sasuke stepped onto his palms, leveraging the lift to soar high. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Wind release. Gale palm. Fire and wind intertwined in a roaring inferno, resembling a massive crimson dragon charging towards Shikamaru and Kiba. With no means of escape, Shikamaru could only watch helplessly as the fire dragon approached, a resigned smile of exasperation on his face. What a hassle. Boom. As the dust settled, Shikamaru and Kiba lay at the edge of the arena, Akamaru whimpering in distress. The arena fell silent. The victors, Naruto and Sasuke. Iruka was the first to recover and announce the results. Initially, he had thought that Sasuke, Kiba, and Shikamaru, being students from notable families, would manage to perform C-rank ninjutsu adequately. However, he was taken aback to discover Naruto could achieve the same feat. Could this be why the third Hokage had always placed such importance on Naruto? Breathing heavily, Naruto suddenly grinned widely. How about that, arrogant Sasuke? Pretty impressive, right? Sasuke turned his face away. It's passable. Yet, as he turned, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. In the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails surprisingly refrained from mockery. It observed the harmonious collaboration between Naruto and Sasuke. Letting out an involuntary sigh, these two brats, who initially couldn't stand each other, have managed to work together so seamlessly. Madara, however, remained silent. For as he gazed at their retreating figures, he couldn't help but recall his own partnership with Hashirama. Chapter 10. Uchiha Shursui. The sunset painted the sky over Konoha in hues of crimson, the orange glow cascading over the training grounds. Naruto, panting heavily, sank to the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. Dad, isn't this enough training for today? I feel like I'm about to collapse. In response, Madara, within the confines of the ceiling space, crossed his arms and shot him a cold glance. Is this the extent of your fatigue? Hey, I've been training for 5 continuous hours. Naruto protested, visibly dissatisfied. Just as Madara was about to deliver another scathing remark, his Sharingan subtly shifted, directing his gaze toward the distant forest. A familiar chakra fluctuation emanated, an unmistakable sign of the Uchiha clan's prowess, and it was engaged in fierce combat. All right. Training is over. You may rise. Madara's tone suddenly deepened. Naruto paused. What is going on? There's trouble brewing on Konoha's territory, Madara smirked ominously. I'm curious to see who possesses such audacity. Naruto blinked in confusion. So? He was bewildered by Madara's reaction. This was the same man who had previously claimed indifference towards Konoha and the Hokage. Why was he now exhibiting a demeanor that suggested, Konoha is my domain? Dare to cause a ruckus and I shall annihilate you? Therefore, Madara's voice carried an undeniable command. Now, immediately, let us observe. The scene shifted to a clearing on the outskirts of Konoha. The training ground was bathed in a sanguine hue from the setting sun. And Uchiha Madara's breath resonated distinctly in the serene forest. His right hand gripped a kunai tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. 12 root ninjas, like specters, encircled him from all directions, their masks glinting coldly in the twilight. Suddenly, a shuriken sliced through the air, as Shursui evaded to the side. 3 figures lunged at him from 3 different angles. Observing this, Shursui swiftly formed hand signs. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Water release, water barrier. A searing fire dragon roared forth, charging at the adversaries ahead, only to be intercepted mid-flight by a suddenly risen water barrier. A torrent of white steam erupted, momentarily halting the assault of the root members. Truly, he was the instantaneous Shursui. Danzo approached slowly, leaning on his cane. But today, you shall not escape. Shursui clenched his teeth, his Sharingan whirling rapidly, capturing every movement of his foes. He noted the meticulous formation of the root ninjas, 3-man teams, each maintaining perfect offensive and defensive distances. More alarmingly, they had completely forsaken individual will, functioning as precise killing machines. Lord Danzo, Shursui suppressed the surging chakra, his voice steady. You must understand, the Kodowa Tsukumi is intended to prevent a coup by the Uchiha clan. This plan was personally approved by the 3rd Hokage. A peculiar smile twisted Danzo's lips, using the strongest genjutsu to placate a band of traitors. How wasteful. He lightly tapped his cane against the ground. Leave it to me. I can utilize it to create greater value for Konoha. What a chill suddenly washed over Shursui. Within the perspective of the Sharingan, the chakra flowing beneath Danzo's bandages appeared unusually murky, as if it had been tainted by a power that did not belong to him. So it was. Shursui's pupils abruptly contracted as he realized. Before he could finish his thought, a root ninja on his left suddenly launched an attack. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. The high-pressure air bullet howled toward him, and in the instant Shursui evaded. An enemy on his right had already completed a series of hand seals. Earth release. Yellow Springs swamp. The ground beneath him transformed into a quagmire in an instant. Shursui bellowed, chakra erupting beneath his feet as he shot skyward like an arrow released from its bow. However, waiting for him in the air was a 3rd group of enemies, 6 shuriken, each tied with an explosive tag, simultaneously soared toward him. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the explosions, Shursui's figure landed awkwardly. His forehead protector was blown away, blood oozing from the corner of his forehead obscured his left eye. Even worse, he sensed his chakra depleting rapidly. This is bad. It's toxic smoke. Shursui instinctively knelt on the ground. This is your last chance, Shursui. Danzo's voice slithered like a venomous serpent. Hand over Kodowa Tsukumi, and I can grant you a dignified death. Suddenly, Shursui laughed, blood dripping from his chin. Danzo-sama. Have you forgotten the origin of the name Shunshin Shursui? His hands transformed into afterimages. The speed of his hand seals so swift that even the Sharingan struggled to capture. Phantom Shunshin technique. In an instant, dozens of Shursui's clones appeared simultaneously, each radiating authentic chakra fluctuations. For the first time, the formation of the root ninjas fell into disarray. They could not discern which was the original. Futile, Danzo sneered, forming a peculiar hand sign. Would release, silent killing bind. What? Shursui exclaimed in shock. Would release? That's a bloodline limit unique to the 1st Hokage. How could Danzo possibly wield it? Before Shursui could regain his composure, several wooden vines erupted from the ground, precisely ensnaring one of his clones. The other clones instantly dissipated. This was Danzo's true lethal move. He had quietly planted the seeds of wood release during the battle. Cough. Shursui was tightly constricted by the vines. The sound of his ribs straining under the pressure echoed painfully. More terrifying was the fact that these wooden tendrils were siphoning his chakra. Surprised? Danzo approached slowly. Do you think I have lived for so long without reason? He extended his hand, and amidst Shursui's agonized screams, he brutally extracted Shursui's right eye in its entirety. Crimson blood dripped from his fingers onto the ground. For Konoha, Any power is worth pursuing. Shirsue's vision began to blur. Yet he remained fixated on Danzo. You have already fallen. No, it is you Uchiha who are too naive. Danzo reached out again, prepared to extract the left eye. Farewell, Shunshin Shirsue. Just as the moment hung in the balance, Shirsue's left eye suddenly erupted with an eerie crimson glow. The kaleidoscopic pattern spun wildly, an unprecedented surge of chakra erupted. This is. Danzo's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. The emerald green chakra surged skyward like a volcanic eruption, coalescing in the air into a colossal skeletal frame. Following closely, veins, muscles, and armor materialized in succession. Susanoo, first stage. Boom. The immense fist of Susanoo descended, causing the ground to collapse instantaneously. 3 root ninjas, caught off guard, were obliterated into mere pulp. Danzo rolled away in a desperate attempt to evade, his sleeves torn to shreds by the residual force, revealing an arm so pale it seemed ghostly. How could it be? Susanoo with a single eye. For the first time, Danzo's voice quivered. Susanoo, the ultimate ocular technique, could only be wielded by those of the Uchiha clan who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. According to records, its initiation required the full utilization of both eyes. Yet, before him, Shirsue had summoned Susanoo with but one eye. Blood streamed from Shirsue's 7 orifices, yet his gaze remained resolute. Danzo, you will never comprehend the power of the Uchiha. The towering green giant raised a spiraled longsword, its blade entwined with searing chakra flames. If the strike were to land, the entire training ground would be reduced to ashes. However, in the moment just before the spiraled sword descended, Susanoo suddenly began to collapse. Shirsue's chakra had finally been depleted, and the enormous warrior shattered like glass. He fell heavily to the ground, utterly unconscious. Danzo crawled from his hiding place. A sinister grin of survival etched on his face. It seems, victory still belongs to me. He limped towards Shirsue, his lone eye glinting with avarice. The strongest illusionary eye will be mine. Just as his fingers were about to brush against Shirsue's eyelid, a golden figure surged like lightning between them. Bang! Danzo was sent flying by a kick, crashing through 3 large trees before finally coming to a halt. He looked up in terror to see Naruto standing protectively before Shirsue. But even more terrifying was, at that moment, the young blonde's right eye shimmered with the crimson light of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Shimura Danzo. Naruto spoke, his voice resonating with the deep timbre of an adult male, a stark contrast to the boy who once trailed behind Tobirama, now invoking a sense of revulsion. Danzo's pupils constricted to pinprick size. He would never forget that voice. Uchiha Madara. Those who dare to harm the Uchiha. Are you prepared to meet your death? Chapter 11. Danzo vs. Obito. Transformation technique? Illusion? Or some forbidden jutsu? Danzo forced himself to regain his composure, speaking in a hoarse and somber tone. Whoever you are, impersonating the deceased is sheer folly. Naruto tilted his head, a smirk of arrogance curling at the corners of his mouth. Decades have passed, and the fools of Konoha cannot even recognize my voice? Danzo's pupils contracted slightly, but he quickly sneered. Ridiculous. Uchiha Obito has long perished in the Valley of the End. This is an irrefutable historical fact. History? Naruto chuckled as if he had heard a jest. History is merely a fairy tale penned by the victors. A surge of chakra erupted from him, creating a tempest around them. Danzo's expression finally shifted. The distinct chakra fluctuation that belonged solely to that individual. Impossible. But rationality swiftly quelled his astonishment. Even if the opponent truly were Uchiha Obito, what of it? He was merely a remnant soul clinging to the host of the 9 tails, and I shall eliminate him. Danzo suddenly issued a command, his voice cold as ice. The host is out of control. Eliminate him on the spot. The remaining 6 members of Root lunged forward in an instant. Naruto, or rather Obito, had initially believed this confrontation would be as effortless as crushing an ant. After all, since the establishment of Konoha, none had dared to act against him upon learning his name. Not even the 5 Kageyoru would have entertained such thoughts, especially during the 5 Kage summit. Had he been able to attend as the Hokage's guard, would those fools have dared to propose the division of tailed beasts? To hell with that nonsense. I acknowledge your bravery. However, as Obito raised his hand to form the seals, he encountered a grave dilemma. Naruto's limbs were too short. The adult sealing techniques were utterly ineffective in the child's body. Before he could complete a single seal, the first Root ninja had already surged forward, kunai aimed directly at his throat. TSK. Obito was compelled to interrupt his seals, sidestepping the attack. But Naruto's coordination paled in comparison to his former body. Despite his conscious awareness, his movements lagged. Swoosh. The kunai grazed his shoulder, spilling forth a spray of crimson. Witnessing Obito's injury, and by a mere underling no less, the Ninetales erupted into laughter. Gasping for breath, the Ninetales mocked. Ha ha ha. The legendary Uchiha Obito. Wounded by a mere minion. Obito's countenance darkened. Silence, beast. He could tolerate mockery from anyone, but the Ninetales' derision was intolerable. Swiftly, Obito adjusted his stance. Yet the second and third root ninjas had already coordinated their assault. A combination of wind and earth release jutsu sealed off all avenues of retreat, forcing him to retreat in rapid succession. This troublesome little body. Obito gritted his teeth in frustration. The disparity in limb length nearly thwarted his evasion entirely. At that moment, the fourth ninja suddenly emerged from beneath the ground, swinging a long blade downward. Obito jerked back violently, the blade narrowly missing the tip of his nose. He delivered a swift kick to his opponent's chest, but due to Naruto's insufficient leg strength, he merely forced the enemy back a few steps. Was it truly too much to ask? Danzo observed from a distance, a flicker of disdain evident in his single eye. Merely this. However, Danzo would soon pay a grievous price for his arrogance. Although Madara's control over Naruto's body was initially clumsy, this was only a temporary condition. After a brief period of adjustment, Madara began to maneuver the body with increasing agility. This became evident when he executed several backflips to evade an attack from a root member. Kneeling on the ground, Madara revealed a mocking smile. He had finally acclimated to Naruto's physique. The game was about to conclude. He flicked the blood from his hands. His pupils, once blue in an effort to adapt, now reformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. Confronted by Madara's overwhelming presence, 6 root ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a potent joint ninjutsu. Yet, Madara's speed was unparalleled. With a swift motion, he crossed his hands, forming the final seal before his chest. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Whoosh, boom. Unlike ordinary fire techniques, this attack was of catastrophic proportions. The towering inferno instantaneously engulfed the entire battlefield, the intense heat warping the very air. Water style, water barrier. The hastily conjured water barrier by the root ninjas evaporated upon contact with the flames. White steam surged forth like a ravenous beast, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Damn it. Fall back. But it was too late. Amidst the fog of steam, Madara's Sharingan traced a crimson arc. He gently flexed Naruto's youthful fingers, a cruel smile curling at his lips. The first victim. The nearest root member barely had time to form his seals. Madara swiftly maneuvered Naruto's petite body close, his right hand's index and middle fingers striking like venomous snakes, precisely piercing the opponent's throat. As his fingertips penetrated the windpipe, the pupil of the root member widened in shock. With a twist of his wrist, a crisp snap of the vertebrae echoed. The second. The root member skilled in wind style had barely completed half of his hand seals when Madara was already behind him. His small hand transformed into a blade, striking the third lumbar nerve cluster. The lower half of root member B became instantly numb, and as he knelt, Madara reversed his grip on a kunai, slicing through the opponent's throat. The third. Root member C, sensing the demise of his comrades, hastily conjured a water barrier around him. However, as soon as the barrier erupted, Madara was already before him, hands clasped around his head. A chakra-infused knee crashed down upon him. Fragments of the mask and splatters of flesh rained upon the surrounding waters. The fourth. At that moment, root member D, adept in assassination, caught sight of Naruto. Just as the poisoned blade was mere inches away from Naruto's back, Madara vanished. The next instant, his kunai pierced through D's jaw, traversing through the oral cavity and out the crown of his skull. Madara manipulated the opponent's wrist as if he were a puppet. The fifth. As the comrades fell one by one, the root member, without hesitation, tore open his clothing, revealing a plethora of explosive tags concealed within. Confronted by this full intent on mutual destruction, the kunai in Madara's hand was already embedded in the joints of his opponent's arms. In an instant of pain, Madara delivered a powerful punch to the adversary's face, simultaneously bestowing upon him an explosive tag. Boom. Amidst the fiery explosion, Madara had long since vacated the spot. The sixth and final root member, realizing he was no match for his opponent, attempted to evade the onslaught. Yet, the kunai hurled by Madara accurately pierced through his ankles. As he knelt in defeat, Madara swiftly crushed his cervical spine from behind, akin to snapping a withered twig. 6 lifeless bodies collapsed almost simultaneously, and Madara stood amidst the pool of blood, with Naruto's golden hair dripping crimson droplets. The battle, from inception to conclusion, spanned a mere 5 seconds. Such remarkable precision and agility surpassed Danzo's expectations. Madara's gaze swept across the battlefield, ultimately fixating on the direction in which Danzo fled. The bottle containing the Sharingan was conspicuously clutched in his hand. Attempting to escape? In an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing directly in front of Danzo. Danzo's solitary eye widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated Madara's speed to be so formidable. Uchiha Madara. Without uttering a word, Madara reached for Danzo's neck. This is bad, recalling the gruesome fates of his fallen comrades. Danzo realized that this Jinchuriki could easily crush his throat. Would release. With no time to ponder, he swiftly unleashed the would release technique. A multitude of trees surged from beneath him, compelling Madara to retreat. However, before he could withdraw, Madara severed the arm holding the bottle. This monster. A mix of fear and fury surged within Danzo, yet he recognized he was no match for Madara. He immediately bit his finger and slapped the ground with one hand. Summoning technique. Dream Taper. A vast cloud of smoke erupted, prompting Madara to frown slightly and take a step back. As the smoke dissipated, Danzo's figure had vanished without a trace. He escaped swiftly. Madara let out a cold snort, lowering his gaze to the Sharingan in his hand. The kaleidoscopic pattern had dimmed, yet he could still sense the power it harbored. At last, I have reclaimed it. At that moment, within the ceiling space, Madara turned, ready to boast of his exploits to Naruto, only to be struck dumb. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto's consciousness had awakened, standing upon the surface of the ceiling space. His pallid face and trembling blue eyes fixated on the horrific scene outside. A ground strewn with corpses, blood staining the earth, and the still-dripping Sharingan in Madara's grasp. Deedat. Naruto's voice quivered, his azure eyes filled with terror. Madara stood in shock. He had initially intended to proudly declare, "See, this is true combat." However, upon witnessing the fear in Naruto's gaze, those words caught in his throat. He opened his mouth, but found no words to convey. The proud expression on his face froze, replaced by a rare sense of bewilderment. The Ninetales, unusually devoid of mockery, instead extended its tail to envelop Naruto, gradually soothing his frightened heart. Gazing at Obito's retreating figure, the Ninetales murmured, "Hey, old man, you frightened him." Obito remained silent for a long while, ultimately emitting a soft snort before turning to walk deeper into the shadows. The little brat is indeed a nuisance. Yet, his tone was notably subdued compared to his usual demeanor. Chapter 12, Conversations in the Night. Within the confines of the sealed space, the water lay still, devoid of its usual ripples, resembling a lifeless pool. Naruto sat upon the surface, drawing his knees close, his golden locks cascading down to obscure his eyes, embodying a small, curled-up figure. The Ninetales exhaled a warm breath, gently prodding Naruto's back with the tip of its tail. "Hey, kid, stop playing dead." Naruto remained unresponsive, burying his face deeper. The spectral form of Madara stood a short distance away, his brow furrowed. He had never encountered this version of Naruto, the boisterous, vivacious child who was now as silent as an empty shell. "Listen, Naruto," Madara attempted to soften his tone, yet it still carried an unmistakable air of command. "In battle, it's either you die or I do. Those root ninjas, I know." Naruto suddenly lifted his head, his azure eyes brimming with tears. "I know my dad did it for me." His voice faltered, the weight of his emotions choking him. "But just moments ago, I could hear the sound of bones breaking." Madara's expression stiffened. He parted his lips, but found that his customary mockery and reprimands were caught in his throat. The Ninetales silently wrapped its tail around Naruto, gently resting it on his trembling back. "Humph. Humans are troublesome." Despite the words, its tail tenderly patted Naruto's back. As if soothing a frightened cub, Madara observed this scene, a wave of irritation washing over him. He strode towards Naruto, crouching down, and awkwardly extended his hand, only to freeze just as it was about to touch Naruto's hair. Ultimately, he placed his hand heavily on Naruto's shoulder. "The first time you kill someone is always like this." Madara's voice dropped to a near whisper. "When I was 7, I slit the throat of a member of the Senju clan with a shuriken. I spent the entire day retching." The Ninetales' ears perked up. "Huh? Madara Uchiha actually speaks such words?" Naruto looked up, tears still clinging to his lashes. "Really?" "Shut up, beast." Madara glared at the Ninetales in annoyance. He then turned back to Naruto. "But remember, only those who survive have the right to suffer. If it were you who died today, those guys wouldn't shed a single tear for you." The Ninetales covered its mouth with a paw, mockingly mimicking, "Only those who survive have the right to suffer, old man." Why are you suddenly so sentimental? Madara's forehead twitched with irritation. I see that I haven't beaten you lately. You must be itching for it, huh? As Naruto watched their banter, he suddenly burst into laughter, though tears still stained his cheeks. Dad, were you just comforting me? Madara abruptly rose. Turning to leave, what nonsense. I simply refuse to have my esteemed son, Uchiha Madara's child, appear so fragile. Yet his flushed ears betrayed him. The Nine-Tails grinned widely, curling its tail to draw Naruto closer. Ignore that proud old man. Allow me to share a jest with you. Once upon a time, there was a leader of the Uchiha clan, who, despite his concern for his son, chose to wear a grim visage. The echoes of Madara's furious roars, Naruto's laughter, and the Nine-Tails' audacious jest reverberated within the sealed space. The water's surface finally rippled in response. In the real world, Madara, to evade the relentless pursuit of the root, continued to manipulate Naruto's body. Behold, Naruto's diminutive frame bore the weight of an adult as he hastily navigated the depths of the dense forest. The Nine-Tails flicked its tail and inquired, "Hey, old man, where do you intend to take this kid?" Madara retorted with a cold huff. "Utter one more word about being old, and I shall give you a thrashing." Naruto, seated upon the water's surface, quietly asked, "Dad, is that person all right?" Madara offered no response but felt his pace unconsciously quicken. Before long, Madara discovered a humble wooden cabin, a resting place for hunters. With a forceful kick, he shattered the dilapidated door, dust cascading down. He laid Shursui upon a crude mat, his actions lacking gentleness yet avoiding any fatal injuries. "What a troublesome brat," Madara muttered, tearing strips from his clothing to serve as makeshift bandages, gathering some herbs to tend to Shursui's wounds. Though more adept at inflicting harm than healing, his survival skills from the Warring States era endowed him with the rudimentary knowledge of first aid. Half an hour later, Shursui's eyelashes fluttered, and he abruptly succumbed to a fit of violent coughing. In his dazed state, he instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch, only to grasp nothingness. "Don't move," came a youthful yet icy voice from beside him. "I have taken your weapons." Shursui's remaining left eye widened in astonishment, and within his blurred vision, he beheld a golden-haired child seated beside a fire, the flames dancing in the depths of those crimson Sharingan eyes. The Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. He instinctively recoiled, only to aggravate his injury, drawing a sharp breath. "Why do you possess Sharingan?" Madara leisurely toyed with a kunai. "That is a question I ought to pose to you. How has the Uchiha genius descended to the level of having his eyes plucked by Danzo?" Shursui's pupils abruptly constricted. "You know Danzo?" "Wait." He suddenly reached for his bandaged right eye, only to find it empty. "My eye. It was retrieved." Madara casually tossed a glass vial, within which floated a crimson eyeball. Though I failed to comprehend why such effort was necessary. Shursui trembled as he caught the vial, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan slowly rotating within the solution. His expression shifted from shock to confusion, ultimately transforming into a complex gratitude. "Why, do you wish to save me?" Madara stood and approached the window, turning his back to him. "Just passing by." The Nine-Tails observed Madara's pretentious demeanor, unable to suppress a roll of its eyes. Yet Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Dad is so cool. I want to be like that too." After a moment of silence, Shursui took a deep breath. "Regardless, thank you. I am Uchiha Shursui." Madara turned to him and inquired, "Once, there was an individual named Uchiha Kagami within the Uchiha clan. You bear a striking resemblance to him. What is your relation to him?" Shursui was taken aback. "Do you know my grandfather?" He was a figure from the era of the first Hokage, loyal to the second Hokage's guard unit. The fact that this individual, who resided within the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was acquainted with his grandfather suggested that he must have been born at least during the Warring States period. In response, Madara couldn't help but chuckle. "Your grandfather. You two truly resemble each other, both in appearance and temperament." Suddenly, Madara turned, his Sharingan locking onto Shursui. "Tell me, why does Danzo wish to extract your eyes?" The crackling of the fire illuminated Shursui's pale visage. Lowering his head, his voice hoarse, Shursui replied, "Because I intend to use Kodo Amatsukami to prevent the Uchiha coup." "A coup?" Madara's tone escalated dangerously. "Those imbeciles wish to rebel?" Back when he, as the clan leader, sought to lead the Uchiha away from Konoha, not a single soul had chosen to follow. It was astonishing that such a group would dare to stage a rebellion, unaware of these events. Shursui assumed Madara was startled by something else, thus merely offered a wry smile and nodded. "Lord Fugaku has already gathered the clan's elite. They are set to act in 3 days. I had hoped to use Kodo Amatsukami to alter his intentions, but Danzo..." Madara erupted in laughter. his voice laced with derision. To use the strongest genjutsu to prevent a bunch of fools from meeting their demise? Shursui, you are even more naive than your grandfather. Shursui retorted. But this is currently the only method to peacefully resolve the issues between the Uchiha and Konoha. Chapter 13. I am merely this child's father. The embers of the campfire crackled, their sounds echoing within the dimly lit cabin. Obito scoffed, his crimson Sharingan glinting ominously in the flickering light. Do you truly believe this pitiful group, incapable of even awakening their Manjiki, dares to instigate a coup? Shursui furrowed his brow, his voice laden with resignation. The situation of the Uchiha clan is exceedingly complex. We have been marginalized from the village's power center. Our authority within the security department continually eroded. And so? Obito interrupted him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. While resistance may be commendable, to act without absolute certainty is tantamount to courting death. The Ninetales flicked its tail, interjecting, Hey, old man, weren't you a rebel in your day? Obito let out a cold snort. Is it the same? I sought to create a new world, not to struggle in vain like a cornered beast. In his time, only Hashirama had been able to thwart him, thus emboldening his actions. A flicker of anger flashed in Shursui's singular eye. Then what do you propose we do? Obito crossed his arms, revealing a dangerously playful smile. Since you are so earnestly seeking counsel, I shall graciously present you with a few options. He raised a finger. Hang the heads of the current clan leader and the warmongering elders at the gate of Konoha. The remaining rabble will surely fall into line. He spoke with an air of casualness, as if the targets were already lifeless and would pose no resistance. However, Shursui's face turned pale with horror. Have you lost your mind? Those are our kin. Obito waved his hand dismissively. Such indecision. When Uchiha Obito and Senja Hashirama established the village, 7 elders from the Senja clan opposed them. By the next day, they had all mysteriously died. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Dad, that is incredibly cruel. The Ninetales grinned. I find it rather efficient. After all, the quickest way to resolve a problem is not to ponder solutions, but to eliminate the problem entirely. Seeing Shursui's expression, Obito raised a second finger. Then consider the second method. You possess a Manjiki, do you not? He gestured toward the bottle in Shursui's grip. Capture the conspirators and use your Jinjutsu to brainwash them, transforming them into loyal hounds of Konoha. Shursui's fingers trembled slightly, but the Sharingan is meant to protect peace, not to Navi. Obito interjected sharply. Do you believe Hashirama managed to quell the animosities among the clans through mere speeches? His Sharingan was not merely for show. It was a tool for subduing hearts. When they first formed Konoha, the opposition came not only from 2 clans, but also from various powerful factions. Had Hashirama not cautioned him against obliterating their enemies, Obito would have been disinclined to resort to Jinjutsu one by one. Shursui found himself at a loss for words concerning Obito's perspective and could only inquire further. Are there no other alternatives? Obito suddenly revealed a chilling smile. Or, I could assist you in informing Danzo. What? Let the roots and shadows suppress the coup. When they are mutually exhausted, Obito made a gesture across his throat, aiming to resolve 2 troubles in one stroke. Shursui abruptly stood up but staggered due to his injuries. You are even more terrifying than Danzo. Obito stretched lazily. If necessary, I can unleash the Ninetales to raise both Konoha and the Uchiha to the ground. After all, reconstruction is far easier than reform. The Ninetales perked up its ears. Hey, why should I listen to you? Obito jested. Haven't you always wanted to come out for a breath of fresh air? Shursui was utterly speechless, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was now absolutely certain. This child before him was a creature far more dangerous than Danzo. What? Not satisfied? Obito mocked. Then don't present that savior facade in front of me. Shursui took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Who exactly are you? How do you know so much about the Uchiha? Obito turned toward the door, the moonlight outlining his diminutive yet perilous silhouette. Just a restless specter. Nothing more. Just as Shursui wished to inquire further, Obito sensed something approaching rapidly. TSK, trouble is here. Almost instantaneously, the wooden window shattered with a flash of cold light. An Umbu ninja, wearing a raccoon mask, surged in like a specter, aiming a short blade directly at Naruto's limbs. Clang. The kunai collided with the short sword, sparks flying. Obito maneuvered Naruto's small body, managing to block the strike, yet the disparity in power forced him back several steps. The Umbu ninja leaped back, their voice filtering through the mask. Who are you? Why are you controlling Konoha's Jinchuriki? Obito shook his numbed wrist, a flicker of interest in his Sharingan. Oh? You enter and immediately attack? and only then do you start asking questions? Aren't you afraid of accidentally killing the Jinchuriki? Shursui struggled to rise. Wait, Itachi. He is not our enemy. The air suddenly thickened. The Umbu ninja's hand hung in midair, slowly removing the mask. Beneath the dark hair was a face that resembled Shursui's age yet was already etched with the marks of time. Shursui, brother? Upon realizing that the one obstructing him was indeed Shursui, Itachi's taut nerves began to relax. However, upon seeing Shursui's bandaged right eye, his three-tomo Sharingan began to whirl frantically. Your eye. Shursui touched his bandaged eye. It was a sneak attack by Danzo. And this person helped me retrieve my eye. He then produced a glass vial containing his right eye for Itachi to confirm. Obito regarded Itachi with keen interest. So this is the contemporary genius of the Uchiha? Itachi's killing intent eased somewhat, yet his Sharingan remained locked onto Obito. Who are you? Why are you inhabiting Naruto? Obito suddenly laughed. The laughter emerged from the child's body, yet it bore a hoarse timbre, steeped in the weight of experience. The three-tomo in his eyes began to twist and connect, gradually forming a more intricate pattern, the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The question lingered in the air as the youthful voice of Madara suddenly transformed into a deep and commanding male tone. You ought to inquire about the stone tablet in your ancestral shrine. Itachi staggered back as if struck by lightning, exclaiming, Impossible, this chakra. Both Itachi and Shursui were taken aback, for the chakra was unmistakable, belonging to none other than Uchiha Madara, the legendary ninja of the Uchiha clan. However, this individual should have perished decades ago at the hands of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, in the Valley of the End. Yet the fluctuations of this chakra could not be mistaken. It could only belong to an Uchiha, and such overwhelming power could only be attributed to Madara himself. In that moment, Shursui recalled that during their earlier conversation, this person had exhibited an uncanny knowledge of the intricacies surrounding the founding of Konoha. It dawned on him. But why? You. I am no one now, merely the father of this child. The two wished to inquire further, yet Madara interrupted their questions. Chapter 14. The plan to make Danzo the scapegoat. Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan trembled violently, fixating intently on the child before him, who possessed legendary chakra. His voice emerged almost as a whisper through clenched teeth. You truly are. Uchiha Madara? Madara smirked, a dangerous curve gracing his lips. What? The Uchiha brat cannot even recognize his own ancestor? Shursui's single eye gleamed with disbelief. But you clearly died? Madara let out a cold laugh. For a true warrior, death is merely the commencement of another game. These words prompted a scoff from the nine tails sealed within the space. What a charade. You're merely an old ghost borrowing your son's body. Naruto, filled with excitement, jumped up. So Dad was this powerful. I only knew Madara was strong, but I never realized he was actually Sasuke's ancestor. Wait, does that mean I rank higher than that conceited Sasuke? The thought made Naruto break into a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, far away at the Uchiha training grounds, Sasuke shivered slightly. Am I catching a cold? No matter, I must continue training. He wiped his nose and resumed his practice. After all, he couldn't just lag behind his brother. He couldn't even best Naruto. He had to work harder. The scene shifted back to the hunter's cabin, where a suffocating silence endured for a solid minute. Finally, Itachi inhaled deeply, executing a gesture that momentarily startled Madara. He knelt on one knee, performing the oldest ritual of the Uchiha clan. Ancestral Lord, please guide us. Madara raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, you do not doubt my identity? Itachi lifted his gaze, the intricate patterns within his Mangekyou reflecting in Madara's Sharingan. The design of this Mangekyou, aside from the original Uchiha Madara, I cannot fathom another. Shursui, with great difficulty, rose to his feet and bowed. Please, save the Uchiha clan. Madara regarded the two young Uchiha descendants, a barely perceptible ripple of emotion flickering in his eyes. How many years had passed since someone had besieged him with such reverence? Humph. Rise, he turned away, his voice remaining cold and stern. I have already stated. The fate of the Uchiha is of no concern to me. However, his Sharingan transformed back into its three-tomo form. Since you have earnestly requested my aid, I shall graciously indulge you in a performance. Soon, Madara drew clear lines upon the ground with a kunai, a meticulous plan gradually taking shape. He pointed and declared, First step, Itachi will return to the village with the injured Shursui, claiming to have discovered Danzo's plot to exploit the Jinchuriki. Madara jabbed the kunai emphatically at the name Danzo, then gestured toward Shursui's damaged right eye, emphasized his eye-gouging actions and the wood-release experiments. Madara's scheme elicited nods of agreement from both Itachi and Shursui. After all, if Danzo sought to seize the Sharingan, he must brace himself for retaliation. Moreover, their reasoning was grounded in truth, free from any deception. Madara continued, stating, subsequently, I shall unleash the chakra of the Nine Tails around the perimeter of the Uchiha clan's territory, creating the illusion of a Jinchuriki rampage. A cruel smile crept upon Madara's lips as he added, ensure that the current clan leader, I believe his name is Fugaku, coincidentally catches a glimpse of Danzo. Listening to the plan unfold, the Nine Tails couldn't help but chuckle. Danzo truly is a scapegoat, isn't he? Ignoring the Nine Tails, Madara turned to Itachi and Shursui, saying, when the Umbu arrived to suppress the situation, I shall feign being sealed. As Madara's kunai traced its path, he continued, your task is to convince everyone that this is all part of Danzo's conspiracy. Itachi's eyes sparkled with intensity. Lord Third will not be easily persuaded. Madara scoffed dismissively. Thus, he requires evidence. As he spoke, Madara produced a blood-stained scroll from his robe, then, with a single hand seal, summoned forth an arm from within. This is... Itachi observed the white arm, distinctly uncharacteristic of human anatomy. Madara declared, this belongs to that scoundrel Danzo. Shursui gasped, you even have this. Clearing the battlefield is a fundamental quality, Madara replied disdainfully, yet with a hint of curiosity, he mused, I find it somewhat intriguing. The cellular composition of this arm appears to originate from Hashirama. Hashirama? How could that be? Both Shursui and Itachi were perplexed. Madara, astonishingly, could ascertain from just the arm that the cells were derived from the first Hokage. Furthermore, after Hashirama's demise, his body had been interred by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. With Umbu guards stationed near the tomb, how could anyone stealthily obtain the cells of Hashirama? Madara, unfazed, remarked, Hashirama's cells are remarkably active. As he recalled an amusing incident, he addressed the two. Did you know? That fellow requires no effort. Simply standing there, even minor injuries can heal themselves. What? Both men widened their eyes in disbelief. The first Hokage possessed such overwhelming power. One could only wonder how formidable their ancestor must have been to withstand Hashirama's might. However, both failed to notice Madara silently scoffing at the thought. It was truly remarkable he had engaged in such a desperate act with a kunai back then. Before long, the plan had been fully devised. The moonlight preceding dawn filtered through the shattered windows, casting a silvery sheen upon the three. Itachi suddenly inquired, Ancestor, why do you choose to assist us? Madara gazed towards the rising sun in the east, stating, who says I am assisting you? His eyes sharpened suddenly. I am merely cleansing my own domain. After all, that old fool Danzo dared to meddle with the power of the Sharingan. In response, the Nine Tails squinted, baring its sharp fangs. Ha! Old fool, what truly concerns you is that this man has begun to threaten Naruto's safety, prompting you to eliminate him, is it not? Yet, within the ceiling space, Madara unusually refrained from retorting, instead gazing silently ahead, seemingly lost in thought. The Nine Tails' ears twitched, eyeing Madara's silhouette with suspicion. Something felt amiss. In the past, Madara would never have refrained from retorting to himself, and he would undoubtedly have unleashed a punch from his Susanoo. However, today, Madara exhibited an unusual demeanor. Hey, old man? Old Madara? Show some reaction. The Nine Tails continued to call out, and even prodded Madara's back with the tip of its tail. Yet, Madara remained motionless. The Nine Tails' tail hung suspended in midair, its fox-like visage gradually turning serious. Could it be that this fellow has fallen under an illusion? Just as it hesitated, contemplating whether to wake Madara with a claw. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the blue fist of Susanoo struck the Nine Tails squarely in the face. The tremendous impact sending ripples throughout the ceiling space. The Nine Tails was completely submerged, splashing water several meters high. Cough, cough, cough. The Nine Tails emerged from the water, shaking off its drenched fur, glaring at Madara. You old scoundrel. If you're going to act mysterious, then act mysterious. What sort of skill is ambushing? Madara slowly retracted his Susanoo, letting out a cold snort. You're quite noisy. Upon witnessing Madara's reaction, the Nine Tails finally broke into a satisfied grin. Ah, now that's more like it. Just a moment ago, with that lifeless expression, I thought you had been possessed by something strange. Madara disregarded its mockery, remaining silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Nine Tails, I had a peculiar dream yesterday. Huh? The Nine Tails was taken aback, then burst into laughter. The illustrious Uchiha Madara. Troubled by a mere dream? Madara chose to ignore its jest, his gaze still fixed on the distance. It was a rather strange dream. Chapter 15. A strange dream. The Sharingan of Madara flickered slightly, its crimson pupils reflecting the desolate battlefield buried deep within his memories. It was a land devoid of life, the sky tinged with a sickly shade of dark red, as if torn asunder by some unseen force. The cracked earth bore no signs of vitality, only an endless haze of dust swirling in the wind. In the distance, mountains severed in half loomed like the tombstones of giants, silently narrating the ferocious battles that had transpired here. At the heart of this ruin stood an indescribable monstrosity. It possessed 10 twisted tails, each the size of a mountain, its surface adorned with bizarre scales and protruding bone spikes. As those tails lashed about, the air was compressed, producing a deafening roar, while the ground shattered like fragile glass. The creature's form resembled a moving fortress, its skin interlaced with writhing black patterns, as if animated by an otherworldly life force. Most chilling of all was its enormous singular eye, its dark red pupil encircled by 9 tomo, coldly surveying the world below. Madara felt himself standing atop the creature's head within this dream. Yet, unlike his own form, he bore the cracks typical of the Edo Tensei, and those eyes. The Rinnegan. The fierce winds tousled his long hair, and beside him, there seemed to be a shadow, vague yet radiating a chakra he recognized. Together, they wielded the beast, as if orchestrating a cataclysm. Opposite them, a golden 9-tailed fox emitted a defiant roar. Unlike the familiar sight, this golden beast was not flesh and blood but a manifestation of golden chakra. Its body blazed with a fiery aura, 9 tails unfurled, striking the strongest battle pose. Yet, under the overwhelming pressure of the monster, the 9 tails were forced to retreat. 1 tail of the 10 tails swept across, and the golden beast barely leaped to evade, only to be struck by another tail from the side. The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly as a tail was brutally severed, splintering into shards of golden chakra scattered across the ground. The 9 tails let out a pained wail but still bared its fangs and charged again. Within this dreamscape, Madara recognized the one controlling the 9 tails. It was none other than his current son, Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, Naruto was enveloped in a coat woven from golden chakra. His eyes transformed into slitted orbs reminiscent of a fox. Positioned atop the 10 tails, Madara seemed to regard Naruto with disdain. He raised his hand, and the singular eye of the 10 tails began to gather cataclysmic energy. A blinding beam of light pierced the heavens, as the form of the golden 9 tails gradually faded within the brilliance. The scene shifted back to the ceiling space, where the water's surface suddenly convulsed violently. The 9 tails' appendages instinctively tensed, fixating on Madara, who was lost in recollection. A rare seriousness crossed its fox-like visage. "You old fool, you aren't dreaming of the 10 tails, are you?" Madara's Sharingan shifted slightly, turning towards the 9 tails. The 10 tails? Images of ancient texts he had perused flashed rapidly through his mind. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he possessed a wealth of secrets, yet he had never encountered any mention of the 10 tails in any texts. All records distinctly stated that there existed only 9-tailed beasts. In response to Madara's confusion, the 9 tails hesitated. Its claws instinctively scratched the water's surface, creating ripples. As the most formidable of the tailed beasts, it understood the significance of this secret. For millennia, humanity had relentlessly pursued the tailed beasts for their power. If they were to discover that the 9-tailed beasts were, in fact, a singular entity, it cast a glance at Madara's crimson Sharingan and recalled that being imprisoned on the moon. Ultimately, the 9 tails spoke. In legend, the progenitor of chakra, the essence of the 9-tailed beasts. A flicker of unusual light shone in Madara's eyes. "Oh? What do you mean?" The 9 tails snorted, its tail anxiously slapping the water. "I don't know much, just some tales I heard from the sage of 6 paths. The 10 tails is the amalgamation of us 9-tailed beasts, possessing the power to annihilate the world. The sage sealed it within his own body and divided its chakra among us, which you know as the 9-tailed beasts." Madara gazed thoughtfully into the distance. "So, in my dreams, I am controlling the 10 tails with someone?" Suddenly, the water erupted, and the 9 tails sprang to its feet, its fur bristling. Who knows? However, if someone truly could control the 10 tails, apart from the sage of 6 paths, it would likely be. Its words trailed off, its fox-like eyes narrowing as if deep in thought. Madara fixed his gaze on it. Only what? The 9 tails' ears twitched, and it ultimately shook its head. "No, it's nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking it." It refrained from uttering that name, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the true progenitor of chakra, whom even the sage of 6 paths had to seal away. If it were indeed her, this world would surely face devastation. Madara scoffed. "You're being cryptic, which is uncharacteristic of you." The 9 tails grinned, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. "What is this? The illustrious Uchiha Madara, so concerned about a dream? Could it be that age is making you sentimental?" The azure Susanoo instantly coalesced, its massive fist crashing down with a howling wind. The Nine Tails nimbly leaped aside, the spot it had occupied now a vast crater. It seemed that punch had been too gentle, Madara remarked coldly. The Nine Tails immediately assumed a defensive stance, its nine tails spreading like a screen. Hey, I was merely speaking the truth. Madara ceased his pursuit, retracting the Susanoo, and turned to walk deeper into the ceiling space, observing Madara's silhouette. The Nine Tails remarked, after all, it was just a dream. It couldn't possibly be real. Taking a dream seriously is not like you. Madara paid no heed to the Nine Tails' words. Continuing on his solitary path. A dream? That palpable sensation, Madara did not consider it to be merely a dream. Had he not abruptly awakened to find himself still in the ceiling space, he would have thought that was reality. Moreover, the name Ten Tails evokes an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Madara. It feels as though he harbors a plan centered around the Ten Tails. TSK. Frustration welled up within him, causing him to click his tongue. Though he outwardly refuses to admit it, he is acutely aware that his agitation stems not from the Ten Tails, nor from the lost memories, but rather from the unsettling dream in which he found himself confronting Naruto. Madara has resolved that this matter is best left as merely a dream. Otherwise, even if it were indeed a manifestation of his own self through the reanimation jutsu, that counterpart would be doomed, ultimately, in a place shrouded in secrecy. Madara resolutely made his decision. Chapter 16. The plan commences. The tranquility of the Konoha hospital, shrouded in morning mist, was abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. The on-duty medical ninja looked up to see Uchiha Itachi, bloodied and battered, assisting the severely injured Shursui, who had lost his right eye, as they burst through the doors. Quick! Emergency treatment! Itachi's voice resonated like a taut bowstring. Shursui's face was marred by dried blood, and a blood-stained bandage wrapped around his empty eye socket. Most alarming was the glass vial he clutched tightly in his hand. Within it floated a crimson Sharingan. The medical team was instantly thrown into chaos. It's Uchiha Shursui. His eye. Dear heavens! As the stretcher rolled down the corridor, Shursui quietly grasped Itachi's sleeve, whispering, according to the plan. Say. Itachi nodded almost imperceptibly. The third Hokage's pipe struck the desk with a sharp crack. You mean? Danzo attacked Shursui. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the old man's face, each wrinkle harboring a tempest. Itachi knelt on one knee, posture rigid. At 3 this morning, I discovered Shursui Senpai downstream of the Nagakawa. At that moment, Lord Danzo was commanding the root to seize his Sharingan. After a deliberate pause, Itachi produced a blood-stained scroll from his robes. This was found on a member of Root. The parchment bore the ominous title Nine Tails Chakra Induction Experiment, sealed with the symbol of Root. They planned to release the Jinchuriki's chakra near the Uchiha clan's territory to incite a riot. Itachi's voice dwindled. Shursui Senpai inadvertently overheard this plan, leading to. The third's palm suddenly smashed against the desk. Enough. The ashtray shattered upon impact, scattering debris across the floor. The Umbu agents eavesdropping outside collectively shuddered. It had been years since they had seen the third in such a rage. After all, the third had always been genteel and affable. But his fury this time was palpable. Soon, in the intensive care unit, Shursui lay upon the pallid sheets, resembling a marionette stripped of its strings. When the third pushed open the door, Shursui's remaining left eye struggled to focus. Hokage, sir. Don't move. The third restrained Shursui's attempt to bow, his gaze falling upon the vacant eye socket. The medical team indicated that the optimal time for an eye transplant is. Please, let me speak first. Shursui abruptly seized the third's wrist, his grip surprisingly strong. Danzo aims to incite a second Nine Tails disturbance. The morning light outside was suddenly eclipsed by dark clouds. Shursui trembled as he raised the glass vial. He took my eye. To control the Jinchuriki with Kotoame Tsukumi. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the vial containing his eye. Fortunately, Itachi acted in time. Upon receiving the vial, the third noted the severity of Shursui's injuries, inflicted only by a member of Root, and his expression turned icy. This morning, the Umbu reported that Naruto is missing. The third's voice aged a decade in an instant. What do you think? Tears flowed from the single eye of the water-stopping figure. Quick, save the child. He will be transformed into a weapon. This meticulously crafted lie pierced the most fragile memories of the third Hokage like a poisoned shuriken. As the elder turned, his ceremonial robe billowed with a decisive arc dispatch orders. In an instant, the Umbu in the corridor knelt en masse. Pursue Shimura Danzo for treason against the village. The voice of the third reverberated, causing the glass to hum. search all route hideouts. Yes. The Umbu responded in unison, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, the rising sun in the east grew ever more radiant, its life-affirming energy spreading forth. Madara, controlling Naruto's body, stood on the precipice of a forested cliff. He gazed down at the scattered Uchiha residences below, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Let it begin. Only this time. Upon hearing Madara's command, the Nine Tails began to unleash its chakra. A torrent of crimson chakra surged through the seal, flooding into Naruto's body, transforming him into an explosive force akin to ignited dynamite. A deafening roar echoed through the heavens as the scarlet chakra erupted from Naruto like a volcanic eruption. A tempest of chaotic energy engulfed a radius of 100 meters, uprooting towering ancient trees, while the ground cracked like a spider's web under the intense heat. Naruto's form became enveloped in a tangible chakra, manifesting a chilling fox-like exterior. His skin burned away under the searing chakra, revealing crimson muscle tissue beneath. From his spine extended four tails, each composed of pure malice, as robust as giant pythons. His facial bones twisted grotesquely, canines elongated into fangs, and his mouth tore open to the roots of his ears. His once azure eyes were entirely replaced by primal slit pupils, radiating a molten ferocity. For Tails' state, sufficient. Madara sensed the ferocious power, meticulously controlling the extent of destruction. He deliberately retained a sliver of rationality, ensuring that this rampage appeared both authentic and manageable. All right, let the performance commence. Boom. A chakra tail swept across, instantly leveling the Uchiha training grounds. Wooden targets turned to ash in the searing heat, while the ground of the shuriken practice area was gouged into 3-meter-deep ravines. Bang! The second tail struck the outer wall of the clan grounds, shattering the thick stone as if it were mere paper. Amidst the flying debris, several patrolling Uchiha ninjas were hurled away by the shockwave. Enemy attack. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki has gone berserk. The alarm of the guard echoed mournfully, plunging the Uchiha clan into chaos. Women and children were urgently evacuated under the protection of ninjas, while trained combat personnel assembled swiftly. As Fugaku burst from the clan leader's residence, he beheld a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The Four Tails Naruto was rampaging at the heart of the clan grounds. The heat wave generated by the chakra distorted the very air. More terrifying was the petite figure advancing toward the shrine. Everyone, heed my command. Fugaku's Sharingan activated in an instant, forming a defensive formation, prioritizing the protection of women and children. Suddenly, his voice faltered as a figure, wrapped in bandages, coldly observed the calamity amidst the charred ruins of the burning edifice. It was Shimura Danzo. Concurrently, Obito manipulated Naruto's body, orchestrating a meticulously devised display of destruction upon the Uchiha clan's grounds. In a flash, the Four Tails Naruto surged towards the plaza before the shrine, unleashing its four tails to strike the Uchiha crest. With a resounding crack, the century-old monument shattered under the intense heat, the force of the impact demolishing the shrine. Remarkably, this strike deliberately avoided the entrance concealed below. However, before the Konoha guard could exhale in relief, the Four Tails Naruto gathered chakra into a spherical form and unleashed it into the sky. The cascading chakra orbs rained down like torrential droplets, igniting several structures. Yet, the explosions were contained within a 10-meter diameter, affecting only those buildings from which all occupants had already evacuated. Quick! Stop him! The Konoha guard, unaware of the circumstances, shouted in frantic urgency. After a thunderous roar, the Four Tails Naruto propelled itself forward, using its tails to sweep aside telephone poles, sowing chaos in its wake. Numerous edifices were obliterated along its path, leaving behind a trail of terrifying claw marks on the main thoroughfare. Nonetheless, this theatrical destruction displeased the Nine Tails greatly. With an annoyed flick of its tail, it exclaimed, "Humph! Is my power to be squandered in such a manner?" Obito retorted with a cold smirk, "Furry nuisance. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead." In a corner, Naruto's consciousness, filled with concern, gazed outward. "Dad, those fleeing people." "Do not worry," Obito unusually reassured. "I have avoided all living souls." Meanwhile, as Fugaku pursued Danzo's shadow to the South Higu Shrine, he was met with a scene that froze his blood. There stood Danzo atop the shrine's roof, his right hand maintaining some form of control technique, while his left clutched a peculiar device. More terrifyingly, this device emitted waves resonating with the chakra of the Nine Tails. For the future of Konoha, the Uchiha must be eradicated. Danzo's voice was chillingly cold. Fugaku's Sharingan spun wildly. "You madman!" Chapter 17. Fugaku vs. Danzo. Upon the eaves of the Naga Shrine, two figures stood resolutely against the setting sun. Fugaku Uchiha's Sharingan glimmered with a chilling light, unwaveringly fixed upon Danzo before him. The latter's right eye was shrouded in bandages, while his exposed left eye glimmered with a disquieting disdain. How tragic. Danzo's voice grated like sandpaper. The esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan cannot even control a rampaging Jinchuriki. Fugaku's fingers slowly grazed the hilt of his katana. What exactly do you aim to achieve by orchestrating this attack? Over the past days, the Uchiha had already endured numerous suppressions from Danzo, retreating time and again. But why did Danzo still incite the rampage of the Jinchuriki? Did he truly desire the annihilation of the Uchiha? To eradicate the malignancy within Konoha? Yet, as Fugaku pondered, Danzo smirked and raised his left hand, revealing a peculiar device, the Sharingan of the Uchiha, more fittingly embedded within a true warrior. Danzo. Realizing Danzo's intentions, Fugaku felt as if his teeth would shatter from fury. His anger had reached its zenith. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. In an instant, Fugaku completed the necessary hand seals, unleashing 3 roaring fire dragons towards the rooftop. Unfazed, Danzo executed his own seals, albeit with a slightly peculiar motion. With style, would pillar wall. Suddenly, a thick wooden barrier erupted from the shrine's eaves, thwarting the fire dragons entirely. However, Fugaku had anticipated this defense. With an ethereal grace, he appeared behind Danzo, his katana unsheathed and gleaming ominously, clang. The sound of metal clashing shattered the air. Unbeknownst to Fugaku, Danzo had produced a kunai with his right hand, expertly countering the strike. As they stood in close proximity, Fugaku was astonished to observe the peculiar grayish-white hue of Danzo's skin beneath the bandages on his right arm. Could it be cells of Hashirama? Astute observation. Danzo sneered, his right arm suddenly swelling with veins. But alas, it is too late. With a resounding thud, an immense force surged through the blade, forcing Fugaku back several meters. Shaking off the numbing sensation in his hand, Fugaku coldly declared, to think you would steal the cells of the first Hokage, Danzo. You are truly deranged. Danzo offered no rebuttal, leisurely adjusting his sleeve. Do you understand why the third Hokage has always turned a blind eye to the Uchiha? Because you are like beasts confined to a cage, appearing ferocious, yet. He made a gesture across his throat. Silence. Fugaku's Sharingan whirled violently. The honor of the Uchiha is not something you can desecrate. Honor? Danzo scoffed. After being suppressed by the village to this state, what talk of honor remains? His words pierced Fugaku's heart like a dagger. In the past, while the Uchiha had indeed faced deliberate oppression from the second Hokage, they still held considerable power within Konoha. Yet now, under Danzo's ascendancy, the Uchiha's influence had been stripped away, their presence reduced to a mere fraction of its former self. Hearing Danzo utter these words, the fire of rage in Fugaku's eyes nearly materialized into a tangible force. Wind style, vacuum wave. Tuanzong suddenly launched an attack, and dozens of sharp wind blades whistled through the air. Fuyue's swiftly formed seals, fire release, phoenix fire technique. The fireball collided with the wind blades midair, and the resulting shockwave shattered the tiles of the shrine. Amidst the smoke and dust, Fuyue's figure abruptly vanished. Body flicker technique. Almost instantly, Fuyue reappeared at Tuanzang's left side. His sword swung down, aiming directly for the opponent's throat. Tuanzang sidestepped to evade, only to see the blade suddenly change direction, transforming the strike into a thrust, slish. The bandages snapped, revealing a grotesque, grayish-white arm. Fuyue's pupils constricted. The entire arm was covered in bark-like patterns, the fingertips even exhibiting wooden characteristics. Disgusting. Fuyue gritted his teeth. You dare to desecrate the power of the first Hokage. Tuanzang dismissively moved his arm. Power is power. What is there to desecrate? At that moment, Fuyue's Sharingan quivered. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Tuanzang's movements froze. Seizing the opportunity, Fuyue's sword traced a perfect arc. Thud. Blood splattered. Fuyue's blade accurately severed Tuanzang's right shoulder, and the grayish-white arm fell to the ground. Tuanzang clutched his severed arm and staggered back. However, Fuyue noticed that no blood flowed from the stump, as if it were a prosthetic. Yet, the severed arm on the ground bled crimson, proving it was genuine. Just then, a signal horn sounded from afar, indicating the gathering of the Umbu. Tuanzang cast a venomous glare at Fuyue. Consider yourself lucky this time. A smoke bomb exploded, and his figure vanished in an instant. Although Fuyue pursued him promptly, Tuanzang had already disappeared without a trace. With no other choice, Fuyue abandoned the chase and bent down to pick up the severed arm. The grayish-white limb twitched slightly in his hand, as if still possessing life. Tuanzang, His eyes burned with icy rage. This matter was far from over. As he turned, he discovered Itachi standing on the shrine steps, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Father. Fuyue tossed the severed arm to his son. Deliver this to the third Hokage, and inform him that the Uchiha demand an explanation. Meanwhile, with the arrival of Umbu reinforcements and Tuan Zhang's departure, the previously raging Four-Tails Naruto suddenly fell silent. The eerie red chakra enveloping him gradually dissipated, revealing Naruto's original form. Elsewhere, as Tuan Zhang fled, Madara controlled the Four-Tails Naruto to commence his final performance. The blood-red chakra still surged, yet the force of destruction subtly diminished. Each tailed beast bomb struck precisely in empty spaces, and every swipe of the claws narrowly avoided significant structures. Roar. The Four-Tails Naruto let out a deafening cry. His four tails thrashing violently against the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. This seemingly uncontrolled display, in fact, perfectly concealed the fact that the chakra was gradually retracting. In the sealed space, the nine tails lounged upon the water's surface, languidly flicking its tail. Hey, old man Obito, the show is almost over, it remarked. Obito's ethereal form stood with arms crossed, his Sharingan fixed intently on the unfolding events outside. What's the rush? The Umbu have yet to fully position themselves, he replied. The nine tails scoffed. TCH, my chakra is not meant to be squandered like this. Just as the words left its mouth, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. The direct Umbu of the Hokage had arrived at the Uchiha encampment. The Umbu captain swiftly surveyed the battlefield. The Four-Tails is in a peculiar state, yet the destruction is curiously contained, almost as if in response to his confusion. The monstrous entity at the center began to tremble violently. Crimson chakra receded like a receding tide, revealing a battered, golden-haired youth. The Umbu members, who had been on high alert for Naruto's next move, watched as he staggered a few steps before dramatically collapsing face down before them. The nine tails perked up its ears in the sealed space. Oh, that fall looked quite convincing. Obito let out a slight hum. The kid has decent bodily coordination. Come on. The nine tails grinned, revealing its sharp fangs. It's clearly your old self pulling the strings. By the way, it continued. He had the foresight to make himself look disheveled before feigning unconsciousness. Quite scheming, isn't it? The corners of Obito's mouth lifted slightly, a fundamental quality for the battlefield. As the medical team lifted Naruto onto a stretcher, no one noticed the fleeting curve of his lips. Chapter 18. The determination of 3 generations within the confines of the ceiling space. Madara stood atop the head of the nine tails, gazing down at the reflection of the external hospital scene on the water's surface. At that moment, the medical ninjas were cautiously examining Naruto's body. The nine tails, feeling utterly bored, idly stirred the water with its claws, attempting to garner the attention of the black-haired hedgehog atop its head. Regrettably, the figure opposite remained unresponsive, with no other recourse. The nine tails spoke up. Hey, old man Madara, how long do you intend to feign slumber? That kid's body cannot withstand such torment. Madara's spirit continued to gaze outward, the Sharingan reflecting the comings and goings of Umbu within the infirmary. What's the rush? The third Hokage is in a private discussion with Fugaku. Once they uncover Danzo's secret. TCH, the nine tails flicked its tail. You certainly have your calculations in order. But it suddenly lowered its voice. Aren't you afraid that when that kid awakens, he will come looking for you? He despises deceiving his comrades. Madara's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly resumed his indifferent demeanor. This is a necessary part of his growth. The nine tails rose to its feet, gazing down at the water's reflection. Oh? Then why did you deliberately avoid all the leaf ninjas while controlling his body? Not even a single Uchiha was harmed. Moreover, the nine tails scrutinized Madara, who had fallen silent, a smirk playing on its lips. Why did the explosions land precisely in the open? Why did you take care to protect the back of his head when he fainted? As the scruffy fox grew increasingly animated in its inquiries, a blue Susanoo swiftly materialized. However, the nine tails was prepared this time, shaking its head to throw Madara off, then leaping back to evade the attack. It grinned triumphantly. You've been caught out, haven't you? Old man Madara, you are simply. Silence, or I shall make you sleep for an entire month. Madara's voice, for once, bore a hint of irritation. Outside, in the corridor outside the special ward, the third Hokage stared intently at the severed arm in his hand. The grayish-white limb appeared particularly eerie under the illumination, the severed end faintly pulsating with writhing cells. Hashirama cells. The third's voice was hoarse. Danzo, what have you been secretly doing behind my back? Beside him, Fugaku Uchiha's expression was grim. Hokage-sama. This is no longer merely an operation targeting the Uchiha, conducting unauthorized human experiments, and even stealing the first cells. I am aware, the third said wearily, rubbing his temples, but the immediate priority is to ascertain Naruto's condition. I have already wronged that child, and now, sigh. Suddenly, the door to the infirmary swung open, and the head of the medical team hurried out. Hokage-sama, the examination results are quite peculiar. Peculiar in what way? The head of the medical team glanced at the report in hand and replied, there are no signs of control over Naruto. Yet the chakra flow indicates that he has indeed undergone a fierce battle. The third and Fugaku exchanged puzzled glances. No signs of control? But the Ninetales went on a rampage and launched indiscriminate attacks. Then why did the Ninetales go berserk? There were no signs of the seal loosening. Yet, all clues pointed towards Danzo. Could it be that he possessed some unique method of control? Meanwhile, in the sealed space, as Madara faced the Ninetales, the surface of the water suddenly rippled with unusual disturbances. Huh? Madara abruptly turned his head. This was a vague chakra apparition slowly materialized, gradually coalescing into the likeness of Uchiha Shursui. The Ninetales immediately bared its teeth. When did you arrive? One Uchiha is already enough for me, and now there's another. Shursui's ethereal image offered a subtle smile. No need to be alarmed. This is merely a small trick of Kodo Amatsukami. He then turned to Madara, ancestor. The plan is proceeding smoothly. The third Hokage has already ordered a comprehensive search of Danzo's strongholds. Madara crossed his arms over his chest, scoffing. It's an unnecessary endeavor. I have long said that simply killing Danzo would be the most efficient solution. Shursui sighed. However, that would incite greater chaos. This way, we can dismantle Danzo's influence while preserving the Uchiha's. His words were abruptly interrupted as the apparition began to flicker unsteadily. Is the chakra running low? Madara narrowed his eyes, instructing Itachi. I want to see results by sunset tomorrow. Shursui's image bowed one last time before dissipating into the air. As the first light of dawn filtered through the water's surface, Naruto's consciousness finally stirred. Groggily, he sat up and rubbed his eyes. Dad, I dreamt of devouring a colossal bowl of ramen. The Ninetales chuckled. That wasn't a dream. You were mumbling about it while you were unconscious. Madara gazed at Naruto's drowsy expression and suddenly placed his hand on the boy's head. Remember everything that transpired today, young one. His voice was unexpectedly gentle, revealing the truth of the ninja world. Naruto nodded, half understanding, before his eyes brightened. So, can we go eat ramen now? A black fist and an orange claw simultaneously struck Naruto's head. Ouch! Why did you hit me too, Ninetales? The Ninetales huffed and flopped back onto the water's surface, because you two are equally infuriating. Madara observed the chaotic duo before turning to walk deeper into the shadows. Yet, in an unseen moment, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. That night, in the Hokage's office, moonlight poured through the window, illuminating a desk cluttered with scrolls. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood alone by the window, the embers of his pipe flickering in the darkness, reflecting on the still unconscious Naruto in the hospital room. His aged visage appeared particularly weary amidst the smoke. The fourth, he murmured softly, his fingers absent-mindedly tracing the glass of the window. I have once again failed your entrusted mission. The memory of the golden-haired youth seemed to linger vividly, with a warm smile as he entrusted the swaddled Naruto to him. Yet now, that child had once more been ensnared in a perilous vortex due to the suspicions and schemes of the higher-ups. Danzo, the third's fist struck the window frame with force, scattering the accumulated ashes. He recalled that grayish-white severed arm, the collection of Sharingan discovered in the laboratory. The haunting scars on Naruto's body come to mind. Although medical reports indicate they are merely superficial injuries, each wound is etched into his heart like a knife. When did it become necessary for Konoha to resort to such means to maintain peace? The crystal ball replayed the day's events, the anguished screams of Naruto in his four-tailed form, eerily overlapping with the scene from 6 years ago on the night of the Ninetales. The third Hokage's hand trembled slightly as he suddenly grasped a terrifying truth. The decision to conceal Naruto's lineage may have been erroneous from the outset. If only they had revealed his identity as the son of a hero sooner. If only he had received more care instead of surveillance. If only they had decisively halted Danzo's human experiments back then. Countless ifs surged through his mind, ultimately coalescing into a heavy sigh. Removing his Hokage hat, he revealed his head of white hair. In that moment, he was no longer the astute Hokage, but merely an elderly man burdened with guilt. As dawn broke in the east, the third finally made his resolution. He unfurled a pristine scroll. The tip of his brush saturated with dark ink, resolution on the dissolution of Root, and the investigation of Shimura Danzo's betrayal. The first drop of ink fell onto the paper, spreading like a bloodstain. A determined light flickered in the elder's eyes. This time, he would not compromise. Chapter 19. The madness of Danzo. The air in the Konoha high-level conference room was as heavy as lead. 12 advisors and elders were seated around a massive round table, the flickering candles adorning the walls casting a dim glow. The erratic light fractured each person's expression into a mosaic of shadows and highlights. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood at the head of the table, his aged hand gripping an unlit pipe, his gaze cutting through the assembly like a blade. Danzo sat shrouded in the shadows of the corner, a fresh bandage wrapped around the stump of his right arm, his left eye narrowed slightly, resembling a serpent coiled in the dark. "Let us begin," the third spoke, his voice low and resolute. A silent Umbu ninja stepped forward, unfurling a sealed scroll upon the table. Within the scroll lay Danzo's grayish-white severed arm, still faintly twitching at the site of the amputation, as if infused with a life of its own due to the vitality of Hashirama's cells. "This was recovered from Uchiha Fugaku," the third announced, causing Danzo's eyelid to twitch involuntarily. His severed limb should have been in the possession of that golden-haired brat. How could it have ended up with Fugaku? The third, keenly perceptive of Danzo's unease, continued. "According to the medical unit's analysis, this arm contains the cells of the first Hokage," and he paused, extracting another report from his robe. "Moreover, we discovered 12 Sharingan in a secret chamber deep within Root. According to our investigations, these were harvested while their owners were still alive." A tumult erupted in the conference room. Koharu's teacup shattered upon the floor, scalding water splattering her garments. Her eyes fixated on the arm, her lips trembling. This is impossible." Mito Gate's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he turned to Danzo, his voice taut. "Danzo, you must explain." Danzo slowly lifted his gaze, a chilling glimmer flashing in his solitary eye. "For the sake of Konoha," he replied in a raspy, calm tone. "The Uchiha Sharingan is a perilous weapon that must be controlled." "Controlled?" The third scoffed, abruptly rising from his seat and slamming his palm on the table. "Is that what you call control?" With a wave of his hand, the Umbu promptly brought forth 3 enormous metal boxes. As the boxes opened, a pungent odor of preservatives filled the air. Inside lay 12 Sharingan, meticulously arranged in a solution, each labeled with detailed numbers and dates. The most recent date was merely 3 days prior. Danzo's pupils constricted slightly. "And this," the third declared, withdrawing a yellowed scroll from his sleeve and slamming it onto the table. "The Ninetales Jinchuriki manipulation plan, utilizing the Sharingan to alter memories and incite rampages." "Danzo, you do not even spare the orphan of the fourth Hokage?" Danzo's solitary eye scanned each individual present before settling on the third's face. A cold smile crept across his lips. "Hiruzen, you have grown old." He slowly rose to his feet, the eye beneath the bandage seeming to throb painfully, weak and indecisive. "Konoha in your hands will inevitably meet its demise." The third Hokage's gaze was as unyielding as iron. "So this is your justification? To ascend to the position of Hokage?" The conference room fell into an oppressive silence. Suddenly, Danzo chuckled, a sound reminiscent of something sinister emerging from the depths of hell. "Hokage." He abruptly tore away the bandage covering his right eye, revealing the crimson Sharingan. "What I desire is the complete eradication of the malignant tumor that is Konoha. The Uchiha Sharingan, the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. These unstable elements should have been eliminated long ago." Midogate leapt to his feet. "You have lost your mind. They are all comrades of the village." "Comrades?" Danzo's 3-tomo Sharingan slowly revolved, and in the presence of absolute power, there existed only useful and useless tools. The third Hokage slowly shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, only resoluteness remained. "Now, let us vote. Dissolve Root, and issue a nationwide warrant for the capture of Danzo Shimura." His hand was the first to rise. Tsunade trembled, but eventually raised her arm as well. 1-2. Danzo observed the hands gradually lifting around him, his facial muscles contorting momentarily before returning to calm. "Very well," he murmured, a palpable murderous intent radiating from his single eye. "Then do not blame me." In that instant, Danzo slammed his cane heavily onto the ground. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the walls of the conference room suddenly shattered. Dozens of Root ninjas, masked with serpent patterns, burst through the walls. Each wielded kunai that glimmered menacingly, and within moments, everyone present was taken hostage. Leading them was a burly man who respectfully addressed Danzo. "Lord Danzo." Danzo rose, his gaze coldly surveying everyone in the room. It is time for Konoha to change its ruler. Attack. With Danzo's command, all root members immediately hurled kunai and shuriken at those present. Tsunade screamed, and Mito gate and quickly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth flow rampart. A wall of earth surged upward, blocking the incoming kunai. However, more root ninjas swarmed in from all sides, plunging the conference room into chaos. The third Hokage's eyes bulged with fury. Danzo. How dare you? Danzo stood at the eye of the storm. A frenzied light flickering in his single eye, Konoha requires a cleansing, Horizon. It begins with you. He violently tore open his robe, revealing his torso wrapped in bandages. As the bandages unraveled, the onlookers gasped in horror. 3 Sharingan were embedded in his chest, eerily swirling. After losing his arm to Madara, Danzo had once again implanted cells from Hashirama into himself, simultaneously transplanting 3 Sharingan. He knew that the creature who called himself Madara would seek revenge. Thus he required means of self-preservation, and this was his method of safeguarding himself. Danzo formed hand seals, and a terrifying chakra erupted forth. His body began to twist and contort as the grayish-white Hashirama cells surged from the side of his severed arm, rapidly forming a brand new limb. Meanwhile, the arm that had served as evidence vanished as if it had never existed. Do you see? Toanzo laughed maniacally, his voice contorted and distorted. This is power. The power of the first Hokage. The power of the Uchiha. His skin began to crack, revealing the writhing cells of Hashirama beneath. He swelled like a monstrous being. The 3 Sharingan on his chest scanning the surroundings, sending shivers down spines. Madness. Tsunade sat slumped in her chair, ashen-faced. You have completely lost your mind. Toanzo, heedless of her words, raised his hand with fervor. Seize them. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the root ninjas surged forth like a tidal wave. The aged Hokage took a deep breath. He then calmly declared, engage. The same command echoed from the third Hokage, and in an instant, a massive summoning appeared on the ground. Almost instantaneously, the third and Toanzo vanished from sight. What transpired? The remaining individuals stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The hidden Umbu ninjas revealed themselves, with Itachi leading the charge. The root has begun its rebellion. All must be executed without exception. Meanwhile, on the desolate training grounds of Konoha, the figures of the third Hokage and Toanzo manifested. The summoning technique beneath their feet continued to glow, completely isolating the area within a 100-meter radius from the outside world. Do you believe that changing locations can alter the outcome? Toanzo's right eye glowed with a sinister crimson light, while the 3 Sharingan on his chest spun ominously. It was merely a delay of the inevitable demise. The third Hokage silently removed his ceremonial robe, revealing the long-unused armor of the Warring States period. The metallic plate shimmered coldly under the moonlight, the emblem of the Sarutobi clan clearly visible on his back. This action made Toanzo's pupils constrict. Donning that armor signified that the third had begun to take this seriously. One last opportunity, Toanzo. The third Hokage formed hand seals, and the monkey deity transformed into the mighty Rui Jingu Bang, landing in his grasp. Lower your weapon and accept judgment. Toanzo suddenly erupted into hysterical laughter, his mirth intermingled with the violent roar of chakra. Judgment? Coming from you, old man? Chapter 20. The third Hokage versus Danzo. Within the training grounds, 2 figures clashed with a speed that transcended normalcy. Each collision of the adamantine staff and the wooden right arm erupted with a thunderous roar. Bang! The third Hokage leveraged the force to leap back, the staff elongating unexpectedly to strike at Danzo's throat. To his astonishment, Danzo made no attempt to evade, allowing the iron rod to pierce his neck. However, rather than collapsing in a spray of blood, the body transformed into an illusion and dissipated in the next moment. What? The sudden turn of events left the third Hokage momentarily stunned. At that moment, the real Danzo emerged from the shadow of the third, his grayish-white arm coiling around his old friend's waist like a giant serpent. Wood release, insertion technique. Sharp wooden spikes erupted from his arm, prompting the third to grunt as fragments of armor mixed with droplets of blood sprayed forth. Bang! Yet, in the next instant, the third Hokage, pierced by the wooden spikes, transformed into a mere wooden stump, while his true form had already appeared 10 meters away. Blood gushed from the wound in his abdomen, and the third couldn't help but smile ruefully. I was a bit careless. Sarutobi, you are no longer my match. Danzo's Sharingan gradually closed, his ethereal form solidifying. He caressed the now closed eye and couldn't help but snicker. Do you see? This is immortality. Even if you kill me, I can resurrect. The third Hokage's expression darkened. As a veteran who had experienced the Warring States period, he immediately recognized the technique, The secret art of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi. Danzo cackled as he formed hand seals. It seems you haven't aged enough to forget. You recognized it so easily. With that, Danzo launched another assault on the third. However, the rhythm of battle abruptly shifted. With the power of Izanagi, Danzo completely abandoned defense, each strike aiming for mutual destruction. As the third's fire dragon flame bomb engulfed him, his charred body was reborn from the flames. When the staff shattered his skull, a new Danzo emerged from the shadows. Useless, daybreak. The resurrected Danzo licked his newly formed fingers, declaring, I can resurrect infinitely, in you. He glanced at the third's bleeding abdomen. How much chakra do you have left? After the third time he was slain, the third Hokage's breath had become erratic. Striving to steady his irregular breathing, he retorted mockingly, Not much, but it's sufficient to deal with you. Still stubborn as ever, Danzo swiftly formed hand seals. The air around his knuckles crackling with a piercing wind. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling, before unleashing. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Whoosh. Dozens of compressed wind blades tore through the air with a shrill scream. These semi-transparent blades, moving at a speed almost impossible to perceive, sliced through the third Hokage's body in an instant, severing it into multiple segments. As flesh and blood splattered, the dismembered form barely had time to release a stream of blood. Bang! With a soft sound, the shattered corpse suddenly transformed into white smoke and vanished. Shadow clone. Tobirama's pupils constricted sharply, his Sharingan spinning wildly. The ground beneath him trembled violently, in the deep resonant voice of the third Hokage emerged from the depths. Earth release. Earth flow river. With a thunderous roar, the solid earth transformed into a surging torrent of earthen yellow, engulfing Tobirama entirely like a raging flood breaching its banks. The viscous mud, interspersed with rubble, propelled Tobirama downstream with tremendous force. His body tumbled within the mire. His right arm, reinforced by the cells of Hashirama, grasping futilely for purchase, yet finding none. At the end of the mud flow, the third Hokage awaited, poised and ready. He raised his right hand high above his head, a pulsating bolt of lightning gathering ominously in his palm. Blinding arcs of electricity danced between his fingers, crackling with explosive sounds that ionized the surrounding air, infusing it with a charred scent. Lightning release, lightning spear. As Tobirama was swept before him by the mud flow, the third Hokage swung his arm down decisively. The 3-meter-long spear of lightning traced a perfect arc, crashing down upon Tobirama. The ground shook with a deafening explosion as the lightning collided with the mud flow, producing a violent reaction. The conductive properties of the earth release exponentially amplified the thunderous power, and a brilliant sphere of blue and white light rapidly expanded. Tobirama's body convulsed violently in the electric glow, his skin carbonizing and peeling away at an observable pace. Ultimately, with a muffled thud, he disintegrated into countless charred fragments. Panting heavily, the third Hokage knelt, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His chakra reserves had dwindled to a mere trickle, every breath accompanied by a sharp pain in his lungs. Normally, this combination technique would have been executed with ease. Yet now it had nearly drained his remaining chakra. You've grown old, Sarutobi. This little exertion has left you breathless. However, in the next moment, Tobirama reappeared before the third Hokage, utterly unscathed. Witnessing Tobirama's pristine form, the elder Hokage's fingertips began to tremble. Have you exhausted your tricks? At this juncture, Tobirama's right arm had completely transformed into wood, with writhing cellular structures visible beneath the surface. Yet, he remained unfazed, taunting. Let me see what hidden techniques the legendary professor of ninjutsu possesses. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the third Hokage suddenly broke into a grin. Then allow me to showcase my skills. With 2 fingers aligned, he pointed at Tobirama, Monkey King, Transformation, Adamantine Prison. The Rui Jingubang rose abruptly from beneath Tobirama's feet, instantly splitting and proliferating into 4 adamantine walls that ensnared him within. Tobirama scoffed derisively, his wooden right arm expanding and contorting. Is this all you can do to bind me? But the third Hokage was not finished yet. Rapidly consuming a soldier pill, his true form, alongside 4 shadow clones, materialized in 5 distinct positions, east, south, west, north, and above, surrounding Tobirama entirely. The 5 figures simultaneously began to weave hand seals, the palpable surge of chakra causing the very air to tremble. 5 releases, great multi-shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, a frenzied tempest, a searing dragon of flame, a high-pressure torrent, blinding bolts of lightning, and a barrage of jagged stone spears collided, fused and erupted violently within a confined space. The deafening roar of the explosion resonated as a terrifying chakra vortex formed from the 5 elemental energies. The interior of the adamantine walls became utterly distorted. Razor winds shredded flesh, raging flames consumed bones, torrents washed away viscera, lightning ravaged nerves, and rock spikes pierced through the body. 5 distinctly destructive forces simultaneously assailed every inch of Danzo's being. Even the outer walls began to fracture, radiant beams of light bursting forth from the spiderweb-like cracks. The body of the third Hokage was hurled several meters by the shockwave, his black armor clattering amidst the chaotic currents of energy. As the dust settled, only a charred pit, 20 meters in diameter, remained. At the bottom lay remnants of grayish-white cellular tissue, visibly vaporizing and dissipating. This time, the third had truly exhausted his chakra, half kneeling on the ground. The 4 shadow clones swiftly dissipated, returning their remaining chakra to the original body. Yet, this meager amount was but a drop in the ocean for the third in his current state. Had it been years past, he would have indeed perished from such an assault. However, the very occurrence he dreaded most transpired. Danzo's figure materialized before him like a specter, not far from where the third knelt. Chapter 21. Support? No, I have come to fight exhausted of chakra. The third Hokage knelt on one knee. The Kangon Rui staff deeply embedded in the earth, barely supporting his faltering body. Sweat mingled with blood dripped from his chin, creating dark pits in the scorched ground below. At this moment, his chakra was nearly depleted, and his lungs felt as if they were seared by fire, each breath accompanied by sharp agony. Before him, Danzo stood unscathed, having employed Izanagi to restore himself completely. However, with Danzo's resurrection, the third Sharingan on his chest slowly closed. Yet, there was no trace of fatigue on Danzo's face. Instead, it bore a twisted excitement. His right arm had fully transformed into wood, the cells of Hashirama stirring beneath his skin, continuously mending his injuries, rendering him more a monster than a human. What is the matter, Hiruzen? Danzo approached slowly, his voice hoarse and mocking. Is this the caliber of the Hokage? Unable to eliminate even a mere traitor? The third gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, but his legs felt leaden, as though weighed down by an insurmountable burden. He fixed his gaze on the last remaining active Sharingan on Danzo's chest. Izanagi, a technique that could alter reality, given the circumstances of their previous battle. Each time Danzo died, one of his eyes would close. Therefore, if he could kill him once more, Izanagi would be rendered ineffective. Yet, at that moment, the third lacked even the strength to form hand seals. It's over. Danzo lifted his wooden right arm, sharp wooden spikes protruding from his palm. I shall usher in a new era for Konoha. My era. Grandfather. A voice cried out. It's dangerous. Just as Danzo prepared to strike, a fierce wind blade sliced through the air, forcing him to leap back. The third turned abruptly. His pupils constricting, a blond youth had appeared at the edge of the battlefield, his blue eyes brimming with concern. Naruto. The third's voice trembled with fear. Get away. It's dangerous here. But Naruto shook his head, stepping forward resolutely. You've always protected me, grandfather. Now it's my turn to help you. Danzo halted, narrowing his single eye as he scrutinized Naruto. There was no Sharingan, no unusual chakra fluctuations. He appeared to be just an ordinary boy. Heh. Danzo laughed suddenly, his voice laced with cruel delight. A Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has come to me willingly? It seems even fate is on my side. He abandoned the third and turned toward Naruto. Boy, if you want to blame someone, blame your meddling, as Danzo advanced towards Naruto. The third struggled to rise and stop him, but he could only shout desperately, Naruto, run. Bang. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as Danzo looked down at his abdomen in shock. Following that, his body was sent flying as if struck by a cannonball, crashing through 3 large trees before finally coming to a halt. Amidst the swirling dust, Naruto slowly retracted his raised right foot. His once azure eyes had transformed into the crimson of the Sharingan. The corners of his mouth curled into a proud arc. His voice deep and laden with an oppressive weight. At last, I can exert some real power. Sensing that Obito's chakra was gradually exceeding Naruto's physical limits, the Nine Tails thrashed its tail against the water's surface. Worry filled its crimson eyes. Old Obito, be cautious. Your chakra already far surpasses Naruto's. Are you trying to kill him with your full force? Obito flexed his wrist, a dangerous glint flickering in his Sharingan. I am aware without your prompting. Hence I am currently using only 1/3 of my strength. 1/3? The Nine Tails rolled its eyes. Let me remind you, Naruto is merely a 7-year-old child. Do not treat him as your perversion. Obito snorted coldly, I know my limits. This amount of power is more than sufficient to deal with a mere amateur and would release. Suddenly, the Ninetales perked up its ears. Hey, be careful. That guy is about to use his last Sharingan. In the real world, the third Hokage stared in astonishment at the golden-haired youth, who seemed to have transformed. You. Are you, His Excellency? Obito clasped his hands in a fist, continuously stretching his limbs. Walking, he spoke. I told you, Naruto is under my protection. You should rest and recover here while I confront that bandage brat. At that moment, Danzo crawled up from the ruins, the last Sharingan on his chest spinning wildly. His expression contorted in disbelief. Impossible. Uchiha Obito. Correct. Obito manipulated Naruto's body, slowly raising his right hand, but alas, no reward was forthcoming. Danzo roared in fury, swiftly forming hand seals. Would release. Birth of the trees too slow. In an instant, Obito vanished, reappearing directly before Danzo. His small fist, infused with terrifying chakra, struck fiercely at Danzo's abdomen. Pooh! Danzo coughed up blood, his body curling like a shrimp. Yet, Obito's assault was not finished. He grasped Danzo's hair and delivered a knee strike forcefully against his chin. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones echoed across the battlefield. Danzo's body flew back like a rag doll, crashing through 3 half-height granite blocks before finally coming to a halt. Amidst the flying debris, he struggled to rise, the blood trickling from his mouth staining his pale face a dark red. No, this is impossible. Danzo howled, his voice distorted by madness. I have sacrificed everything for this day. With a sudden force, he slammed his hands against the ground, and at the moment his palms touched the earth, the grayish-white Hashirama cells burrowed into the soil. Would release. Birth of the trees. The ground trembled violently as hundreds of massive trees erupted from the earth. These trees grew at a pace defying the laws of nature, their thick trunks riddled with grotesque growths, sharp branches piercing the sky like spears. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield transformed into a primordial jungle, each tree radiating a bloodthirsty intent, surging menacingly towards Naruto. Faced with this terrifying ocean of would release, Naruto, under Obito's control, let out a disdainful sneer. Is this all you've got? In the crimson depths of the Sharingan, the encroaching sea of trees is reflected as Madara slowly weaves his hand seals. Compared to the arrival of Hashirama's would release, yours is pathetically feeble. Fire style. Great fire destruction. Whoosh, boom. What erupts from Naruto's mouth is not mere flames, but a hellish inferno of scarlet. The waves of fire collide with the towering trees, instantly carbonizing the wood at the point of contact, distorting and shattering it under the searing heat. Immediately following, Madara intensifies the output of flames, expanding the fiery expanse threefold, transforming it into a colossal wall of fire towering dozens of meters high, engulfing the entire forest. Boom. The explosive chakra triggers a chain reaction in the air, the shockwave tearing unburned trees to splinters. The once towering forest, which blotted out the sun, crumbles before this cataclysmic fire technique, as fragile as a child's toy. Charred wood splinters whirl through the air, becoming scattered embers in the heat wave. The scorching currents distort vision, and even the distant rocks begin to melt into molten crimson magma. Danzo stands frozen in place, his face contorted in a grimace. In his pupils, the inferno is mirrored, alongside the diminutive yet godlike figure at its heart. He cannot fathom that this devastation is unleashed by a mere 7-year-old child. Is Uchiha Madara truly this exaggerated? Madara lowers his hands from the seals and strides toward Danzo. Did you think I came here to assist that brat Sarutobi? With that, he seizes Danzo by the throat, sneering coldly. No, I have come to strike. Chapter 22. Is Izanagi invincible? No, you have yet to encounter me. A short while later, Danzo lay prostrate on the ground, his ashen hair matted with blood against his forehead, and his right arm, augmented by Hashirama-S cells, had twisted grotesquely. Trembling, he lifted his head, his single eye reflecting the image of a 7-year-old golden-haired child. At this moment, that pair of crimson Sharingan gazed down upon him, reminiscent of a deity surveying mere insects. No, it cannot be. Danzo's throat emitted a hoarse whisper. How could a mere child possess such power? A 7-year-old. A being he could crush with a single hand. Why was he so formidable in the grasp of Uchiha Madara? Was this truly the Uchiha Madara that even the first Hokage could contend with? Madara manipulated Naruto to approach slowly, the soles of the small boots crunching softly against the charred earth. He tilted his head, revealing a disquieting smile. It seems you have yet to grasp the reality of your situation. Suddenly, Naruto's small hand clutched Danzo's throat. Had it not been for Naruto's insufficient height, he would have lifted Danzo's entire upper body. Yet, even so, the arm of the 7-year-old which ought to be frail and delicate, was as unyielding as steel. Behold, Madara's voice rumbled like thunder. This is true power. As Danzo felt the pressure gradually intensifying beneath that small palm, breathing became increasingly arduous. However, Danzo remained unperturbed, for the last Sharingan embedded in his chest still turned. The effect of his Izanagi persisted. Ha 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 ha. He coughed up blood, laughing maniacally. You cannot kill me. As long as this eye remains, only for a mere minute, is it? Madara's mocking tone sliced through the air like ice against steel. To see our clan's secret technique so recklessly wielded is truly irritating. On Naruto's youthful visage, an alarming transformation occurred in those eyes. The three tomos spun wildly, intertwining into an enchanting pattern of an eternal kaleidoscope, deep within his crimson pupils. It seemed as though blood flowed slowly. But you must understand, Madara gradually raised Naruto's small hand. Izanagi is not invincible. What do you mean? Danzo's single eye dilated in terror, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The Sharingan in his chest whirled anxiously, as if sensing a higher-tier Jinjutsu suppressing him. A cruel smile crept across Madara's lips. Izanagi can indeed alter reality, but it must align with your perception of reality. At the moment their Sharingan locked in a gaze crack, Danzo seemed to hear the shattering of his mental realm. The world spun violently in an instant. When Danzo regained his senses, he found himself standing in an endless expanse of crimson. The ground was thick with congealed blood, and each step he took sent nauseating ripples across the surface. Suddenly, thousands of mirrors rose from the sea of blood, encircling him completely. Each mirror reflects the darkest moments of his life. In the left mirror, Yahiko resolutely takes his own life to protect his companions, while he and Hanzo the Salamander observe coldly. In the right mirror, the Ninetales rampages through Konoha. Faced with subordinates eager to assist, he chooses to deny them. In the mirror behind him, within the Konoha orphanage, he surrounds the former Umbu assassin, Yakushi no Nai, with the lives of all the children in the orphanage. The most terrifying aspect is when all the reflections of him suddenly turn their heads in unison, synchronously mouthing, "This is all for Konoha. This is all for the Hokage position. This is all for myself." The sound waves crash against Danzo's eardrums as if they were tangible. The triple utterance reverberates through the space, layering upon one another until it transforms into a piercing shriek. He frantically covers his ears, only to discover that his palms have inexplicably morphed into stark, white bones. No, this isn't real. Danzo collapses into the sea of blood, the viscous liquid gradually rising past his knees, waist, and chest. I did this for. The countless reflections of him suddenly reach out, their pallid arms penetrating the mirror's surface, grasping his body tightly. Welcome to reality. All the Danzos whisper in unison. In the real world, Danzo's body begins to convulse violently. He writhes like a fish out of water, his gray-white hair soaked in sweat, foam spilling from the corners of his mouth. The Sharingan beneath the bandages loses its luster at a visible pace. First, the vivid red fades, then murky gray spots emerge, ultimately transforming into a lifeless orb. Cognition is reality. Madara coldly observes this. How can a lie that deceives even oneself deceive the world? As Izanagi concludes, Danzo collapses like a marionette with severed strings, his murky single eye frozen in disbelief. Madara releases his grip on Danzo's throat, allowing this aged body to fall to the ground like a rag. Blood seeps slowly from Danzo's 7 orifices, creating eerie patterns on the scorched earth. Now, Madara raises Naruto's small right foot, chakra gathering beneath it into a blue halo. It is time to end this. Just as the sole of the boot is about to crush Danzo's skull, hey, old Madara. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales suddenly swings out 3 tails, completely covering Naruto's consciousness with them. There's still a child here. Don't let him see this. Madara's spirit raises an eyebrow. You, mangy fox, when did you become so considerate? Enough chatter. The Ninetale snarls, hurry up and kill, stop dawdling. In the real world, a glimmer of clarity suddenly returns to Danzo's solitary eye. In the final moments of his life, he manages to break free from the illusion. Uchiha Madara. He struggles to lift his hand. You will never understand my reason. I do not need to understand. Snap. Without hesitation, Madara crushes Danzo's skull. The sound of the skull shattering was crisp and clean, akin to the crushing of a ripe watermelon. Blood splattered across Naruto's youthful face, but was swiftly evaporated by the searing heat into dark crimson scabs. Obito, manipulating this small body, gazed down upon the grotesque remains that had once been human. Devoid of any joy in victory, only an endless weariness. A monotonous conclusion. When Obito's consciousness withdrew, Naruto regained control of his body. He blinked in confusion, realizing that the chakra of the Ninetales had enveloped his vision without his notice. Naruto fumbled with his hands, calling out, "Uncle Ninetails, why can't I see anything?" "Don't panic." The Ninetails responded, unusually flustered. Your father said you must avoid bright light right now." In the distance, the third Hokage struggled to rise. Catching sight of the bloodstains lingering on Naruto's face, the elderly man sighed deeply within, removing his tattered ceremonial robe to gently wipe away the glaring red. Feeling the sensation on his face, Naruto tentatively asked, "Grandpa Third?" "Yes, it's me." Although exhausted, the Third's face radiated kindness and warmth as he took Naruto's small hand, saying, "Naruto, let us return home." "All right." As Naruto followed the third Hokage on their way home, within the ceiling space, Obito lay as usual atop the Ninetails' head. Over the years, the Ninetails had grown accustomed to Obito's presence, feeling no discomfort. However, just as the Ninetails intended to lie down and rest, Obito's voice echoed from atop his head. "Thanks." The Ninetails' ears perked up suddenly, thinking he misheard. "Huh? Old Obito, what did you just say?" "Nothing." Obito replied irritably, closing his eyes, mud of a fox. Yet, the Ninetails distinctly noticed that the once invincible Azura seemed to have a fleeting smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 23. After Danzo's death. The day after Danzo's demise, the news spread through the hidden village of Konoha like a silent breeze, swiftly reaching every corner. Some breathed a sigh of relief, while others remained silent. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of many, especially those ninjas who had long suffered under the watchful eye of Root. His body was interred by the third Hokage himself. Although Danzo's actions were widely despised, he had been a long-time acquaintance, and the third Hokage wished to lay his old friend to rest within the village. The circumstances surrounding Danzo's death led everyone to believe that he had been slain by the third Hokage's own hand. However, the higher-ups quickly sealed this information. For if it were revealed that Naruto had been the one to end Danzo's life, his existence would become even more precarious. With Danzo's passing, the Root organization he led was officially disbanded. Most of its members, having undergone extensive indoctrination, found their loyalty to Danzo unfathomable. Many had already taken their own lives at the moment of his death. The remaining members were absorbed into the third Hokage's direct Umbu forces for monitoring and rehabilitation. Thus, the dynamics within Konoha underwent a subtle yet profound transformation. For the Uchiha clan, this was undoubtedly a pivotal moment. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi stood within the dimly lit underground chamber of the South-He Shrine, the flickering torchlight casting shadows of ancient clan symbols upon the walls. Before them lay several corpses, the wounds indicating they had all taken their own lives. These individuals were well known to Shisui and Itachi. They were the main proponents of the Uchiha's militant faction, radical and wrathful, having shouted for rebellion against Konoha countless times during clan meetings. Indeed, Itachi murmured, the crimson of his Sharingan swirling with 3 tomo. Shisui knelt, gently pressing his fingers against the forehead of one of the deceased, azure chakra flickering faintly. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, his expression grave. Their chakra flow in the brain is abnormal. Someone has been using high-level genjutsu to manipulate their thoughts for an extended period. Itachi closed his eyes, recalling the peculiarities that had plagued the clan over the past few years, the vehement rhetoric, the baseless hatred, even the animosity directed towards the more moderate members like themselves. So it was him, he concluded coldly. No, it cannot be him. Shisui shook his head. Such a level of genjutsu requires the wielder to possess a Manjiki Sharingan. Noticing Itachi's silence, Shisui raised his gaze. Who did you have in mind? Itachi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Aside from the ancestor residing within Naruto, there is another individual who raises suspicion. Who? The masked man who compelled me to awaken my eyes. With that, the two fell into a contemplative silence. Following the elimination of the core figures of the militant faction, the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan began to shift subtly. During clan meetings, the once frantic roars were replaced by quiet contemplation and cautious discourse. Fugaku still occupied the seat of authority. Yet his gaze was no longer shrouded in shadows, but rather infused with a complex array of emotions. Konoha has recently eased its surveillance over us. A Jonin spoke in hushed tones. The shadows within the Uchiha clan have retreated significantly, even altering their patrol routes. Another person added this observation. Fugaku did not respond immediately. Instead, he gently caressed the teacup in his hands. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. Let us observe for now. Due to the past inaction of Konoha, Fugaku ultimately could not let down his guard. However, rather than a coup, he hoped for a peaceful resolution between both sides. Meanwhile, Sasuke strolled along the streets of the Uchiha district, when he suddenly halted. It feels different somehow. In the past, every time he entered the clan's territory, he would sense an invisible oppression, as if the very air was thick with a restless unease. Yet now, that sensation had dissipated. The clan members on the street no longer rushed by. Occasionally, someone even nodded in his direction, a gesture that would have been nearly impossible before. He looked up to the sky, where the golden hues of the setting sun bathed the Uchiha emblem in a warm orange glow. Yet beneath this day of tranquility, undercurrents still churned. In a dark underground cavern, Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. His hoarse voice carried a hint of amusement. Danzo is dead. And both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi have sensed something amiss. Those tools are no longer useful. The plan has been disrupted. In the shadows, Obito's mask subtly shifted, the pattern of his Sharingan glimmering coldly in the darkness. No matter, he said in a low, calm tone, they are merely pawns. New ones can easily be found. White Zetsu chuckled in agreement. After all, humans are always filled with hatred. With a little provocation, they will turn on each other. Obito offered no reply, merely gazing quietly at the distant village of Konoha. The last rays of the setting sun cast a golden light on the cobbled streets of the Uchiha clan. Naruto, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, kicked at a small stone, trudging forward. Damn it, why did I even come here? He raked his fingers through his hair, feeling exasperated. Although Madara had assured them that no one was harmed during the attack on the Uchiha compound, he had been too busy afterward to confirm Sasuke's situation. Thus, Naruto hurried over without a second thought. However, to admit he had come to see Sasuke would be more difficult than facing death itself. Hey, straggler. A cold voice interrupted from behind, causing Naruto to whip around, facing Sasuke's dark eyes. Whoa, he exclaimed, jumping back in surprise. What are you doing sneaking up on me? Sasuke crossed his arms, his brow furrowed slightly. This is the Uchiha district. What are you doing lurking here? Lurking? I'm just passing through. Naruto retorted, his temper flaring. I just happened to be passing by. Passing by? Sasuke scoffed. You went halfway around Konoha to get to the Uchiha district from the Ninja Academy? Naruto's face flushed as he stubbornly replied, It's my choice. What business is it of yours? Sasuke fell silent, regarding him with an expression that conveyed sheer incredulity. Silence enveloped them, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. What on earth is he here for? Sasuke felt an inexplicable irritation brewing within him. Naruto scratched his head, pondering for a while before finally uttering, Is everything all right in your clan lately? Sasuke's gaze sharpened. What have you heard? Huh? Nothing. Naruto quickly waved his hands. Last time, I lost control and accidentally caused some damage at your place. So. Sasuke's expression instantly turned cold. That has nothing to do with you. Who cares? Naruto's temper flared. I was just asking. Then go ask someone else. You. Naruto clenched his fists tightly, then abruptly relaxed them, gritting his teeth. Forget it. It's impossible to have a proper conversation with someone like you. He turned to leave, his back bristling with indignation, resembling a feisty fox. Sasuke stood rooted to the spot, watching as Naruto's silhouette vanished around the corner. Feeling a flicker of warmth in his heart, he was aware that Naruto had wreaked havoc on several Uchiha buildings, yet throughout the ordeal, no one had been injured. Thus, Sasuke bore no resentment towards Naruto. Moreover, upon learning that Naruto had been harboring a monster within him, he felt a sense of awe. After all, were it not for Naruto serving as a vessel for that creature, countless lives would have been at stake. Consequently, he harbored a modicum of gratitude towards Naruto. However, expressing such sentiments would be far more challenging than simply taking his life. Chapter 24. The appearance of the biological father. Time flies and days and months pass swiftly. It has been 2 years since Danzo initiated the coup. At this moment, the training ground of the Ninja Academy is filled with dust and commotion. Bang! Another impressive shoulder throw. Naruto supports himself with one hand and flips over, landing gracefully. He grins widely and exclaims, How about that, Irika-sensei? This time, I won, right? The Chunin across from him clutches his numbed arm and shakes his head with a wry smile. You little rascal. Your practical skills are outstanding. Yet why do you always fail the written exams? Naruto scratches his head, his smile slightly stiff. Haha. Those theory classes are just so boring. All of Naruto's words are etched in Madara's mind. He sits cross-legged on the surface of the chakra water, propping his chin on one hand, unwilling to gaze at the unfolding scene. Particularly, the Ninetales beneath him is laughing uproariously. Ha ha ha. After all these years of teaching, you've produced a mere brawler with no literacy? Your legendary title as a ninja is about to change. Madara's gaze instantly turns icy. You mangy fox. Do you think I've been too lenient lately? The Ninetales immediately falls silent. After all, even if it were not sealed, it could not contend with Uchiha Madara, let alone in its current state. Should a confrontation arise, it would merely be pressed into the ground. Noticing the Ninetales' sudden discretion, Madara refrains from further reprimanding him. Sensing the withdrawal of Madara's murderous intent, the Ninetales speaks up, but honestly, your teaching methods have become outdated for today's children. Madara can only respond with helplessness. I know, but I have exhausted all the gentle methods at my disposal. If it were to teach others how to fight or kill, he could draw connections and elucidate from various perspectives. Yet, when it comes to teaching, I can only sigh. The Ninetales flicks its tail and remarks that Irika fellow is quite remarkable. Without him over the past few years, Naruto would truly be illiterate. Indeed, before the words can fully leave his lips, Madara's pupils suddenly constrict. Wait a moment. His gaze sharpens, scanning the depths of the ceiling space, where there should only be endless darkness and the flow of chakra. However, just moments ago, he sensed an unusual fluctuation of chakra. Ninetales is there. Someone else here besides us. The Ninetales squints suspiciously at the surroundings. Have you lost your mind? Who else could be here aside from you and me? Ignoring the taunt, Madara furrows his brow. No, that cannot be. His pitch-black pupils instantaneously shift, transforming into the swirling crimson of the Sharingan. His vision pierces through the mist of chakra, locking firmly onto a specific corner of the ceiling technique. Madara speaks coldly. Someone is spying on us. The Ninetales is taken aback. What? Is it from outside? Ever since Danzo's demise, that old man of the third Hokage should have disbanded the Umbu's deployment. Not from outside, but from within, right here in this seal. As he speaks, Madara gestures toward the ground beneath them, the 8-trigram seal, the very space they occupy. Buzz, a faint golden light flickers in the depths of the ceiling space, only to vanish swiftly. The Susanoo of Uchiha Madara surged dramatically, as a colossal blue chakra hand reached fiercely toward that direction. Come out. A resounding crash echoed as the violent chakra collided with the ceiling barrier, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Naruto's body jolted in the external world, nearly causing him to topple over. Naruto? What's wrong? Irika hastily supported him. And no. I'm fine. Naruto managed a strained smile, though unease gnawed at his heart. His dad? Arguing with Uncle Ninetales again? In the past, they had clashed, but never had it been as intense as today. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, Madara's Susanoo struck air. Yet, the peculiar chakra did not dissipate. Rather, it seemed to grow agitated, gradually coalescing. As I suspected, Madara sneered, a hidden presence. At that moment, the Ninetales also sensed something amiss. His slit pupils narrowing. This chakra, how is this possible? In the next instant, a brilliant golden light erupted. A slender figure emerged from the depths of the seal, golden hair shimmering in the reflected chakra, and azure eyes exuding calm determination. Who are you? Why have you appeared here? The voice was gentle yet deep, laced with an undercurrent of lethal intent. Madara, equally menacing, retorted. That is a question I should pose to you. Who are you? However, before either could engage, the Ninetales' pupils constricted violently as he incredulously growled, Fourth Hokage. Hokage? Upon hearing the Ninetales, Madara finally recognized the golden-haired man before him as none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. A flicker of astonishment crossed Madara's eyes, swiftly replaced by a chilling malice. Ah, so it is, the fourth Hokage. You actually left a contingency within the seal? Minato did not deny it but regarded him with calm resolve. I cannot allow you to disrupt the seal, nor can I permit you to harm Naruto. Madara scoffed. With just a remnant of chakra, you think you can stop me? Minato's gaze was unwavering. Even if it is but a sliver of chakra, I will thwart you. The atmosphere within the ceiling space was taut with tension. The Ninetales fixed his gaze on Minato, his voice hoarse. Fourth Hokage, you knew Madara would appear here? Minato shook his head. No, the chakra I left was merely a precaution against the Ninetales going berserk, but I did not anticipate. He glanced at Madara, his expression complex, knowing that Uchiha Madara's spirit resided within Naruto. Madara sneered. So what? What do you intend to do now? Reinforce the seal and expel me? After a brief silence, Minato slowly replied, Madara, I do not know why you are within Naruto, but if you dare to harm him, what will you do? Madara interrupted mockingly, a dead man. What can you possibly do to stop me? Minato's eyes suddenly sharpened. You can certainly attempt to find out. Though Madara was the strongest ninja of the Warring States period, Minato was resolute in protecting Naruto. Regardless of the outcome, he would make the attempt. As the confrontation between the two loomed, the Ninetales swiftly intervened. slamming a paw between them. Should you two engage in a battle? I implore you not to do so within my abode. With the Nine-Tails' thunderous admonition, both individuals recollected that their conflict would disrupt Naruto. The ceiling space momentarily regained its tranquility. Once calm, Madara once again posed the question, "Who exactly are you? What brings you to this place?" To his astonishment, the Nine-Tails suddenly erupted in laughter. "Ha ha, this is quite amusing." The godfather recognized by Naruto nearly came to blows with his biological father. What? The Nine-Tails' words left both men momentarily speechless. Biological father? Hokage? Jinchuriki? How did these terms intertwine? What transpired during my slumber? How did Uchiha Madara, this legendary ninja, become Naruto's godfather? Chapter 25. Teaming up with the third father within the confines of the ceiling space, a crimson chakra surged like a relentless tide. The Nine-Tails lay languidly within its cage, its nine tails swaying idly, occasionally stirring ripples of chakra. Opposite it, Uchiha Madara stood with arms crossed, coldly observing the golden figure that had suddenly appeared deep within the seal. How ironic, he mused, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Even my scoundrel of a father never confined me in a beast's cage, yet here you are, allowing your own son to become a Jinchuriki? Minato fell silent for a moment, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes. At that time, the circumstances were exceptional. He spoke softly, explaining that a masked man had launched a sudden attack on Konoha, unleashing the Nine-Tails. I fought him, but could not glean any useful information. For the sake of the village's future, I had no choice but to sacrifice my own son. Madara interrupted with a cold laugh, truly a magnificent Hokage. Minato offered no rebuttal, merely bowing his head deeply. I am sorry. The Nine-Tails flicked its tail and snorted. Enough. How long are you two going to bicker? What purpose does this serve now? Madara shot at a glance. What? Are you defending him? The Nine-Tails bared its teeth. Stop spouting nonsense. I merely find your quarrel bothersome. Minato looked at the Nine-Tails, suddenly breaking into a gentle smile. Nine-Tails. Over the years, thank you for looking after Naruto. The Nine-Tails was taken aback, then exploded in indignation. Who? Who has looked after him? That brat is a constant nuisance. I simply couldn't be bothered. Observing the Nine-Tails' reaction, Madara's lips twitched slightly. This fox professes disinterest. Yet every time Naruto is in danger, it is always there to protect him. As the atmosphere within the ceiling space eased slightly, Minato surveyed his surroundings. Puzzled. During my slumber, have you both been caring for Naruto all this time? Madara snorted. What else? Let the little brat fend for himself? Minato paused, then solemnly bowed to Madara. Mr. Madara, thank you. Madara furrowed his brow. Why are you thanking me? I have been worried since his mother and I passed away at his birth. Minato's voice was soft yet imbued with genuine gratitude. Knowing someone was by his side brings me great joy. Madara turned his head away, his tone still aloof. Spare me your sentimentality. I am merely idle. The Nine-Tails rolled its eyes, such as Sunara. Madara's brow twitched. You scruffy fox, do you wish to fight? Minato hastily interjected. Wait, both of you, if this continues. Naruto won't be able to handle it. Madara and the Nine-Tails paused simultaneously, recalling the earlier tremor that nearly left Naruto unconscious from pain, and reluctantly withdrew. Minato exhaled in relief. Then, as if recalling something, turned to Madara. By the way, you mentioned, a masked man used Jinjutsu to control the Nine-Tails? Madara nodded. Aside from the Manjiki Sharingan, I cannot conceive of any other means to forcibly control a tailed beast. In the past, others have attempted to control tailed beasts with the Sharingan, but regrettably, with the power of 3 Tomo, one could at most induce dizziness in a tailed beast. Years ago, he manipulated the Nine-Tails to engage in a fierce battle with Hashirama and Konoha, astonishing countless onlookers. Minato's expression grew grave. Indeed, his eyes were the Sharingan, likely belonging to the Uchiha clan. I had questioned him at the time, but he claimed to have no name. Madara pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Numerous individuals have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan throughout history, yet only Shursui and the current clan leader, Fugaku, are believed to still be alive. Minato lifted his gaze and inquired. I am familiar with Mr. Fugaku. His yearning for peace is more profound than any other. As for Shursui, Madara interjected. I have interacted with Shursui. He had even devised a plan using his Kodo Amatsukami to thwart the Uchiha coup. Such a person would never resort to this. Shursui is the most unconventional Uchiha he has ever encountered. Despite his suspicions, Madara could never believe Shursui would act in such a manner. However, having eliminated the current 2 suspects, Minato and Madara exchanged glances, both acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The conspiracy underlying all this is likely far more intricate than they had imagined. After a brief silence, Madara suddenly spoke. Fourth Hokage, how long can your chakra sustain you? Minato assessed his condition, offering a wry smile. Without replenishment, it may soon dissipate. The Ninetales snorted, abruptly releasing a stream of red chakra that enveloped Minato. Take this. Don't perish, or that kid will be weeping again. Minato gazed in astonishment at his gradually solidifying form. Ninetales, you. The Ninetales turned away. Spare me the chatter. I simply dislike complications. Observing this scene, Madara's lips curled into a slight smirk. It seems that a certain fox possesses more compassion than anticipated. The Ninetales bristled. Silence. If you utter another word, I shall include you in the fray. Minato couldn't help but chuckle. Thank you both. Madara crossed his arms, suddenly struck by a thought as he looked at Minato. Speaking of which, since you are the Hokage, you must be quite adept at teaching, correct? Minato nodded. I suppose so. Why do you ask? Madara pointed to Naruto, who was outside, scratching his head in frustration while grappling with theoretical assignments. That kid is hopelessly poor in academics. You should teach him. Minato. Huh? The Ninetales gleefully added. Precisely. We shall handle the practical training, while the academic lessons fall to you. Minato glanced at Naruto, who wore a pained expression, then at the two fathers before him who were shirking responsibility, and smiled helplessly. Very well, it appears that as a father, I must diligently catch up on the lessons I missed. The next day, as the morning sun streamed through the window, casting its light upon Naruto's bedding, he groggily rolled over, burying his face in the pillow. Get up. Let me sleep a little longer. All right, but if you sleep an extra minute, today's training will increase by 1 set. I'll get up right away. As Madara's words echoed, Naruto's sleepiness vanished instantly, with his body nearly springing from the bed. Fearing he would be late, he was determined not to endure an exhausting day. Ha! In the next moment, the Ninetales' laughter echoed. Rubbing his eyes, Naruto helplessly exclaimed, Uncle Ninetales, please stop laughing. At that moment, a third voice emerged, gentle yet tinged with a slight tremor. Naruto. This voice caused Naruto to shudder involuntarily. For reasons unknown, warmth surged in his eyes, and his heart raced. Who? His voice trembled unconsciously. Who is calling me? Within the ceiling space, Minato's chakra form glimmered softly as he gazed at Naruto in the outside world, his lips quivering slightly. The Ninetales cast a glance at him and scoffed. Hey, fourth Hokage, you're not actually going to cry, are you? Minato ignored the Ninetales' mockery and took a deep breath. Naruto, I am. He is your biological father. Obito interjected succinctly, identifying the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Naruto felt as though his mind had gone blank. He sat dazed on his bed, his fingers unconsciously clutching the sheets. Father. Minato's voice was astonishingly tender. Yes, Naruto. I am your father. A tear slipped uncontrollably down Naruto's cheek. He hastily wiped it away, only for more to follow. You're lying. His voice quivered with a sob. Everyone said my parents had long. The Ninetales rolled over in its cage, deliberately sighing loudly. Ah, what a hassle. Fourth, your son cries just like you. It's bothersome. Minato smiled wryly. That's just how it is. The Ninetales flicked its tail. This kid is usually so spirited when he is grinning, but now he is crying like a girl. Obito coldly interjected. Shut up, you scruffy fox. As Naruto listened to the bickering of the three voices in his mind, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! It sounds like you're really arguing in my head. Minato joined in the laughter, his chakra form shimmering slightly. Naruto, I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you all these years. No, it's all right. Naruto vigorously wiped his tears, revealing his trademark radiant smile. Now I have a dad, and Uncle Ninetales, and... He paused, uncertainly asking, can I call you Dad? Minato's chakra fluctuated violently. He opened his mouth but could not produce a sound. What a humble request, so humble it tugged at the heartstrings. The Ninetales scoffed beside him. Hey, fourth, you're not really crying, are you? How embarrassing for a Hokage. Obito coldly replied. At least it's better than some fox that purrs when petted. What did you say? The Ninetales fur bristled. Old Obito, do you want to fight? As Naruto listened to the commotion in his mind, he laughed uncontrollably. Sunlight bathed his golden hair, casting a warm halo around him. In that moment, he had never felt so acutely that he was no longer alone. Dad, he said softly, could you teach me today's theory class? Minato's voice was gentle yet resolute. Of course, my child. The Ninetales murmured nearby. Here we go again, the hell of cultural classes. Meanwhile, Madara decisively commanded. First, morning training, then we shall study. Naruto burst into laughter and leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "Yes. 3 dads. I am not your father." The Nine-Tails' furious roar echoed throughout the ceiling space. Chapter 26. Diverse educational approaches. A few days later, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, the ceiling space was already bustling with activity. "Get up. The sun's already shining on your backside, and you're still sleeping?" Uchiha Madara's voice echoed through the space like thunder. "If you continue to slumber, today's training will be doubled." Upon hearing this, Naruto had no choice but to hastily rise and prepare himself. His black-haired father was usually tolerable, but when it came to training, failure to comply meant punishment. To preserve his own well-being, Naruto had to leave the warmth of his bed. Since the arrival of Minato, the author of the gossip ceiling technique, the ceiling space had been transformed into a spacious traditional Japanese room. The colossal form of the Nine-Tails occupied half of the space, while Minato and Madara occupied the other side. "Madara-san, he is only 9 years old," Minato remarked as he appeared on the opposite side of the room. "Children require ample sleep." The Nine-Tails yawned, revealing its sharp fangs. "If you ask me, just let him skip training. With my chakra combined with that of his Uzumaki lineage, we could simply overwhelm any opponent." Madara's Sharingan instantly shifted into its kaleidoscopic state, black flames dancing within his eyes. "You foul fox. What else can you teach him but laziness?" Minato quickly interposed himself between the two, smiling ruefully. "Gentlemen, let's remain calm. We all have Naruto's best interests at heart. We simply have different methods." "Humph." Madara crossed his arms. "My approach is the most effective. Strength is paramount. Only through rigorous training can true ninjas be forged." "But Naruto is not a child of your era," Minato gently countered. "He requires encouragement and guidance." The Nine-Tails scratched its ear with a paw, in my opinion. "Just let him grow up happily. With the 3 of us around, who would dare bully him? That's simply indulgence." Madara glared angrily. "You're the one who advocates for child abuse." The Nine-Tails retorted defiantly. At that moment, Naruto had finished washing his face and brushing his teeth, and upon overhearing the argument, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Dad, you guys sound like old men bickering." The 3 turned in unison to gaze at Naruto, exclaiming in unison, "Who resembles an old man?" Today being the weekend, Naruto arrived at Training Ground 3 to commence his daily practice. Having been forced into training by Madara since childhood, he now found the training regimen from the Warring States period relatively manageable. Once the break was over, Madara declared, "Today, I will teach you how to utilize chakra with precision." Naruto, puzzled, replied, "But Dad, I already know how to use it. I've done it before." Madara explained, "That is different. Currently, you are using ninjutsu by forcibly releasing a large amount of chakra, which results in significant waste." Minato added, "Therefore, learning to utilize chakra meticulously allows you to perform more techniques with the same amount of chakra." Naruto tilted his head in an effort to comprehend. "Is that so?" Madara's ethereal form appeared beside Naruto, gesturing towards the nearby river. "Thus, today's training involves walking on the water's surface using chakra." Suddenly, the ethereal figure of Minato appeared beside Obito. "Have you mastered such advanced techniques so quickly, Madara? Perhaps you should start with tree climbing." Although Obito scoffed at the suggestion, he eventually acquiesced to Minato's earnest persuasion. Before long, Obito's spectral form stood atop a tree, gazing down at Naruto, who was struggling by the water's edge. "Focus your mind and concentrate your chakra at the soles of your feet." Naruto, drenched in sweat and with his face flushed, faltered and fell during his 3rd attempt. Fortunately, Minato had prepared a soft mat below, cushioning his fall. Minato encouraged him from the sidelines. "Come on, Naruto, you can do it." Rubbing his sore backside, Naruto asked, "Dad, how quickly did you and Mom learn this?" Minato replied, "In 1 day." Obito added, 2 hours. Upon hearing of their achievements, Naruto hung his head, looking somewhat dejected. "It's all right, Naruto, such things." Minato began to comfort him, but Naruto lifted his gaze, eyes sparkling with determination. "That's amazing. I want to do it in 2 hours too." Obito sighed in resignation. Our son may lack in many areas, but when it comes to optimism, he certainly ranks second to none. The Nine-Tails, lounging by the shore, lazily remarked, "Yet, I maintain my stance. In times of danger, what can't we old fellows handle?" Obito suddenly inquired, "But what if we are no longer here?" The Nine-Tails' tail abruptly stilled, contemplating the thought. Indeed, he had never considered this scenario. After all, the previous 2 hosts had only known the life of a Jinchuriki from the moment of their transformation until death. Thus, the Nine-Tails found it difficult to envision a reality without Naruto. At that moment, Minato gently instructed Naruto. Naruto, try to visualize your chakra as your favorite ramen broth, evenly distributed beneath your feet. Ramen? Naruto's eyes lit up. I understand now. Astonishingly, this time, he managed to ascend halfway up the trunk before falling. Did you see that? Minato beamed at Obito. Interest is the best teacher. Obito smiled faintly. Humph. The Ninetales yawned. You all carry on. I shall take a nap. After a day of training, Naruto arrived at his afternoon cultural studies class. Although his grades had improved, any lapse in diligence could lead to a decline. Therefore, weekends included dedicated study time, which Naruto dubbed the time of the demons. Minato declared, history is a vital subject for ninjas. Naruto frowned as he stared at the dense text, his head nodding off, on the verge of sleep. Obito glanced at the history book, his brow furrowing. The history of Konoha? What is this about Hashirama Senju founding it? It was clearly a joint effort between Hashirama and me. What nonsense is this? The Ninetales interjected, well, you did defect from Konoha. They are fortunate not to label you a rogue ninja. Minato chuckled ruefully. After all, history books are written by future generations, and their accuracy is often questionable. The Ninetales jested, having lived for so many years. I dare say no one knows the history of the shinobi world better than I do. Minato quickly intervened. All right, let us first recount the official version of the story, and then we can discuss the differing perspectives. Naruto blinked his large eyes. Dad, can the first Hokage really use wood release to construct houses? If so, why is our home still so small? A profound silence enveloped the three. Obito's expression grew intricate. Minato's embarrassment was palpable, while the Ninetales let out a scoff. Well, Minato scratched his head. Wood release is a rather unique bloodline limit. What is a bloodline limit? Naruto pressed on. Obito suddenly interjected. You should first learn to control your chakra before asking such questions. Minato cast a grateful glance at Obito, who averted his gaze. As evening fell, and after Naruto had fallen into a deep slumber, the three finally had the opportunity to sit down and converse earnestly. Your methods are too gentle, Obito began. The world of ninjas is cruel. He must adapt at an early age. Minato shook his head, but Naruto is still just a child. The children of Konoha are growing up in a peaceful environment. Peace? Obito scoffed. Merely a fade. The lurking dangers have never vanished. He had not forgotten the turmoil orchestrated by Danzo, which nearly led to a complete upheaval of Konoha's upper echelons. So now we speak of peace? That is mere fantasy. The Ninetales flicked its tail. In my view, you humans are far too complicated. If the little brat wants to learn, let him learn. If he prefers to play, let him play. It's that simple. Minato replied earnestly, I believe education should align with the child's nature. Although Naruto is mischievous, he is quite intelligent. With the right approach, he can learn swiftly. After a moment of silence, Obito suddenly inquired, Fourth Hokage, how were you trained in your youth? Minato paused, then smiled. My father passed away when I was very young. It was my mother who raised me alone. She always encouraged me, saying I would become a great ninja. Humph. A woman's compassion, Obito retorted disdainfully, yet his tone lacked its former severity. The Ninetales interjected, Obito, how did your father teach you? Obito's body visibly stiffened for a moment. Minato keenly observed this and quickly redirected the conversation. In truth, each of our methods has its merits. Senior Obito's strictness can cultivate Naruto's perseverance. The Ninetales' nonchalance keeps him joyful. And I hope he can experience the joy of learning. A brief silence fell upon them. In the ceiling space, only Naruto's steady breathing and the gentle swishing of the Ninetales' tail could be heard. Tomorrow, Obito suddenly spoke. Let's try your method. Minato looked up in surprise, and the Ninetales perked its ears. However, physical training must adhere to my standards, Obito added, his tone leaving no room for dispute. Minato beamed with a radiant smile. Of course, senior. We shall each contribute our strengths. The Ninetales huffed. Do as you wish. However, if the little brat tires, he must be allowed to rest. Otherwise, I shall not acquiesce. Obito surprisingly did not refute this, merely responding with a soft The Watergate gazed at the slumbering Naruto and murmured, we all act for his benefit. Moonlight filtered through the barriers of the sealed space, casting its gentle glow upon the three figures. In this extraordinary family, the three fathers, each with their distinct personalities, had finally discovered a delicate equilibrium. Chapter 27, Graduation, Formation of Class 7 as the sun and moon alternated in the sky. Time flew by like a swift shuttle, and 3 years had swiftly elapsed, heralding yet another graduation season at the Ninja Academy. Uzumaki Naruto achieved an impressive third place in his graduation results. When Irika-sensei announced this, The classroom fell into a momentary silence, only to erupt into incredulous whispers shortly thereafter. Standing at the podium, Naruto's golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, and his blue eyes sparkled with pride. Is this a joke? That underachiever actually ranked third? Only behind Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, murmured the students. Did he cheat? Upon hearing these remarks, Naruto simply flashed a grin and scratched his head nonchalantly. 3 years ago, such comments would have incited his anger, but now circumstances had changed. He had the unwavering support of 3 of the greatest fathers in the world within him. In the ceiling dimension, the reactions of his 3 fathers varied. Third place? Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged in midair, his brow furrowed. Still outperformed by that Uchiha brat and a girl. Minato Namikaze shook his head with a smile. Madara, aren't you of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke secured first place. You should be pleased. Madara dismissed this notion. Achieving first is merely expected. Minato, in response, could only shake his head in resignation before turning his gaze to the outside world. Naruto's South progress from last place to the top 3 is already quite remarkable. The Ninetales lounged lazily on the ground, its 9 tails swaying leisurely. In my opinion, such grades are of little consequence. They hold no significant impact on one's future life. Back in the real world, as Naruto returned to his seat, he heard a cold snort from beside him. Dead last. Sasuke spoke without looking up, though a flicker of barely perceptible acknowledgement crossed his black eyes. Heh, Sasuke, just you wait. Next time, I will surpass you. Naruto retorted unabashedly. Sakura, sitting nearby, facepalmed. Can you two please quiet down for a moment? These two had been competing fiercely since their enrollment. And while their relationship could be deemed poor, their teamwork during battles was so synchronized that they could easily dominate their opponents. Conversely, whenever other matters arose, they were perpetually caught in a rivalry over even the smallest issues. From meals to races, from rock, paper, scissors to brawls. It seemed they were determined to establish a victor in every endeavor. After Iruka finished announcing all the results, he could not help but offer encouragement to Naruto. Naruto held a deep gratitude for Iruka. Although he was surrounded by 3 remarkably distinct fathers who showered him with affection, Iruka's support was equally invaluable. Before encountering Madara, Iruka was the one who cared for him most, second only to the 3rd Hokage. Throughout his schooling, it was Iruka who tirelessly endeavored to uplift him from being the underachiever. Though his grades only improved after Minato's arrival, this did not diminish Iruka's contributions. Thus, for Naruto, Iruka was not merely a teacher, he was family. Soon, Iruka began to organize the students into groups. This is an experience every graduating class must endure, marking their official transition from students to lower ninjas. Listening to familiar classmates depart one by one with their guiding jonin, Naruto began to look forward to his own teammates and mentor. Madara coldly remarked, should a worthless individual arrive, I will promptly control Naruto and send him flying. Minato hurriedly interjected, Madara-sama, that would be excessive. Meanwhile, the Ninetales snickered shamelessly from the side. Soon, the group assignments reached Naruto and his companions, Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Upon hearing his name, Naruto leaped up excitedly, but when the second name was called, he and Sasuke exchanged incredulous glares, their eyes sparking with a singular message, don't hold me back. However, caught between the two, Sakura felt somewhat helpless. Although she was thrilled to be paired with the handsome Sasuke, Naruto's presence in the team meant that these 2 formidable figures would hardly pay attention to her, the weakling. In the ceiling space, upon receiving this news, Madara's Sharingan flared to life. The Uchiha brat? Intriguing. Minato pondered, this combination has potential. The Ninetales yawned. That arrogant Uchiha brat again. Why does Naruto always get entangled with him? Feeling the implications of the Ninetales' words directed at him, Madara shot a glare at the creature, who merely turned his head away and promptly fell asleep. As the morning grouping concluded, other teams were gradually escorted away by their jonin instructors, leaving only the 3 members of Team 7 in the classroom. Time ticked by, the sun dipping low in the sky, and the classroom remained occupied solely by them. Is our teacher coming or not? Naruto slumped over his desk, doodling absently with a pen. Sasuke closed his eyes to rest, though the veins on his forehead betrayed his impatience. Sakura sat up straight, occasionally adjusting her hair, anxious that their teacher might appear and catch her in an imperfect state. I can't take it anymore. Naruto suddenly sprang up, retrieving a box of thumbtacks from his ninja tool pouch. I'm going to give the tardy teacher a surprise. In the ceiling space, Minato immediately cautioned, Naruto, you can't do that. Madara, however, scoffed, well done, Let that unpunctual individual face the consequences. The Ninetales gleefully wagged its tail. Yes, yes, put them on the chair. The more, the better. In the real world, just as Naruto was about to scatter the thumbtacks across the teacher's chair, Sasuke seized his wrist. Idiot, do you want us all to be punished? Sasuke said coldly. Sakura also snapped back to reality. Naruto. Stop it. Naruto pouted, reluctantly putting the thumbtacks away. At that moment, the classroom window was suddenly pushed open, revealing a silver-haired, masked man who appeared upside down at the sill. Hey, good morning. Everyone, the man lazily waved. The classroom fell into complete silence. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment, while Sasuke's lips twitched and Sakura stood utterly frozen. The afternoon had already descended upon them. Sakura muttered under her breath. The silver-haired man, Kakashi Hitaki, nonchalantly leaped through the window and positioned himself at the podium. Well, how shall I put it? I seem to have lost my way on the journey of life. You're lying. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exclaimed in unison. Kakashi squinted, his gaze sweeping over the trio before pausing ever so slightly on Naruto. Meanwhile, the ceiling space within Naruto was in turmoil. Kakashi, Minato gasped, his expression shifting to one of complexity. How could he? Wait, he's your guiding Jonin. Obito crossed his arms, scrutinizing Kakashi from the outside. So this is your former student? He doesn't seem particularly remarkable. The Ninetales sniffed the air. Oh, isn't this the one who monitored Naruto? Referred to as the Umbu Chief? In the realm of reality, Kakashi commenced his self-introduction. I am Kakashi Hitaki, and as for my likes and dislikes, I'd rather not disclose them. My dreams for the future, nothing particularly special. As for my interests, wait. Naruto suddenly leaped to his feet, pointing at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, you're actually our guiding Jonin? Kakashi's single eye curved into a crescent shape. Indeed. Naruto couldn't help but reminisce about the torturous experience of being dragged into the classroom by Kakashi. He instinctively retreated to the back of the classroom, terror etched on his face. Please don't come any closer. Within the ceiling space, Minato looked at Naruto's reaction with confusion. Huh? Why does Naruto react so strongly to Kakashi? Obito clarified. A few years ago, Naruto had a practical training session with him, lost, and was subsequently forced to study until the late hours of the night. The Ninetales added, since that time, Naruto has developed a psychological shadow regarding Kakashi. Observing Naruto's response, Kakashi felt a twinge of remorse, though he found the situation rather amusing upon reflection. Ahem. Kakashi suddenly coughed loudly to regain attention. All right, we'll meet at the third training ground at 5 in the morning. Remember, don't eat breakfast, it'll make you nauseous. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the three students exchanging bewildered glances. Sasuke furrowed his brows and turned to Naruto. Dead last, do you know that Jonin? Sakura, curious, leaned in. Yeah, Naruto, how do you know Kakashi-sensei? Reluctant to divulge his embarrassing past, especially in front of his rival Sasuke, Naruto could only chuckle awkwardly. Well, I used to have ramen with Kakashi-sensei, and I ended up losing. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged looks, silently conveying, do you think we're fools? Within the ceiling space, the two were at a loss for words, incredulous at such a flimsy excuse. The Ninetales flicked his tail. The kid is still too naive. Chapter 28. Survival exercise. Upon returning home, Naruto immediately entered the ceiling space, where his three fathers awaited him. The moment he saw Minato and the others, Naruto burst into tears, exclaiming, Dad, what should I do? I can't handle Kakashi-sensei. Obito admonished, why are you crying? A man should only bleed, not shed tears. What did I tell you last time? When you encounter him again, make him unleash his full power. Minato gently ruffled his son's hair, reassuring him. Kakashi is a gentle soul. He would never harm you. Gentle? As Naruto reflected on Minato's words, memories of Kakashi punishing him flooded back. Had it not been for Naruto's learning, Obito would have undoubtedly intervened with greater intensity. I don't believe it, Naruto replied skeptically. Minato sighed. Kakashi. He wasn't always like this. Though somewhat rigid, he deeply values his comrades. Naruto blinked. What was Kakashi-sensei like before? Minato's gaze turned distant. He was a prodigy, becoming a Jonin at the age of 12. He was diligent and never late. Wait, Naruto interrupted. Never late? Then what about today? He promised to come in the morning to take us, but he arrived when the sun was almost setting. This was no longer merely a matter of punctuality. It had become an issue of responsibility. Obito interjected, it seems your death has greatly affected him, fourth Hokage. Minato fell silent. The Ninetales gently patted Naruto's back with its tail, suggesting, Naruto, tomorrow, Use my chakra to show him the might of the tailed beast ball. However, Naruto rejected the Nine-Tails proposal, saying, "No, Dad told me that relying on others' help will hinder my growth." The Nine-Tails instantly recognized this as something only Obito would say. "Old man Obito, you." Obito merely shot a glare at the beast. "What about it? Did I say something wrong?" Ignoring the familiar bickering between the man and beast, Naruto turned to Minato and asked, "Why has Kakashi-sensei changed like this?" Obito also inquired, "I too wish to understand how this laid-back fellow became a ninja." Minato stroked Naruto's hair, explaining, he lost both of his closest friends, Uchiha Obito and Noira Rin, and he was unable to save them. The Nine-Tails rested its chin on its paw, muttering, "Great, another Uchiha. It seems I am fated to cross paths with them in this lifetime." Decades ago, it had been forcibly controlled by Obito to fight against Hashirama, and predictably, it had been sealed within his wife's body. 12 years prior, it was liberated by a masked Uchiha, leading to its own sealing within Naruto. And, as fate would have it, 3 years later, Obito's spirit appeared in the sealing space. Now, in a conversation about someone entirely unrelated to the Uchiha clan, the name Uchiha surfaced once more. The Nine-Tails felt utterly exasperated. Uchiha. Obito. Upon hearing Obito's name, a flicker of turmoil stirred within Obito's heart, as if he had encountered that person before, a boy with short hair, half his body crushed. Watergate detected a peculiar change in Ban and could not help but inquire, "Is something the matter?" After contemplating, Ban shook his head. "No, it's nothing. I must be overthinking." The Nine-Tails, flicking its tail, mocked, "So, old Ban, have you come down with amnesia?" The scruffy fox retorted, "I believe you are the one who needs a lesson." All right, both of you. Now is not the time for quarrels." Naruto chuckled as he observed the three fathers bickering. No matter what transpired the next day, he felt fearless with them by his side. The following morning, before dawn, Naruto arrived at the third training ground. To his surprise, Sasuke was already there. "Hey, Sasuke." Naruto greeted energetically, "You're here early." Sasuke did not even lift his eyelids. "You're not late. I thought you wouldn't arrive until noon." "Not a chance. My dad and the others keep nagging about being on time. It's driving me crazy." Noticing Naruto's complaints, Sasuke's gaze subtly shifted. Didn't he lack parents? Who were the mom and dad he spoke of? Never mind, prying into others' private matters is impolite. Soon after, Sakura arrived, having dressed with care. Her face instantly flushed upon seeing Sasuke. Thus, the trio commenced their journey of waiting. They remained from the moment the sun began to rise until it fully illuminated the sky, when Kakashi finally sauntered in. "Good morning, everyone." Kakashi waved lazily. "Today, I seem to have lost my way again, right?" The trio exclaimed in unison, "You're always making excuses." Sakura could not help but retort, honestly. "Can't you come up with a better excuse?" Naruto squinted, arms crossed. "Exactly. If I make a mistake, at least I can pin the blame on Sasuke." Sasuke, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed. What do you mean, trailing behind? It was your fault. I ended up cleaning the toilets last time." Realizing he had misspoken, Naruto could only chuckle awkwardly. "That prank went too far. The teachers thought it was a group effort, so I had no choice but to throw you under the bus." Trailing behind, you. Had it not been for Sasuke's Uchiha lineage, he would have delivered some scathing retorts to Naruto. All right. If you keep this up, you'll be conceding defeat." Seeing that Sasuke was about to clash with Naruto, Kakashi hurriedly gestured for them to stop. The two froze, after all. How could they lose before the performance even began? Kakashi squinted with a smile and pulled 2 bells from his ninja pouch. "Today's test is quite simple. You must snatch the bells from me before noon. Those who fail will forego lunch and be tied to that post, watching the others eat." "Only 2 bells?" Sakura keenly observed. Indeed, Kakashi's single eye curved into a crescent, indicating at least one of them would face failure. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, Watergate gazed at the 2 bells, reminiscing, snatching bells, how nostalgic. Then inquired, "Do you often engage in such activities?" Minato shook his head and replied, "No. It cannot be deemed frequent. It is said that the content of this bell-stealing examination has been passed down from my teacher's mentor." Kurama couldn't help but remark, "It's quite amusing that even after graduation, humans remain so troublesome." Minato merely smiled softly and explained, "Graduates of the Ninja Academy cannot truly be considered genin. One must successfully complete survival exercises to officially attain the rank." Ben expressed interest. "It appears your education is not conducted entirely within a sheltered environment. Upon graduation, you must confront opponents of genin caliber." "Indeed," Minato affirmed, "though it is merely an exercise, the Jonin do not exert their full strength. Chapter 29. Everyone fails upon hearing Kakashi's announcement of a survival exercise. Sakura couldn't help but raise her hand to inquire, survival exercise? We have already undergone numerous such drills at school. Kakashi, with his hands tucked into his pockets and an air of nonchalance, replied, surely. You do not believe that graduation automatically qualifies you as a Jonin? Only those endorsed by us Jonin are truly recognized as Jonin. For now, you remain students. Naruto, ever brash, reassured her, don't worry, it's just a survival exercise. However, Kakashi's sinister smile belied his words. But this is different. Should you fail, you will be sent back to school to redo your studies. What? The trio gasped in unison, the thought of returning to school sending chills down their spines. The mere idea of being mocked upon their return was enough to unnerve them. Kakashi, adopting a brotherly grin, warned, so, be mentally prepared, otherwise. You might find yourself in tears. Noticing Kakashi's gaze upon him, Naruto defiantly rolled up his sleeves, declaring, who would cry? Kakashi, stroking his chin in amusement, teased, oh? And who was it that said, don't come near me yesterday? In an instant, Naruto's bravado deflated. That was a dark moment, especially in front of Sasuke. He felt utterly humiliated. All right. Prepare yourselves, Kakashi said leisurely as he tied a bell around his waist and began rummaging through his ninja tool pouch. This action put the members of Team 7 on high alert, fearing that the Jonin might produce some dangerous weapon. However, after a prolonged search, Kakashi retrieved a book titled Intimate Paradise, casually flipping through its pages. This scene nearly caused the trio to lose their footing in shock. While the three sealed within the space shared their incredulity, Minato, exasperated, held his forehead, lamenting, Kakashi was not like this before. While he was never as rigid as in his youth, he certainly wasn't this foolish. Madara, irritated, remarked, how did such a person become a Jonin? When testing Naruto, he didn't resort to perusing inappropriate material. Naruto, take him down. Begin. Kakashi's words barely left his lips before the three vanished from sight. After all, a ninja is defined by their stealth, not by reckless brute force. Glancing around, Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, wow. No wonder you rank among the top 3 in your class. Your combat awareness is impressive. Yet, Kakashi remained unfazed by the whereabouts of his students. Calmly engrossed in his reading. After a few minutes of tense standoff, it was Sasuke who finally broke the silence, launching the first attack. Whoosh. 3 shuriken flew in a triangular formation towards Kakashi, targeting him from 3 angles. Kakashi, without even glancing, effortlessly caught all 3 shuriken with a single hand. Almost simultaneously, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 Narutos appeared out of thin air, charging at Kakashi from various directions. Kakashi squinted his single eye, acknowledging the advanced nature of the technique being employed. The difficulty of mastering such a skill was considerable, yet this freshly graduated student had already grasped it. Was it the influence of the individual residing within him? Although Kakashi was taken aback by Naruto's proficiency with the shadow clone technique, his right hand remained tucked in his pocket, effortlessly evading all attacks with slight body movements. Too slow, he remarked lazily, effortlessly seizing one of Naruto's wrists in preparation for a shoulder throw. Now, the captured Naruto suddenly flashed a grin. An alarm rang in Kakashi's mind as he observed the other 4 clones simultaneously alter their course, not towards him, but towards the surrounding trees. The sound of taut ropes echoed as dozens of tripwires sprang up from the ground, merely a trifling trick. Kakashi snorted lightly, his form vanishing into the air. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique. A searing fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, effectively sealing off Kakashi's escape route in midair. A flicker of surprise crossed Kakashi's eyes as he finally withdrew his other hand from his pocket, swiftly forming hand seals. Water style, Water Barrier. The collision of water and fire produced a thick mist that enveloped the entire training ground. Within the ceiling space, Obito rarely nodded in approval, commendable teamwork. Minato also expressed his admiration. Naruto, keep it up. The Ninetales' tail excitedly thumped the ground. Come on, little ones, give it your all. In the real world. Naruto stealthily approached Kakashi's rear amidst the cover of mist, a kunai aimed directly at his back. Without turning, Kakashi blocked with a swift motion. Success. Naruto suddenly altered his attack, the kunai slipping from his grasp and hurtling toward Kakashi's face. Kakashi tilted his head to evade. This boy's combat style is truly relentless. It seems I must engage seriously. Subsequently, Kakashi seized the attacking Naruto, effortlessly dispersing him. There. Sasuke had already activated his Sharingan to observe and quickly pinpointed Kakashi's true location. He immediately retrieved shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them. Each shuriken was attached to wire, which Sasuke controlled with both hands and his mouth, ensuring they covered every possible escape route Kakashi might take. Kakashi drew a kunai, deftly deflecting several shuriken before leaping backward, only to discover that each landing point had been preset with explosive tags. Amidst the thunderous explosions, his figure was engulfed. Did we succeed? Naruto gasped, breathless. Sasuke's Sharingan widened in alarm. Watch out. Earth style, Heart's decapitation technique. Two hands suddenly emerged from the ground, grasping Naruto and Sasuke by their ankles, dragging them into the earth, leaving only their heads exposed. Impressive teamwork. Kakashi emerged from behind a tree, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Yet he was far from finished. Whoosh! 3 shuriken suddenly flew at him from an exceptionally tricky angle, and Kakashi had no time to defend himself before being struck directly. We did it. At that moment, Sakura leaped from the bushes, filled with joy. Bang! However, in the next instant, Kakashi's body transformed into a wooden stump, with the shuriken Sakura had thrown embedded perfectly within it. Realizing her inability to confront the situation, Sakura chose to retreat and await the opportune moment. Sakura, don't look back. Naruto's warning came just as she instinctively turned her head. In that instant, she discovered Kakashi had silently positioned himself behind her, subsequently ensnaring her in a genjutsu. She collapsed to the ground. Kakashi slowly rose, continuing to peruse Uchiha Paradise, remarking, "Your strategy is commendable, yet your execution lacks vigor. Perhaps it would have been more effective had you engaged with Naruto and the others." Shortly thereafter, by a tree stump, Sakura found herself bound, while Naruto and Sasuke leisurely indulged in their respective lunches. Kakashi, still engrossed in Uchiha Paradise, proceeded with his critique. Overall, your performance this time was unsatisfactory. While Naruto and Sasuke demonstrated commendable teamwork, their combat approach was overly direct, inadvertently disrupting each other's timing for attack. As for you, Sakura, your decision to opt for ranged attacks upon realizing your disadvantage was sound in theory. However, your lack of coordination not only failed to assist Naruto and the others, but also missed the opportunity to strike. Thus, this time, your survival exercise has resulted in a failure. Chapter 30. Qualified. Yet we desire to continue. A heavy atmosphere lingered in the training ground, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the 3 disheveled figures. Naruto lay sprawled on the ground, his golden hair muddied. Sasuke leaned against a tree, his black locks tousled, and his Sharingan slightly dulled from overuse. Sakura was bound to a stump, the excitement that marked her arrival replaced by a pallor of distress. Her fingers whitened from clenching. Kakashi stood before them, his silver hair swaying gently in the breeze. His solitary visible eye calmly surveyed the trio, while his thumb absently turned a page of Uchiha Paradise. In theory, his voice was languid yet unmistakable. You 3 should pack your things and return to class today. Naruto's fists clenched tightly, Sasuke's brow furrowed deeply, and Sakura's nails nearly dug into her palms. The shame of failure washed over them like a tide, and in unison, they gritted their teeth, remaining silent. They understood that at this moment, any defense would be futile. Within the ceiling space, Minato sighed, "They have tried their best." Obito scoffed, "The defeated have no words. That is the unyielding rule of the ninja." The Nine-Tails flicked its tail, but that silver-haired brat's attitude is infuriating. The Nine-Tails was unconcerned with anything else. It merely yearned to strike Kakashi. Just as despair threatened to engulf the trio, Kakashi suddenly closed his book, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his single eye. "Well, I am not a complete demon," his eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, "so I have decided to grant you another opportunity." The trio's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "This afternoon, we shall have another chance at the bell. If you succeed, I shall consider you qualified." As Kakashi turned to leave, the sunlight glinting off his forehead protector made Naruto squint, and he added, "Oh, and you 2 are forbidden from feeding Sakura lunch. Otherwise, you will automatically fail." With a puff of smoke, Kakashi's figure vanished. Upon confirming his departure, Naruto sprang to his feet, hastily unwrapping his bento. "Sakura, don't mind what Kakashi-sensei said," he urged, offering her a piece of steaming tempura shrimp. "You should eat something." Sakura stared blankly at the golden, crispy shrimp, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. "Naruto. Sasuke. I'm sorry. I held you back." Her voice trembled. "If only I could be stronger." "Ah, it's all right," Naruto insisted, shoving the shrimp into her hands, the oil smudging her forehead protector. Who has he held someone back at some point? Even a genius like Sasuke has. At that moment, Sasuke, who was drinking water, choked abruptly. "What the hell? I haven tea." Naruto immediately began counting on his fingers. 6 years ago, during our first training session, you came in and kicked me. What was that about? Sasuke's ears turned crimson. That was because you were in my way. Idiot. Wow. So you admit it. Naruto exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new continent, turning to Sakura and declaring, see? Even the Uchiha genius makes mistakes. Sakura, with her tears transformed into laughter, took a small bite of the fried shrimp. The warmth of the food allowed her to finally relax, only to realize that her arms were still trembling slightly. Minato watched this scene with a sense of relief. Naruto has truly matured. Obito, crossing his arms, snorted coldly. Foolish tenderness. The Ninetales, casting a sidelong glance at Obito, remarked, what does that smile of yours even mean, old man? Me? I'm not smiling. Stubborn as ever. In the real world. Sasuke suddenly pushed his bento box towards them. I can't finish this. Sakura and Naruto's eyes widened in unison. The exquisite rice balls were neatly arranged, topped with Sasuke's favorite tomato. Sasuke-kun. Sakura's voice quivered with emotion. Don't get the wrong idea. Sasuke turned his face away. It's just that I don't want to hear your stomach growl this afternoon. Naruto, with a mischievous grin, elbowed Sakura. How tsundere. Sasuke couldn't take it anymore and shot a glare at Naruto. You're at the back of the pack. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Naruto dismissed it all with a playful expression. I told you so. Their banner lightened the atmosphere considerably. Suddenly, a chilling aura swept through the surroundings. The rustling leaves ceased, the chirping of insects fell silent, and even the wind seemed to freeze. From the shadows behind the three, a tall figure emerged like a specter. You have violated the rules. The deep voice felt like a kunai pressed against their necks, causing them to freeze in place. Naruto's rice ball fell to the ground with a thud, Sasuke's Sharingan activated uncontrollably, and Sakura's pupils dilated in terror. Kakashi stood at the edge of the shadows, sunlight illuminating only half of his figure. The visible right eye was no longer the lazy crescent moon, but a sharp line akin to a blade. The paradise of affection had long been retracted, replaced by the kunai he slowly drew, the metal glinting with a blood-red hue in the evening light. I warned you. He stepped forward, the leaves beneath his feet crumbling silently. You are not permitted to feed Sakura. Faced with Kakashi's menacing advance, Naruto suddenly spread his arms to shield Sakura. We forced her to eat. His voice trembled, yet his legs remained firmly planted. Sasuke, mustering his strength, positioned himself in front of Sakura. If there is to be punishment, let it be upon us. Though his fingers turned pale with fear, his Sharingan remained locked onto Kakashi's throat. Sakura watched the two desperately take the blame for her, tears welling in her eyes. Thus, even amidst her trembling form, she summoned the courage to speak. No, it was my choice. To their surprise, Kakashi's figure suddenly vanished. Too slow. The cold voice exploded in their ears. Naruto felt a chill at the nape of his neck, and his forehead protector snapped in response. Sasuke's arm transformed into a striking serpent. Sakura realized, with dread, that she had been ensnared by steel wire around her neck. The shadow of death loomed closer, bang. The anticipated pain did not come. The three looked up in astonishment, only to see Kakashi standing 3 steps away, his lone eye curving into a familiar crescent. Satisfactory. He spoke cheerfully, as if the previous aura of menace had been but a fleeting illusion. What? Naruto felt as though his mind had yet to catch up, collapsing onto the ground. Kakashi casually tossed the bells. Those who disregard the rules are worthless, yet. He pointed to the leaf emblem on his forehead protector. Those who abandon their comrades are the most worthless of all. Tears finally fell from Sakura's eyes. But you all know the rules I set. Kakashi put away the bells, yet still chose to break them, and that was sufficient. However, confronted with such a fortuitous situation, Naruto turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, are you willing to accept this? No. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then firmly rejected. Kakashi, intrigued, inquired, Oh? Why? Sasuke replied earnestly, one must seize what they desire with their own hands. Naruto nodded in agreement beside him. Kakashi couldn't help but applaud. Ambitious, then what about you? Sakura? I will too. Kakashi turned and called out, then come, catch up. His voice carried an unprecedented warmth, urging them to demonstrate their resolve. Chapter 31. The second survival exercise. The crimson hues of the setting sun bathed the training ground in a sanguine glow. As the 3 members of Team 7 stood in a triangular formation, facing Kakashi from a distance of 10 paces, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting a few withered leaves into the air, where they danced in a whimsical spiral. I say. Kakashi languidly flipped through the pages of Intimate Paradise. his lone visible eye curving into a crescent. Since you wish to try again, the rules remain unchanged. Success is defined by your ability to obtain the bells. Naruto's fists clenched, the azure depths of his eyes ignited with an indomitable spirit. This time, we will definitely seize the bells. Sasuke scoffed, his black pupils transforming into the scarlet of his Sharingan. The underdog speaks the truth. This time, I want to make it easy for you. Sakura stood resolutely behind the two, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her shirt, yet her gaze was unwavering. Kakashi-sensei, we are no longer the same as we were at noon. Kakashi's gaze swept over the trio. He closed his book with a faint smile. What a spirited group of students. Let us begin. Half an hour prior, the three had concealed themselves amidst the bushes at the edge of the training ground. Listen closely. Sasuke whispered, Kakashi's speed is extraordinary. We must restrict his range of movement. Naruto scratched his head. What if I use the shadow clone jutsu in a swarm tactic? Sakura shook her head. That may not work. I observed previously that with your clones, Naruto, your mobility decreases, making the swarm tactic ineffective. Within the ceiling space, the three fathers were keenly observing the unfolding discussion. Humph, Madara crossed his arms, watching the scene through Naruto's perspective, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. At last, there is some tactical awareness, but relying solely on physical prowess won't suffice against that silver-haired lad. Minato nodded with a smile. Naruto, do you remember the wind technique coordination I taught you? Of course. Naruto mentally affirmed, resolving to alter the battlefield environment with wind techniques. In the real world, Sakura's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Kakashi-sensei has kept his left eye hidden beneath his forehead protector, which means that eye is his blind spot. Sasuke regarded her with approval. Indeed, while it's possible Kakashi has grown accustomed to observing solely with his right eye, launching an attack from the blind spot could prove advantageous. Naruto clapped his hands excitedly. Then let us execute this plan. Returning to the present as Kakashi announced the commencement, Sakura instantly activated her body flicker technique, vanishing from sight like a specter. However, unlike the earlier encounter, this time Naruto and Sasuke chose not to hide, but remained steadfast. Kakashi, intrigued, remarked, Oh, you've chosen to confront me head-on? Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the black tomo swirling within his eyes. It's meaningless for you to ponder where we hide. Thus, let me and Sasuke face you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto declared, brimming with confidence as he formed hand seals. An abundance of chakra surging from within. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. As the chakra erupted, a dense fog enveloped the surroundings, and in an instant, hundreds of Narutos appeared on the training ground. Shadow clone technique. Witnessing Naruto's ninjutsu, Kakashi could not help but express admiration. Having already been astonished by the shadow clone, he was now even more amazed to see Naruto execute the multi-shadow clone technique. Although the names of the two techniques differ by merely two characters, their complexity is worlds apart. The shadow clone technique is classified as an A-rank jutsu, while the multi-shadow clone technique is unequivocally a forbidden technique. Everyone, let us go, with one of the Narutos shouting. All the Narutos rolled up their sleeves and charged at Kakashi. However, Kakashi, being a genuine jonin, appeared unfazed by Naruto's onslaught. Yet, as more of Naruto's clones were eliminated, Kakashi began to sense an increase in the remaining clone speed and power. By the time Kakashi had dispatched half of them, he could clearly feel the mounting pressure. Gotcha. Just as Kakashi was besieged by the Naruto clones, one of them dashed toward him in a direct line, reaching for his waist. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Suddenly, leaping into the air, Sasuke unleashed his maximum firepower. How intriguing. As he sensed the fireball's approach, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground. Water style, water wall. A thick curtain of steam enveloped the entire training ground, reducing visibility to the bare minimum. Kakashi's previously languid gaze sharpened, and he scanned his surroundings with vigilance. Utilizing the steam to create a visual obstruction? He mused, a commendable tactical awareness. Before he could finish his thought, the sound of slicing air echoed from all directions. Dozens of shuriken pierced through the mist, tracing lethal arcs. Kakashi evaded effortlessly. But upon landing, he discovered that the ground was unexpectedly covered with hair-thin steel wires. A trap? His brow furrowed, just as he prepared to leap away. He noticed that the overhead was similarly ensnared with a wire net. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Sakura manipulating the wires. Sakura, too, had realized this, quickly securing the wire net before vanishing from sight. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. At that moment, Sasuke's voice emerged from the depths of the fog as dozens of small fireballs accurately followed the trajectory of the wires. The wires glowed red-hot under the intense heat, encasing Kakashi in a blistering cage. Well executed. Inside the ceiling space, Obito rarely nodded in approval. Minato, however, looked worriedly at the outside, but this is still insufficient. It's not over yet. In the real world, Naruto's voice suddenly erupted from below, Earth-style, inner decapitation technique. The ground beneath Kakashi's feet split open, and a pair of hands suddenly grasped his ankles. This startled Kakashi. Wasn't this the technique he had just used? Learning it after a single demonstration? However, Kakashi quickly realized that Naruto was not utilizing genuine earth techniques, but rather mimicking his inner decapitation technique, digging through the ground with bare hands. Yet, there was no time for Kakashi to ponder excessively. In that critical moment, his figure suddenly transformed into a mere wooden post, hidden in the shadows. Sakura meticulously observed the surrounding movements, striving to locate Kakashi's true position. In reality, Kakashi had already concealed himself. His voice carried a hint of satisfaction as he remarked, "Ah, the caliber of this year's graduates is quite impressive. They truly deserve their rank among the top 3 teams." Unlike his previous students, none of whom had mastered the art of leveraging their strengths as effectively as they did now. For instance, Sakura understood that she could not confront him head-on. She wisely chose to hide initially, opting to assist without revealing herself. As for the other two, they collaborated to maximize their advantages in order to ensnare him. Chapter 32. Victory. Itachi's invitation at this moment, Sasuke's Sharingan finally pinpointed Kakashi's location. With swift movements, he formed hand seals and unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged forward, compelling Kakashi to once again perform hand seals for defense. However, as the fireball neared him, it unexpectedly split into dozens of smaller fireballs, assaulting from various angles. Phoenix fire technique? Kakashi's gaze involuntarily narrowed. To achieve such a feat at such a young age, truly deserving of being the top genius in the class. While Kakashi was entirely focused on countering the fire release, Naruto suddenly charged from the side. Wind release, gale palm. The fierce gust of wind forced Kakashi back several steps, landing him squarely within the trap set by Sakura. The ground erupted with numerous explosive tags, and the blinding flames instantaneously engulfed his figure. Did we succeed? Sasuke gasped, his chakra nearly depleted from continuously unleashing fire release techniques. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, Kakashi emerged unscathed upon a protruding rock, his attire not even bearing a crease. "Good teamwork," he commented nonchalantly, "but you still lack a little finesse." TSK. The trio exchanged glances, instinctively altering their strategy. Naruto once more summoned a multitude of shadow clones, but this time they refrained from reckless attacks. Instead, moving in an organized manner around the periphery, persistently hurling shuriken to create distractions. After consuming a soldier pill to accelerate his chakra recovery, Sasuke activated the full power of his Sharingan. His crimson eyes meticulously tracked Kakashi's every movement. Meanwhile, Sakura completely concealed her presence, gliding like a specter at the edge of the battlefield. Wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto suddenly executed the ninjutsu, generating a powerful gust that swept up a cloud of dust. Just as Kakashi prepared to counter, he realized this latest wind release was not aimed at him. Instead, it whipped up all the fallen leaves in the training ground, forming a natural barrier, utilizing the environment to create an advantage. Kakashi silently acknowledged, noting their significant progress. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Sasuke materialized directly in front of him. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The searing line of fire shot forth, and as Kakashi attempted to evade, he discovered that Naruto's shadow clones had blocked his escape route. In a critical moment, he had no choice but to form hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. However, the instant the earthen wall rose, Naruto's voice rang out. Ninja art, shuriken shadow clone technique. Although Naruto labeled it as the shuriken shadow clone technique, in truth, all surrounding clones simultaneously hurled their shuriken. A torrential downpour of shuriken descended upon Kakashi's position. The sound of shuriken slicing through the air enveloped Kakashi's location. When the dust settled, the ground was littered with countless kunai, yet Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Kakashi leisurely perched upon a nearby branch. Not a single injury or speck of dust on him. 0 hits. He quipped. Suddenly, Kakashi realized that his feet had become ensnared by wire unbeknownst to him. When he lowered his gaze in astonishment, noticing that the other end of the wire was connected to Naruto's shadow clone. "I've got it," Naruto exclaimed excitedly. charging alongside Sasuke towards the trapped Kakashi. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he suddenly formed hand seals at an astonishing speed. Lightning release, lightning tiger's destruction. The dazzling lightning transformed into a fierce tiger, instantly shattering all restraints. But just as he broke free, Sasuke's kunai pressed against his back, while Naruto's hand reached for the bell at his waist. "It's over, Kakashi-sensei," Sasuke stated coldly. Kakashi suddenly smiled. "Really?" Bang. The figure held at kunai's point abruptly morphed into a wooden stump. The real Kakashi appeared 3 meters away, waving 2 bells in his hands. Unfortunately, time. His words trailed off as Sakura had somehow positioned herself behind him, holding the genuine bell. "This is what you taught us, Kakashi-sensei," she said with a smile. A ninja must be adept at using deception. Kakashi looked down at the bells in his hands, realizing they were merely 2 ordinary stones. He shook his head helplessly, smiling faintly. I was careless." The sun had completely dipped below the horizon, and the training ground was shrouded in the aftermath of battle. The 3 stood together, panting, with Sakura tightly gripping the hard-won bell. Kakashi gazed at them, reminiscing about the earlier confrontation, and gently applauded. "Congratulations, you have qualified." "That's great," Naruto cheered, tilting his head back in joy. However, Sasuke watched him warily. "You could have." "I did hold back," Kakashi admitted candidly, "but I did get serious later on." "Well, about 6 layers deep." He approached the trio, his tone suddenly turning serious. "However, the teamwork and tactical acumen you displayed truly met my expectations." Within the ceiling space, Minato smiled with satisfaction. "They have grown." Obito snorted lightly, barely passing. Meanwhile, Kurama excitedly wagged his tail. "Then what's with that smirk of yours? It's almost drooping off your face." In the real world, Kakashi patted the shoulders of the 3. "From today onward, you are true ninjas." He turned to walk into the depths of the forest, his voice drifting back. "Gather at the village gate tomorrow morning. Your ninja careers will officially commence." At that moment, Itachi arrived. "Sasuke." "Naruto." "Brother." Upon seeing his elder brother, Sasuke's cold demeanor instantly softened, rendering him adorably endearing, much to Sakura's curiosity. "Sasuke can actually look like that?" Itachi and I. Before Sakura could inquire further, Naruto also greeted cheerfully. This made Sasuke quite displeased. "Don't be so familiar, you underachiever." Yet Naruto, chuckling, replied, "What does it matter? Itachi and I is also my brother." "Not at all." This mention irked Sasuke significantly. A few years ago, once the Uchiha clan had settled into stability, Itachi and Shisui began to frequently interact with Naruto. Although Sasuke later mustered the audacity to inquire with Naruto, the response left him utterly perplexed. "Shisui and Itachi are seeking my father. I am unaware of the matters they discuss." What on earth? How does an orphan suddenly mention a father? Congratulations on successfully becoming Genin. Itachi first extended his congratulations to Sasuke and Naruto, then turned to Sakura, saying, "You are Sasuke's teammate, correct?" "I am his elder brother." "Uchiha Itachi." Nice to meet you. I am Haruno Sakura." Sakura replied, bowing earnestly. Itachi waved his hand gently and said, "No need for formality. Today, you have successfully attained the rank of Genin under Kakashi-sensei. I shall treat you to a meal to celebrate." "Huh? Are we going to Sasuke's house?" While Naruto enjoyed a good rapport with Itachi and the others, he had rarely visited, so the prospect of dining at Sasuke's home filled him with excitement. Chapter 33, Family. Before long, under Itachi's guidance, Naruto and Sakura arrived at the doorstep of Sasuke's home. Gazing at the grand entrance of the Uchiha clan, Naruto appeared as a rustic villager in the city, his eyes darting in every direction. Sasuke, somewhat exasperated, looked at Naruto and remarked, "You've been here several times. Why do you still act like this?" Naruto replied with enthusiasm, "After all, your house is genuinely vast." It was understandable, considering Naruto's living quarters were merely a modest 1-bedroom apartment, while Sasuke's home boasted a spacious courtyard adorned with slender bamboo and a stone path flanked by exquisite lanterns. The contrast was stark. At that moment, Sakura, visibly anxious, fidgeted with her hair and clothes. "Father, mother, I'm back," Sasuke said softly at the entrance. Uchiha Fugaku emerged from his study, his stern demeanor softening slightly upon seeing Itachi and Sasuke. "You're back?" His gaze swept over Naruto and Sakura, and he nodded slightly. "These 2 must be your teammates. Come in and have a seat." Mikoto peeked out from the kitchen, her face illuminated by a warm smile. "Ah, Naruto-kun, welcome. And you too, young lady." Naruto stood mesmerized by the heartwarming scene before him, the stern yet caring father, the gentle and nurturing mother, and the unspoken bond between brothers. A wave of indescribable melancholy washed over him. "I'm sorry for intruding," he murmured, his voice involuntarily dropping. In the ceiling space, Minato observed this scene with deep remorse in his eyes. "Naruto." Obito scoffed, turning his head away. "Boring family gathering." The Ninetales, sensing Naruto's emotions, could only offer silent comfort in its own way. Soon, the dining table was laden with exquisite dishes: tender grilled fish, golden tempura, vibrant vegetable salad, and a steaming pot of delicious miso soup. "Naruto-kun, I heard you love ramen?" Mikoto smiled as she pushed a large bowl of chashu ramen toward him. "I prepared this especially for you. Do try it and see if you like it." Surprised, Naruto accepted it gratefully. "Thank you, Annie." He lowered his head and took a hearty bite, his eyes lighting up instantly. "This is so delicious." Fugaku cleared his throat. "Eat slowly. No one is going to take it from you." Though his tone was serious, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Sasuke frowned in discontent. "Father, don't pay attention to that underachiever." "Sasuke," Fugaku set down his chopsticks. "One must be polite to guests." Sakura carefully observed the family's interactions, feeling both envious and apprehensive. She noticed that while Naruto appeared outwardly joyful, his eyes occasionally dimmed with shadows. "Naruto," she called softly. "Huh?" Naruto abruptly looked up, forcing a cheerful smile. "What's up, Sakura?" Itachi, perceptive as ever, offered Naruto a piece of fried chicken. "Eat more, you're too thin." Within the confines of the ceiling space, Minato gazed upon his son's forced smile, his heart wrenched with anguish. If only Kushina were still here. If only I could. Madara, restless, rose to his feet. Enough. Such feeble emotions. Yet, despite his words, Madara's voice diminished, revealing the enduring nature of his dream, which remained unchanged to this day, to transform the world into a place where children could live in happiness. Yet, he found himself unable to bestow that upon Naruto. At that moment, the Ninetales suddenly spoke. "Fear not, Naruto, the three of us will always be by your side." In the realm of reality, Naruto gently shook his head, responding inwardly, "Thank you, Uncle Ninetales." After dinner, Sakura assisted Mikoto in clearing the table, while Fugaku summoned Sasuke to the study for a discussion. Naruto found himself alone in the Uchiha courtyard, seated on the stone steps, gazing at the moon in a daze. "Is there something on your mind, Naruto?" Itachi's voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him. Startled, Naruto nearly tumbled down the steps. "Itachi, big brother. I miss Mom." As he spoke, Naruto instinctively wrapped his arms around his knees. Itachi settled beside him, his gentle hand stroking Naruto's hair. "Do you have any memories of your mother?" With a heavy heart, Naruto replied, "Dad once told me that Mom had beautiful red hair, but I've never seen it, so I cannot even imagine." Itachi listened quietly, his dark eyes reflecting the moonlight. Although the three fathers within him cared deeply, Naruto clenched the hem of his clothing, realizing that certain things could only be provided by a mother. A gust of night wind swept through, scattering cherry blossoms. A petal landed in Naruto's golden hair, which Itachi delicately brushed away. "I have seen your mother," Itachi suddenly revealed. Naruto's head snapped up, his blue eyes wide with surprise. What?" Itachi's voice was soft. "It was when I was very young. Though her temperament was quite fiery, she exhibited boundless patience and gentleness towards us children." "Fiery?" Itachi nodded. "Yes. I heard from Mother that Kushina-san was once nicknamed Blood Red Chili Pepper, and many boys from her class were on the receiving end of her punches." In the ceiling space, Minato abruptly lifted his head, tears glistening in his eyes. Madara also turned, his Sharingan slightly trembling. "Is it true, really?" Naruto's voice quivered, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Itachi smiled gently. "It is said that during her time at the Ninja Academy, Kushina-san once tied a subordinate who mocked her hair to the gates of Konoha." Naruto burst into laughter, yet tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He wiped his face with the back of his hand, only to make it wetter. I really want to see her." Itachi gently placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Some love, even across the boundaries of life and death, will never fade." He gestured towards Naruto's abdomen. "The Ninetales within you should understand this best." The Ninetales grunted in the ceiling space. Humph, that red-haired woman was indeed something special. The door brushed against tears as it smiled. Kushina had never known how to write the word give up with a dark expression. Obito realized that among the three of them, he had never interacted with Kushina, the former Jinchuriki. In the realm of reality, Naruto finally revealed his genuine smile. "Thank you, Itachi." Standing up, Itachi extended his hand to Naruto. "Let us go home. Mother has prepared sweet red bean dumplings for dessert." As they departed from the Uchiha household, Mikoto intentionally called Naruto aside and placed a handkerchief embroidered with sunflowers into his hand. "This, Naruto gazed curiously at the slightly clumsy stitches on the handkerchief. With a gentle smile, Mikoto explained, I found this while cleaning the attic last time. It was a gift for Sasuke when he was born. Since it was made by her own hands, it would be better for you to keep it safe. Trembling, Naruto accepted the handkerchief, faintly catching a whiff of a delicate, sunlit fragrance. She was a wonderful friend, Mikoto softly remarked, her eyes shimmering with nostalgia. Every time she visited, she brought such joy, like a cheerful spirit that brightened the atmosphere. In truth, Mikoto envied Kushina. As a Jinchuriki, she was constantly monitored by the village, and any visit back then required reporting to the third Hokage. Yet, in her interactions with friends, Kushina never revealed her sorrow. Instead, she perpetually inspired others with her optimistic and cheerful demeanor. If it weren't for the village's fear of the Uchiha controlling the Jinchuriki, Mikoto would have loved to invite Naruto to live with them. Walking along the path home, Naruto carefully stroked the handkerchief. Suddenly, he halted, gazing up at the starry sky. Father, could you tell me more about Mother? Chapter 34 Reflections on Future Enemies as night enveloped the world. Naruto lay in slumber, while the Ninetales rested behind iron bars, its golden, beastly eyes half closed. Minato stood resolutely in the center, his expression grave. Obito leaned against the stone wall, arms crossed, his Sharingan glimmering ominously in the darkness. Knowing the life of a Jinchuriki, how could you still allow Naruto to become the vessel for the Ninetales? Obito's voice was chilling as ice. Minato clenched his fists involuntarily, then slowly relaxed. The original plan was for Naruto to be the Jinchuriki, with Kushina to protect him. However, the Ninetales suddenly lifted its head, emitting a low, mocking chuckle. All I did was pierce through both of you. Obito furrowed his brow. What transpired? Minato inhaled deeply, projecting an image woven from chakra into the space around them. The blood-soaked night from 12 years prior unfolded, revealing the massive Ninetales wreaking havoc in Konoha under the control of the masked man. The Ninetales incident. Minato's voice was laced with profound fatigue. That masked man took advantage of Kushina's moment of childbirth, when the seal was weakened, to unbind it and seize control of the Ninetales. The image shifted to depict the fierce battle between Minato and the masked man. The clash of Flying Thunder God technique against the mysterious space-time ninjutsu. In the end, I had no choice but to split the Ninetales in two. Minato indicated towards Naruto and himself, with the Yin chakra sealed within me and the Yang chakra bestowed upon Naruto. Obito's Sharingan fixated on the masked man in the image. Is this the one you mentioned, the one immune to physical attacks? Minato nodded. His space-time ninjutsu is remarkably unique, allowing his body to become intangible, rendering any attack ineffective. Immunity to physical attacks is indeed troublesome. Minato continued. I had questioned him, even speculated if he was Madara Uchiha. Minato spoke solemnly. While I cannot ascertain his true identity, I can deduce that his objective is to collect the tailed beasts. Obito suddenly let out a cold laugh. Then let us ensure he does not return. A flicker of battle intent shone in his eyes. With Hashirama absent, I shall confront this descendant. Minato sighed with a bitter smile. The issue is, we are both trapped within Naruto. Unless what? The Ninetales perked up, alert. Minato turned to Obito. Unless we can temporarily externalize chakra through the Sharingan, as Madara did when he controlled the Ninetales. Obito's Sharingan rotated slightly. Intriguing. However, what is more pressing? He turned his gaze to the Ninetales. You, Fall Fox. Do you not feel a shred of remorse for the suffering Naruto has endured all these years? The Ninetales' tail thrashed irritably against the ground. Humph. This mess was created by humans. Why should I bear the blame? Minato's expression suddenly grew serious. Ninetales, you know what I did during the sealing. Silence enveloped the space. The Ninetales' ears twitched, its golden eyes narrowing. The dual sealing, Minato spoke softly, if I so wished, I could dare you threaten me. The Ninetales suddenly rose, its chakra surging like flames. Obito's Sharingan instantaneously transformed into its eternal kaleidoscope state. Quiet down, it is nighttime, a time for rest. Do you wish to awaken Naruto? Just as tensions escalated, the ceiling space trembled slightly. The three turned simultaneously to see a slumbering Naruto unconsciously shifting, his brow furrowed. He was lost in dreams. Minato immediately restrained his chakra. The Ninetales gradually lowered itself again, yet its gaze remained warily fixed on Minato. Boy, what do you mean by the backup plan you mentioned earlier? Minato sighed. I have made special arrangements in the seal. Even if the part of you within Naruto is extracted, the portion within me can temporarily sustain his life. Obito appeared contemplative. So that is why you said that masked man indeed can. He is likely aware of this. The images shifted again, revealing various details of the masked man's battle techniques, his adept use of the Sharingan, and his profound familiarity with Konoha. Wait, Obito interrupted, that hand seal technique. Minato turned. What is it? Obito's brow knitted in thought, that hand seal resembles my own. The Ninetales perked its ears, so, that masked man is truly you? After a moment of contemplation, Obito shook his head. No, that fellow's space-time ninjutsu resembles ocular techniques more closely, whereas my kaleidoscope ocular techniques are not space-time ninjutsu. The three fell into deep thought. Within the ceiling space, the ethereal blue chakra flowed silently, reflecting their intricate expressions. Suddenly, Naruto murmured in his sleep, Mom. The three fathers froze simultaneously. Pain flickered in Minato's eyes. Obito turned away, and the Ninetales gently encircled Naruto's chakra with its tail. Minato steadied his emotions. At the final moment of sealing, I bound both my and Kushina's chakra within. Mine serves as the first layer of protection, and Kushina's acts as the second layer. The scene shifted, displaying the smile of the red-haired woman just before her passing and the unique technique she left within the seal. This is... Obito's Sharingan widened slightly. This was the last thing I could do at the time. Minato whispered, as long as Naruto encounters life-threatening danger, Kushina's chakra will manifest. The Ninetales fell silent for a moment before speaking. That red-haired woman is indeed remarkable. Minato smiled at the slumbering Naruto. She will always protect Naruto. Just as we do. The ceiling space remained quiet for a while, until Obito suddenly straightened. All right, the time for sentimentality has ended. A sharp glimmer flashed within his Sharingan. Now that we are aware of such an enemy, we must prepare in advance. Minato nodded. First, we need to accelerate Naruto's growth. Leave physical training to me. Obito stated decisively that Kid relied too heavily on shadow clones during today's battle. I will guide him in ninjutsu and sealing techniques, Minato said, glancing at the Ninetales. As for chakra control, the Ninetales turned its head away. Humph. That is solely my responsibility. Suddenly, Minato was struck by a thought. That masked man seemed quite familiar with Naruto. Could it be? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Obito's eyes. Whoever he may be, anyone daring to target Naruto must be prepared to face the Uchiha clan. Outside the ceiling space, moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Naruto's sleeping face. His brows gradually relaxed, and a faint smile graced his lips, as if he was dreaming of something delightful. The three fathers observed this scene and instinctively fell silent. Tomorrow, after the mission concludes, we shall commence special training, Obito finally declared, his figure slowly fading away. Minato gazed tenderly at his son. Good night, Naruto. The Ninetales gently covered Naruto's chakra with its tail, murmuring softly, You little brat, grow up quickly. Chapter 35. Acceptance, C-Rank mission. On the morning 3 days later, the first rays of sunlight gently illuminated the streets of Konoha Village. The three members of Team 7 stood at the entrance of the mission release office. Naruto, yawning widely, had his golden hair disheveled like a bird's nest. Why must it be so early? He complained, rubbing his eyes. Sasuke scoffed. Have you begun to adopt Kakashi's habit of tardiness? Do you think I want to? Naruto replied, his face etched with concern. Over the past few days, following each mission, his father, Obito, had subjected him to rigorous training. Consequently, every night, Naruto exhaustedly crawled into bed, leading to many overslept mornings. Unbeknownst to them, Sakura was nervously arranging her ninja gear, stealing glances at Sasuke now and then. Oh dear. I'm merely lost on the path of life. There is no need for me to serve as a cautionary tale. Kakashi, having leaned against a nearby tree at some point, held a copy of Intimate Paradise. You still have the gall to say that, the trio retorted in unison. Kakashi, while perusing Intimate Paradise, stated, All right, today our mission is. He leisurely retrieved a mission slip from his pocket to locate a lost kitten named Wansai. Wakai? A kitten? Sakura's expression froze instantaneously. What an odd pairing of names. Sasuke's lips twitched. Anyone who names a cat, that must be out of their mind. Naruto, on the other hand, leaped up in exasperation. What is this? Another tedious task. Can't we have something thrilling? Like escorting a daimyo or eliminating bandits. Kakashi's single eye curved into a crescent. After all, it is a D-rank mission. Try not to complain. The reward is 5,000 Rio, and the client is already waiting for us. After traversing several streets, the four arrived before an opulent mansion. Sasuke's Sharingan whirred slightly as he meticulously examined the ground and the surrounding walls. There are paw prints. He pointed to several marks in the corner and some fallen orange fur. Sakura quickly unfolded the map of Konoha she carried. According to the villagers' clues, Wankai has frequently been spotted near the fish market on the commercial street. Naruto clasped his hands behind his head. Why not just let me use shadow clones to search? Idiot. Sasuke shot him a glare. We must first gather intelligence to enhance efficiency. Kakashi nodded in approval. Sasuke is correct. For ninjas, intelligence gathering is the first step in executing a mission. In the sealed space, Obito snorted. Finally, they resemble ninjas. Minato smiled and nodded. Sasuke is quite meticulous. The Nine-Tails yawned. Is it really necessary to go through so much trouble just to find a cat? Now it had devised a plan. Standing outside Konoha, it would unleash a tail beast bomb and issue a warning to the entire village. Wankai, do you wish to accompany Konoha to its destruction? Or will you come with me? Half an hour later, in the alley behind the commercial street. Found it. Sakura whispered, right behind the garbage can. A large orange cat was lazily basking in the sun. Around its neck, a nameplate boldly inscribed with the words Wankai dangled. Yet, within its gaze lingered a profound weariness, as if it had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. Behold my prowess, Naruto exclaimed, forming hand seals to execute the shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the narrow alley was filled with hundreds of Narutos. Wankai's feline eyes widened in alarm, its fur bristling with agitation. Capture that cat. Thus commenced an unprecedented battle between man and feline. The shadow clones encircled from all directions, while Wankai darted with astonishing agility through the throng, occasionally swiping at the nearest Naruto. Ah, my face. It dashed to the left. No, to the right. Sasuke and Sakura stood atop a rooftop, calmly orchestrating the unfolding chaos. Sakura continually hurled shurikens to seal off Wankai's escape routes, while Sasuke utilized his Sharingan to anticipate its every move. Now, Sasuke suddenly shouted. 3 Narutos lunged forth simultaneously, finally cornering Wankai. One swift shadow clone managed to seize the plump orange cat in its grasp. We've got it, Naruto cried in exhilaration. Wankai, in the clone's hold, rolled its eyes in utter disdain, as if to say, foolish humans. At the mission reception, a woman of almost square stature rushed excitedly toward them. My little Wankai, mother has missed you dearly. She enveloped the orange cat in her arms, rubbing her face against its fur. Wankai's expression shifted from disdain to despair, its limbs flopping limply, resembling a squished plush toy. Naruto's lips twitched in suppressed laughter. Now I understand why Wankai always tries to escape. Sakura murmured softly, this cat has a tough life too. Sasuke turned his face away, stifling a chuckle. Kakashi calmly accepted the reward and addressed the trio. All right, we have 3 more D-rank missions awaiting us. What? More? Naruto wailed. Just as they prepared to depart, the 3rd Hokage entered with his hands clasped behind his back. Grandpa 3rd. Naruto immediately rushed forward. Please give us a more challenging mission. Since the day before yesterday, we've either been cleaning or pulling weeds, and now it's cat finding. Sasuke unusually concurred. Indeed, with our capabilities, we could undertake more significant tasks. Sakura summoned her courage. Hokage-sama, we have truly been diligent. The 3rd smiled, stroking his beard. Oh? I hear you completed a task in 1 hour that took other teams half a day? Kakashi nodded, thanks to Naruto's shadow clones and Sasuke's strategic planning. Within the ceiling space, Madara scoffed dismissively. Is such triviality worthy of pride? Minato, on the other hand, expressed his satisfaction. They work exceptionally well together. After a moment of contemplation, the 3rd Hokage produced a scroll from his sleeve. In truth, I have long prepared a C-rank mission for you. Really? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the expression of the 3rd suddenly turned serious. A C-rank mission signifies the potential for genuine peril. Are you certain you wish to accept it? The trio exchanged glances and replied in unison, of course. The 3rd smiled and handed the scroll to Kakashi, saying, Then we shall depart early tomorrow morning to escort the bridge expert, Mr. Dazuna, back to the Land of Waves. Once they exited the mission hall, Naruto exuberantly danced with joy, exclaiming, Finally, a decent mission. Sasuke appeared calm on the surface, yet a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Sakura had already begun planning what supplies would be necessary for their journey. Within the ceiling space, Minato suddenly furrowed his brow. The Land of Waves? I recall it has been under a closed country status. How could there be a mission from there? Madara glanced at Minato and inquired, What do you mean? Minato explained, The Land of Waves is a nation devoid of ninjas. When I assumed the role of Hokage, the Land of Waves declared its closed status, ceasing all external interactions. Madara scoffed, and yet, a mission has suddenly arisen. How amusing. The Nine-Tails perked its ears, sensing trouble on the horizon. In the distance, the setting sun bathed the hidden leaf village in golden hues. Unbeknownst to Team 7, Their inaugural C-rank mission would prove to be far more perilous than they could have ever imagined. Chapter 36. Not a task of C-rank difficulty. The gates of Konoha shimmered with an ancient luster in the morning light, while a thin mist enveloped the stone pillars like delicate gossamer. Naruto squatted by the roadside milestone, idly etching the characters for Hokage into a kunai. Sasuke leaned against a pillar, eyes closed in contemplation, his fingers unconsciously caressing his ninja tool pouch. Sakura meticulously checked the bandages and antidotes in her medical kit for the third time. Hey, are you the ninjas assigned to the mission? A hoarse voice, laden with the scent of alcohol, pierced through the fog. The trio simultaneously looked up to see an elderly man with disheveled gray hair, resembling a tangle of grass, staggering towards them. His hunched posture accentuated his already diminutive stature, and bloodshot whites of his eyes were clouded with haze. Clutching a bottle of liquor, he swayed, spilling amber liquid with each step. Undoubtedly, this man was their client, the bridge-building expert, Dazna. Old man, are you already drunk this early? You won't throw up on me, will you? Naruto pinched his nose and leaped down from the milestone, dramatically waving his hands to disperse the stench of alcohol. Dazna squinted, regarding the three with disdain from above his filthy glasses. Is Konoha out of options? Sending 3 wet-behind-the-ears kids to escort me? What did you say? Naruto's temper flared instantly, his azure eyes wide with indignation. I am going to be Hokage. I am 1,000 times better than a drunken fool like you. Sasuke regarded Dazna with an indifferent expression. Were it not for his upbringing dictating restraint, he would have liked to respond in kind, much like Naruto. Please, don't be like this. Sakura hurriedly interjected, bowing to Dazna. Mr. Dazna, we are professionally trained ninjas and will ensure your safe arrival in the land of waves. Professionally trained? Dazna scoffed, unscrewing his bottle and taking a swig. With this loud-mouthed brat? I doubt he can even hold a kunai properly. In an instant, Naruto materialized before Dazna, the tip of his kunai mere inches from the old man's nose. Dazna's mockery froze on his face, and the bottle clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. Do you think I can't hold it now? Naruto grinned, revealing his sharp canines. In the ceiling space, Obito watched Naruto's actions with evident satisfaction. That's the spirit. I've been wanting to take that guy down a peg. Minato, though somewhat exasperated, merely cautioned, Naruto, you should refrain from such behavior in the future. Otherwise, your reputation may suffer. Kakashi appeared behind the group, the pages of his book, Ika Ika Paradise, fluttering gently in the morning breeze. Ah, everyone is here? Your student almost murdered our client. Dazna exclaimed, exasperated, pointing an accusing finger at Naruto. Is that so? Kakashi's single eye curved into a crescent as he responded with a smile that belied the coldness of his words. Yet I see that you were the one who provoked him. By the way, damaging the mission scroll incurs a 3-fold penalty. He suddenly gestured toward the shards of the broken bottle on the ground. Dazna's face turned ashen as he fished out a crumpled wad of bills. 2 hours after departing Konoha, the mist in the forest thickened. Naruto led the way, clutching the last rice ball he had snatched from Dazna. Following Sasuke, his obsidian eyes swept continuously across the shadows among the treetops. Sakura walked beside Dazna, her fingers resting atop her ninja tool pouch. Hey kid, hurry up. Dazna urged for the 5th time. At this pace, we won't reach the coast before nightfall. Naruto turned around and made a face. If you can carry that heavy toolbox. Go ahead, you old geezer. He patted the patched metal box behind Dazna. That's precision equipment. If you break it, you won't even be able to afford to pay for it. Huh, who are you calling? Shut up. Sasuke suddenly pressed down on Naruto's shoulder, his gaze intensely fixed on the road ahead. Something was amiss with the puddle. Everyone followed his line of sight. A remarkably clear puddle lay quietly in the center of the road, devoid of even a single fallen leaf. The rustling of Kakashi's pages came to an abrupt halt. Suddenly, 2 chains, entwined with barbs, burst forth from the water, striking towards Kakashi like venomous serpents. The chains glimmered with an eerie blue sheen under the sunlight, clearly laced with deadly poison. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura's scream pierced the forest. Crack. The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed. Under the crushing grip of the chains, Kakashi's body was severed into multiple pieces, blood spraying like a fountain onto Dazna's face. 1 down. 2 men, both wearing the forehead protectors of the Mist Village, leaped from the puddle. The taller one swung the chains, while the stocky one brandished a scythe. Recognizing the insignia on their forehead protectors, both Sasuke and Sakura, top students in their class, immediately identified them as rogue ninjas from the mist. Next up are you brats. The taller one licked the blood off his scythe and suddenly charged at Sakura, who stood protectively in front of Dasna. The stocky one's chains writhed like living creatures, aiming for Naruto and Sasuke. Go to hell and regret taking this mission. Hey, are you getting a bit too cocky? Surprisingly, Naruto, far from being frightened, formed hand seals, a dangerous smile curving at the corner of his lips. Sasuke's eyes instantaneously transformed into the crimson Sharingan, the dark tomo locking onto the enemy, one for each. In unison, the two thrust their fists together. The chains whistled as they ensnared the three shadow clones. And before the stocky one could revel in his victory, the ground beneath him suddenly softened. Earth-style, heart-cutting technique. Naruto's real body yanked at his ankle from underground, pulling him down with force. This time, it wasn't just digging a hole. Through training, Naruto had become adept at using this technique. What? The stocky one found half of his body sinking into the earth, the chains losing control. Naruto leaped up, his knee crashing into his chin. This kick is for Kakashi-sensei. Bang! In the dull sound of impact, the stocky one spat blood along with two broken teeth. He struggled to form hand seals. Water style, misconcealment, too slow. Naruto tightened his fist, delivering a punch directly to his forehead. The tremendous force sent the stocky one rolling his eyes back, unconscious. Meanwhile, the scythe's cold glimmer traced a deadly arc, yet Sasuke, as if foreseeing the attack, slightly tilted his head. As the blade grazed his ear, the kunai had already pierced the wrist of the figure known as Mingtu, who wielded a knife. Mingtu let out a wretched scream, the scythe slipping from his grasp. Sasuke spun around, delivering a precise roundhouse kick that struck the adversary's temple. Mingtu collided against the tree trunk like a sack of broken rice, and before he could hit the ground, a kunai pressed against his throat. Speak, who sent you? The tomo in his Sharingan slowly rotated. Dasna sat paralyzed on the ground, observing the pink-haired girl assume a defensive stance. Please step back, Mr. Dasna. However, the battle from start to finish lasted less than 15 seconds. Clap, clap, clap. Kakashi emerged from behind the tree, dust-free and applauding. Your performance exceeded expectations. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the lifeless body. That was merely a substitution technique. Kakashi glanced at the severed wooden post on the ground. But he turned his attention to the bound ghost brothers. I had anticipated I would need to intervene only after they had injured one of you. Naruto proudly gave a thumbs up. I wouldn't fear 10 more of these weaklings. Sasuke retracted his Sharingan. A tiresome test. Dasna trembled as he pointed at Kakashi. Are you ninjas all insane? Kakashi crouched down to meet his gaze. Now can we discuss it? Why would a C-rank mission attract the pursuit of the Mist Assassination Squad? His singular I fully opened for the first time. After all, I am the Jonin responsible for this mission. Your request clearly exceeds the parameters of a C-rank task and has escalated to the level of a B-rank mission. We reserve the right to abandon this assignment. The forest fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the faint groans of the ghost brothers. Chapter 37. The request of Dazuna. Golden sunlight cascaded through the forest, yet the warmth it brought could not mask the icy chill emanating from Kakashi's single eye. Under the weight of Kakashi's gaze, Dazuna's throat constricted slightly. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his fingers instinctively tightened around the remnants of a wine jug. Dazuna opened his mouth but could not articulate a complete sentence. Sighing, Kakashi understood that he could not extract a coherent explanation at that moment. He could only turn and approach the bound figures of the demon brothers. He crouched down and removed one of their Mist Village forehead protectors, revealing the grotesque tattoos beneath. Speak, who sent you? Kakashi's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable weight of authority. The demon brothers exchanged glances and suddenly wore eerie smiles. In an instant, they bit down on the poison sacs hidden within their molars, black blood oozing from their lips as their eyes glazed over. Damn it. Kakashi crushed the forehead protector in his hand, realizing they were Mist Village's rogue ninjas. Observing the still warm corpses on the ground, he rose, brushing the shards from his hands and redirecting his attention back to Dazuna. Now, you have two choices, Kakashi declared, raising one finger. First, reveal the entire truth to us, and I shall decide whether to continue with the mission based on your revelations. Second, he raised a second finger, we shall return immediately to Konoha, and you will face breach of contract penalties. Dazuna's complexion turned ashen. Trembling, he reached into his pocket and produced a crumpled wallet, its contents clinking with a few remaining coins. I truly have no other options. Dazuna's voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. The land of waves is on the brink of collapse. Naruto furrowed his brow. Hey, old man, what exactly are you saying? Taking a deep breath, as if steeling himself, Dazuna continued. our land of waves, is currently under the control of a brute named Gat. His voice was low and heavy, as if each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Gat was the owner of a shipping company, ostensibly engaged in legitimate business. Yet he monopolized all maritime transport in the land of waves. Dazuna's fists clenched tightly, turning white. He deliberately inflates shipping costs, oppresses the fishermen, and plunges the entire nation into poverty. Sakura could not contain her curiosity. What about your daimyo? Doesn't the government intervene? Dazuna offered a bitter laugh. The daimyo? He has long been bought off by Gat. Now the people of the land of waves can scarcely afford food, and the children are unable to attend school. Sasuke's eyes flickered with interest. So, you wish to build a bridge? Precisely, Dazuna exclaimed, suddenly animated. Once this bridge is constructed, we can break free from Gat's maritime monopoly. However, as he spoke, the enthusiasm drained from him like air from a deflated balloon. But how could Gat allow that? He has already assassinated 3 engineers. I am the last one. Kakashi narrowed his single eye. So you intentionally concealed the mission's true rank, deceiving us with a C-rank reward for what is. At the very least, a B-rank escort mission? Dazna lowered his head in shame, murmuring, all my savings are only enough for the deposit on a C-rank mission. Last night, as I passed by the tavern, I simply couldn't resist. His voice dwindled. I only had a drink, and then my money was even less. A drink? Naruto pointed at the strong smell of alcohol emanating from Dazna. Is that what you call a drink? Dazna's face flushed crimson. Well, perhaps it was 2 or 3 drinks. Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales scoffed. Humans are truly hypocritical. Minato shook his head in resignation, but this is indeed a gamble with one's life. Obito snorted disdainfully, foolish, yet somewhat resolute. Kakashi fell silent for a moment before addressing Team 7. According to regulations, we should immediately terminate the mission and return to Konoha. What? Dazna exclaimed, suddenly collapsing to his knees. Please. If you leave, the land of waves will truly have no hope. That bridge is our only lifeline. Kakashi replied. But the mission's difficulty exceeds what my students can handle. Seeing Kakashi unmoved, Dazna trembled as he pointed at Naruto. Did you not say you wanted to become Hokage? Isn't the Hokage meant to protect the weak? He then gestured towards Sasuke. As a Uchiha ninja, can you just stand by and watch innocents perish? Finally, he turned to Sakura. Miss, can you bear to see the children of the land of waves starve? Team 7 was taken aback by this sudden moral assault. Naruto scratched his head, irritably glancing at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi sighed. What do you all think? Sasuke appeared hesitant, troublesome. Sakura bit her lip, but those children. Naruto suddenly pounded his fist against a tree. Damn. This old man is too cunning. Seeing the moral pressure was effective, Dazna feigned indifference. Never mind. I won't force you. It's just a pity for my daughter and grandson, who will have to live alone from now on in that cruel, inhumane hell. This old man. Naruto and the others looked at Dazna with expressions of utter shamelessness. Kakashi pondered for a long while before finally making a decision. The mission continues, but with 2 conditions. Dazna excitedly looked up. What conditions? First, Kakashi stated, the mission rank is elevated to B rank, and the difference will be compensated after the bridge in the land of waves is completed. Kakashi raised a second finger. Second, you must fully comply with our arrangements without any further concealment. Dazna nodded repeatedly. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Kakashi turned to Team 7. You 3, prepare yourselves mentally. From now on, this is no longer a simple escort mission. Naruto waved his fists in excitement. Now this is getting interesting. Sasuke tilted his head, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Sakura tightened her grip on her kunai. I will protect Mr. Dazna. Before long, they resumed their journey. This time, Kakashi took the lead, his grasp on the paradise of affection now relinquished. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura positioned themselves around Dazna, each standing at a distinct angle. In the distance, ominous clouds gathered on the horizon. Within the confines of the ceiling space, Minato gazed through Naruto's eyes toward the far-off expanse, murmuring, I hope this is merely a figment of my imagination. Obito inquired, what troubles you? After a moment of silence, Minato replied, I have an unsettling feeling that this mission will not unfold as easily as anticipated. With a dismissive snort, Obito retorted, do not fret. With you, me, and that unruly fox by our side, no one can harm Naruto. At that moment, the Ninetales expressed its discontent, saying, Old Obito, why do you speak of me as if I were an afterthought? Obito shot a glance at the creature, is it not so? Simultaneously, on the distant waters of the land of waves, a grand ship adorned with the banner of the Kado Trading Company glided towards the shores of the land of waves. On the deck, a towering figure, brandishing a beheading sword, gazed intently at the approaching land. Chapter 38. Confronting a formidable foe. The coastline of the land of waves shimmered with an iron-gray hue as dusk fell. The damp sea breeze, laden with the scent of salt and brine, lashed against the faces of Team 7. After 2 consecutive days of relentless marching, Dasna was panting heavily. Sakura's medical kit was speckled with mud, and even Naruto found it challenging to remain composed. They would reach the town after traversing this mangrove forest. Dasna wiped the sweat from his brow. Kato's men would likely refrain from laying an ambush here. After all, this area was still considered the border of the Land of Fire. Deploying mercenaries here would be tantamount to declaring war against it. Should that occur, the individuals arriving would not be mere genin like Naruto and his team, but rather a formidable force led by seasoned jonin. However, none anticipated that they had underestimated Kato's ambition and audacity. Get down. Kakashi's thunderous command shattered the air like a clap of thunder. Almost simultaneously, a colossal blade, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, cleaved through the mist, whistling ominously as it approached. Naruto and Sasuke instinctively lunged to protect Dasna and Sakura. The edge of the decapitating sword grazed Naruto's forehead protector before embedding itself deeply into a nearby tree trunk. Not bad, kids, a deep, raspy voice emerged from the fog. A towering man, standing atop the hilt of the massive sword, gradually revealed himself. His bare torso was wrapped in bandages, and sharp canine teeth glinted malevolently as he smirked. Zabuza Momochi, the rogue ninja of the mist. Upon seeing Zabuza, Kakashi's gaze grew frigid. He placed his hand upon his forehead protector and declared, Team 7, protect Dasna. This is an adversary beyond your capabilities. Zabuza's eyes narrowed with intrigue. He had not anticipated encountering Konoha's watchdog here. The forehead protector was suddenly lifted, revealing Kakashi's Sharingan, its crimson hue bursting to life in the twilight. 3 Tomo began to rotate slowly, reflecting Zabuza's pupils, which contracted slightly. Sasuke, recognizing that familiar eye, was taken aback. Is that the Sharingan? Kakashi, you. This is not the time for explanations, Kakashi interjected, his tone colder than ever. Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, a master of silent assassination techniques, once slaughtered an entire Umbu training squad in a single night. Sasuke's Sharingan instinctively activated, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. This is the true embodiment of strength. Within the ceiling space, Madara scoffed, daring to call oneself a demon with merely 7 broken blades. Minato's voice came with a note of caution. We cannot underestimate him, Madara. The challenge is too great for Naruto and the others at this moment. The Ninetales thrashed its tail restlessly against the ground. Shall we intervene? Let me take control this time. Madara raised a hand dismissively. No need. That silver-haired brat is sufficient to handle this, and Naruto must grow. We cannot perpetually resolve all his dilemmas. In the real world, Zabuza's demeanor shifted upon hearing Kakashi's introduction. It seems you possess considerable knowledge, he remarked, his hand moving with such speed that it nearly left an afterimage. Water release, hidden mist technique. A dense fog instantaneously engulfed the entire coastline. Visibility plummeted to less than half a meter, and the damp mist was pierced by the violent coughs of Dasna. Voices from all directions echoed ominously. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, and subclavian vein, kidneys, heart. Which vital point do you wish for me to attack? Sakura stood closely beside Dasna, doing her utmost to alleviate the pressure on the other 2 amidst such dire circumstances. Meanwhile, Naruto had summoned 5 shadow clones to encircle Dasna protectively. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, yet his vision could only discern vague afterimages. Do not waste your effort. Kakashi's voice suddenly resonated in the ears of the trio. This is the assassination technique of the Mist Village. Wait until your eyes are enhanced before proceeding. Kakashi-sensei, you. Naruto was astonished to discover that Kakashi had somehow appeared before them, his forehead protector completely raised, the 3 Tomo within his Sharingan spinning with an eerie velocity. However, Kakashi's lips curled slightly upward, stating, Then leave it to me. I shall not allow any of my comrades to perish. That certainly leaves me in eager anticipation. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clash erupted within the fog. The sparks from the colliding decapitation blade and shuriken flickered fleetingly in the mist as Kakashi and Zabuza's figures intertwined like specters. Kakashi's Sharingan traced 3 crimson arcs through the fog, the 3 Tomo rapidly rotating as they interpreted the chakra flow of the mist technique. To the left, the sparks from the collision illuminated a 3-meter radius. Zabuza's canines gleamed ominously in the light. With a flick of his wrist, The serrated edge of his blade seized the shuriken. Water release. Water Fong bullet. A high-pressure jet of water erupted from the blade, aimed directly at Kakashi's face. In a critical moment, Kakashi's Sharingan detected the hand seal trajectory and almost simultaneously countered. Water release. Water Fong bullet. The two spiraling columns of water collided, erupting in a deluge of droplets that formed a dense curtain within the mist. Seizing the opportunity, Zabuza leapt backward, relinquishing his decapitation blade which spiraled toward Kakashi's lower body. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. The rising 3-meter earth wall was cleaved in two by the blade, yet Kakashi had already leapt into the air. During his descent, he completed 42 hand seals, his chest dramatically inflating. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The violent gust tore a rift through the fog, revealing Zabuza's disdainful visage. A whirlwind swirled with sand and debris, uprooting the coastal rocks. Excellent. This will allow. Naruto had just begun to revel in the newfound clarity of his vision when, in an instant, the dense fog enveloped everything once more. My mist is not so easily dispersed. Zabuza's voice echoed like a specter, mocking Naruto's naivety. The Ninetales could no longer contain itself, rising to roar. Damn it. I want to go out there and take him down. Obito raised a hand to calm it. Steady yourself, bristly fox, do not forget. That fellow is merely a training opponent for Naruto. In the realm of reality, Kakashi infused his kunai with lightning release and hurled it toward Zabuza's position. Water release. Water barrier. Zabuza swiftly conjured a wall of water before him. However, the lightning-infused kunai pierced through the watery obstacle, striking Zabuza squarely in the chest. Yet, in an instant, Zabuza's form transformed into a puddle of water, leaving Kakashi astonished. A water clone? Die. Almost simultaneously with Kakashi's utterance, the executioner's blade swept past his body. His upper and lower halves were sent flying by the ferocious gust, collapsing to the ground in a pool of blood. Sensei, Naruto's shadow clone was about to charge forward, only to be yanked back by Sasuke. Don't move. You won't be of any help. However, upon realizing the color of the blood, Zabuza was taken aback. For it was merely water. This implied that Kakashi had also employed a water clone. Zabuza exclaimed in shock. When did this happen? From the very beginning. Humph. No wonder you were the copy ninja. The two combatants found themselves in a stalemate. Chapter 39. Victory. A thick fog enveloped the entire coastline like a tangible shroud, rendering visibility to less than 3 meters. Kakashi's Sharingan etched 3 crimson trails through the mist, the 3 tomos spinning wildly as they captured every subtle fluctuation of chakra. The sharp clang of metal echoed through the fog, the sparks from the clash of kunai and the decapitating blade flickering intermittently. To the left, Kakashi suddenly pivoted, the blade of the decapitating sword grazing his forehead protector and sending a few strands of silver hair flying. He swiftly countered, aiming his kunai at Zabuza's throat. But the latter deflected it with the hilt of his sword. The two briefly engaged before vanishing once more into the dense fog. Sensei. Naruto clenched his fists. 5 shadow clones forming a protective barrier around Dazna. Sasuke's Sharingan whirled incessantly, yet could only discern vague afterimages. At that moment, Sakura gazed at Naruto and Sasuke's backs, feeling a deep sense of despondency. In the face of battle, she realized she could contribute nothing beyond theoretical knowledge. For the first time, she felt her presence in the team was inconsequential. This situation could not persist. At that moment, Sasuke gritted his teeth and declared, "We must take action." Although Kakashi was still holding his own against the opponent, it was evident that Kakashi's stamina was depleting at a far greater rate. Once his energy was exhausted, they would merely be fodder for the enemy. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes lit up. That's right. Sensei Kakashi used wind release to disperse the fog earlier. He quickly formed hand seals, although the mist quickly regrouped, if he could maintain the wind. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A torrent of air erupted from Naruto's mouth, as if an invisible giant hand were tearing through the fog. The mist was forcefully blown aside, revealing the figures of the two combatants not far away. Well done, Naruto. Kakashi, suddenly aware of the clarity in his surroundings, spotted Naruto unleashing his jutsu. He seized the opportunity, focusing his Sharingan on Zabuza's position and launching 3 shuriken with pinpoint accuracy. Zabuza was forced to retreat as he swung his decapitating sword in a wide arc, knocking the shuriken aside. Yet, this retreat left him fully exposed to the gaze of the others. It's my turn. Sasuke's Sharingan glimmered slightly. He swiftly hurled 6 special shuriken, each connected to nearly invisible steel wires. A mere trick. Zabuza scoffed, effortlessly evading. However, as he prepared to counterattack, Sasuke abruptly tugged the wires taut, forming hand seals while biting down on the wires. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. A searing fire dragon coursed along the wires, instantly creating 6 walls of flame that sealed off Zabuza's retreat. The intense heat caused the surrounding seawater to evaporate, sending white mist spiraling upwards. Damn you, little brat. Feeling the scorching heat nearby, Zabuza roared, rapidly forming hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged from the sea's surface, charging towards Naruto and his companions. The same technique will not work against me. Kakashi's voice suddenly rang out. His hand seal speed surpassed that of Zabuza, and the water dragon jutsu was unleashed with remarkable swiftness. 2 water dragons collided midair, transforming into a torrential downpour. Cursed Kakashi. Observing this, Zabuza formed seals once more, only to find Kakashi mimicking his movements simultaneously. You wish to replicate my technique? Such a mundane endeavor. However, Zabuza soon found himself momentarily stunned. Kakashi's speed in forming seals was astonishingly quicker, as if he were already aware of the technique he intended to employ. Water style, great waterfall technique. By the time Zabuza was lost in thought, Kakashi had completed all his seals. A colossal wave materialized from thin air, crashing down upon Zabuza with overwhelming force. This technique was swifter and more formidable than the ninjutsu Zabuza had planned to execute. What? In a frantic attempt to defend himself, Zabuza raised his beheading sword, only to be swept away by the torrent, crashing heavily against a distant rock. Blood trickled from his lips as he struggled to rise, only to discover Kakashi's kunai pressed against his throat. It is over. Kakashi's Sharingan coldly scrutinized him. Who sent you? What further schemes does Kato have? Just as Zabuza prepared to respond, several shuriken flew through the air, piercing directly through his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend his demise. With an expression of bitter resentment, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the source of the sound, revealing a white-haired youth wearing a fox mask, who had inexplicably appeared atop a nearby tree. Zabuza has been eliminated. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. The boy's voice was icy yet remarkably courteous. Meanwhile, Kakashi crouched down to check Zabuza's pulse, reluctantly conceding, he is indeed dead. Subsequently, the masked youth swiftly approached Zabuza's lifeless form. Then, I shall take custody of Zabuza's body. With that, he vanished from sight, carrying Zabuza's corpse away. As Zabuza breathed his last, the mist concealing the area began to dissipate entirely. The crimson sunset bathed the sea in a blood-red hue. Kakashi gazed pensively in the direction where the Umbu had disappeared, the Tomo within his Sharingan slowly rotating. Sakura was tending to the injuries of the group when she suddenly noticed Kakashi's expression and inquired, "What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei?" "That Umbu." Before Kakashi could elaborate, Sasuke interjected, frowning, "Quite peculiar. Isn't it?" Naruto, however, remained utterly bewildered. "What are you all talking about?" Kakashi explained, "For the Umbu, the handling of corpses should be resolved on-site. Yet that individual chose to remove the body." Sasuke added, "Thus, that person is not an Umbu at all." "Huh." Naruto gasped in surprise. "So you were implying that earlier?" Kakashi shook his head. "We have no knowledge of how many there are. Recklessly confronting them would place us in jeopardy." Naruto finally understood. "So you let them go, right?" Sasuke regarded Naruto's performance with a sense of satisfaction, remarking, "You, the underachiever, aren't entirely foolish." However, Sasuke's words ignited a fire within Naruto, who rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Sasuke. "What did you say, you arrogant jerk, Sasuke?" Sakura hurriedly stepped between the two, asserting, "Regardless of our disagreements, we have finally completed our mission." Dasna, trembling, lit his pipe and said, "Now do you understand why that bridge is essential? Even someone like Kato can hire ninjas of this caliber." The others had come to appreciate this fact through their experiences thus far. Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales suddenly perked up, observing that Masked Boy's seal is rather peculiar. Minato pondered, he concluded with a medical ninjutsu seal. Madara's Sharingan glimmered with intrigue. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Chapter 40. Dasna's grandson. After ensuring the surroundings were secure, Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector and shouldered his backpack. "All right, everyone. Let's proceed if there are no further issues." However, just as Kakashi took a step forward, darkness suddenly enveloped him, causing him to topple forward unceremoniously. With a dull thud, the renowned copy ninja found himself sprawled on the ground in an undignified manner. "Kakashi-sensei." Naruto's exclamation startled the birds perched on nearby branches. "Let me see." Sakura pushed past the two and quickly began to assess his injuries. As her fingers gently brushed against Kakashi's neck, the tension in her expression gradually eased. "What happened to Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto inquired. Sakura replied, "It's merely exhaustion of chakra that led to his fainting. He will recover after some rest." Dasna, pipe in mouth, crouched down, a flicker of concern flashing in his murky eyes. It seems the battle with that rogue ninja from the mist took quite a toll. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space, ethereal blue chakra flowed languidly. Obito stood with his arms crossed, a look of disdain in his eyes. To exhaust chakra from such a trivial skirmish? Pathetic. Minato furrowed his brow in contemplation. Something feels amiss. Kakashi's chakra levels are undoubtedly above average for a jonin. His fingers unconsciously tapped the air. During his time in the Umbu, he once executed a relentless pursuit for 3 days and nights, eliminating 3 rogue ninja strongholds in the process. The Nine-Tails flicked its tail, its golden eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be the burden of the Sharingan? No, Minato shook his head. Kakashi has long since adapted to the drain of the Sharingan. It shouldn't be a factor. Obito maintained his disdainful demeanor. It's simply weakness. In the physical realm, Naruto struggled onward, bearing the unconscious Kakashi on his back. The silver-haired Jonin's head sagged limply against his shoulder, the mask slipping slightly due to the jostling, revealing pale lips. "Switch." Sasuke, with a stern expression, patted Naruto's shoulder. "Huh, I can carry him for another 10 kilometers. Fool, your legs are trembling." Sakura watched the two argue with exasperation and turned to Dasna with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, but it seems we will be delayed." Dasna shook his head, the glow of his pipe flickering. "The one who should apologize is me. Had I known we would encounter such formidable foes." By the riverbank, Dasna's old friend had been waiting for some time. The weathered fisherman, upon seeing the unconscious Kakashi, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his clouded eyes. "Is this a ninja from the Leaf? I heard that the Leaf Village is the largest in the Land of Fire. Yet their ninja not only cannot stand but require children to carry them." The ferry approached the shore as dusk fell. By the dilapidated dock, a few ragged children poked at the shells left behind by the receding tide with wooden sticks. Their eyes brightened upon spotting Dasna, but quickly retreated into the shadows upon noticing the outsiders. Dasna's home was a rickety wooden house, the sea breeze whistling through the gaps in the walls, producing a mournful sound. As the doors swung open, the fragrant aroma of hot soup enveloped the air. "Father." A golden-haired woman in an apron rushed forward, but gasped upon seeing the unconscious Kakashi, covering her mouth in shock. "Oh my. Tsunami, prepare the guest room." Dasna commanded tersely. "Where's Inari?" "Upstairs." The woman's gaze swept over the members of Team 7, forcing a smile. "Welcome, I am Tsunami, Dasna's daughter." "Hello." The 3 young ones replied politely. The floorboards of the attic creaked under the weight. Just as Naruto settled Kakashi, a loud bang echoed from downstairs. This is all meaningless. The boy's piercing scream pierced through the thin floor. "Grandpa, you just don't understand." Naruto hurried downstairs to find a black-haired boy furiously kicking a table leg. The boy appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, his eyes swollen like peaches, clutching a wooden toy boat tightly. "Inari." Tsunami tried to embrace her son, but he pushed her away forcefully. Father was so powerful back in the day, yet he was hanged like a dog by Kato at the dock. Inari's tears fell heavily onto the floor. What a hero, merely a joke. Dasna trembled slightly at the mention of father. His pipe fell to the ground, sending sparks flying. Dinner proceeded in silence. Inari locked himself in his room, and the fish soup Tsunami brought hardly touched the table. The sound of crashing waves outside grated on everyone's nerves. That had happened 3 years ago. Finally, Dasna broke the silence, his rough fingers stroking the wooden cup as his gaze fell upon a fragmented group photo on the table. "Kisha, my son-in-law. The finest fisherman in the land of waves." The candlelight cast deep shadows in the creases of his face. He had led the fishermen in revolt against Kato's monopoly, secretly building fishing boats. The old man's voice grew quieter. "At our most audacious, we nearly reclaimed 1/3 of our fishing grounds." Sasuke listened, somewhat excited. "And then?" Dasna gave a bitter smile. "Kato hired mist ninjas from the land of water. Kisha was publicly subjected to water torture, tied to a wooden post at the dock, left to drown as the tide rose." Sakura's spoon clattered into the soup bowl. Inari had witnessed his father, swallowed by the sea at high tide. Tsunami's voice was light as a feather. Since then, he has never believed in heroes. These words struck deeply at the hearts of the 3 young ones. In the stillness of the night, Naruto stealthily climbed to the rooftop. The sea breeze, laden with a salty tang, tousled his golden hair, and in the distance, Kato's cargo ships loomed like monsters in the darkness. "Can't sleep?" Sasuke's voice suddenly came from behind him. I was thinking. Naruto clenched his fists. If only that Kisha had been stronger. Strength has never been the key. Sasuke rarely refrained from mockery, his dark eyes fixed on the starry sky. What matters is how it is wielded. Within the confines of the sealed space, Watergate let out a soft sigh. That child bears a striking resemblance to Naruto. Ben scoffed coldly. Weakness. A true warrior is not so easily shattered by trivial matters. The Ninetales' tail thrashed against the ground. Humans are inherently susceptible to the sway of their emotions. In the realm of reality, Naruto shook his head resolutely. I shall utilize my own strength to aid them in rebuilding hope. Under the moonlight, the shadows of two youths stretched long and slender. Meanwhile, in a certain area of the Land of Waves, two figures silently stepped onto its territory. At this moment, Kato, who held dominion over the Land of Waves, greeted the two with great deference. You have come for this, I presume. As he spoke, Kato handed over a bounty notice to them. From beneath the shadow, one individual extended an arm to retrieve the notice. Kato clearly observed the numerous dark lines adorning this person's arm. The shadowy figure glanced at the bounty notice and remarked, acceptable. But I require a deposit of 3 million first. No problem, no problem. A delightful collaboration awaits. Kato rubbed his hands together, unhesitatingly agreeing. Subsequently, the two figures emerged from the shadows, revealing their crimson cloud-patterned black robes. Chapter 41. Individual training. As the morning light streamed through the cracks of the wooden window, it cast a gentle glow upon the tatami mat, causing Kakashi's eyelids to flutter slightly. Soon, he opened his eyes to find himself gazing at the ceiling of the Dazna household. What is this? As he attempted to prop himself up, a sharp pain shot from his temple down his spine, compelling him to lie back down. Is this the after effect of chakra depletion? He chuckled wryly, brushing his forehead protector, only to realize that his chakra recovery was at least 3 times slower than anticipated. Outside, hurried footsteps echoed as Naruto suddenly flung the door open. Kakashi-sensei, you're finally awake. His golden hair glistened with morning dew, indicating he had just returned from training outside. Sasuke and Sakura followed closely behind. Sakura held a steaming bowl of medicinal soup, the pungent bitterness of which swiftly filled the room. Mr. Dazna said this will help restore your chakra. Kakashi managed to sit up, his fingers trembling slightly as he accepted the bowl. Not wishing to reveal his true state, he turned his back to the others, lifting a corner of his mask to drink the medicine in one gulp. However, as the taste spread through his mouth, Kakashi's eyes twitched at the bitterness. This is even worse than Guy's special nutritional juice. Previously, when competing with Guy over who could drink the concoction, he had lost that time. Little did he expect to encounter a liquid even more dreadful than that. Seeing Kakashi pull up his mask, Sakura turned back, concern evident in her voice. Kakashi-sensei, are you feeling better? Kakashi nodded and inquired, what about Dazna? Naruto replied, Grandpa Dazna went to build the bridge this morning. I'm here to guard Inari and the others, while Sasuke is keeping watch over there. Kakashi nodded and continued, call Sasuke over. I have something to discuss with you all. Shortly thereafter, Team 7 gathered in Kakashi's room. Sasuke, you must have noticed as well, Kakashi suddenly remarked, his voice regaining its usual calmness. Zabuza is not dead. Sasuke nodded yes. That Umbu was actually one of his subordinates or teammates, whose purpose was to rescue him in times of danger. Kakashi nodded in appreciation, satisfied with Sasuke's insight, and continued. Exactly. Naruto gasped. So they might come back to kill us? Based on the injuries sustained, it was estimated they would return in about a week. Kakashi's gaze swept over the three, thus, we need to engage in specialized training. Gather in the woods in half an hour. I will tailor the training to each of your needs. Now, disperse. Half an hour later, in the red pine forest near Dazna's home, Sakura stood before a 30-meter-high cedar tree, biting her lip. She concentrated her chakra at her feet but struggled to maintain her balance. You're doing very well. Few can climb such heights during their initial training. However, when Sakura saw Kakashi leaning against the tree trunk with his cane, her previously excited expression dimmed. Sakura rose to her feet, continuing to gather her chakra. However, she realized that it was still insufficient. Kakashi instructed her. Imagine your chakra adhering to the tree trunk like glue. It is not about pushing, but rather about pulling. Upon hearing this, Sakura nodded and made another attempt. This time, her feet firmly pressed against the trunk, and she noticeably felt a much stronger connection than before. Her progress was rapid. Kakashi, rarely one to offer praise, acknowledged. Your chakra control is among the finest I have encountered. In the future, I shall recommend you to the medical class for further study. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Meanwhile, In the clearing by the waterfall, the sound of chirping birds filled the air. Since you and Naruto have mastered walking on water, I shall impart to you my original ninjutsu, Kakashi announced. His shadow clone's right hand was enveloped in brilliant lightning, with electric sparks refracting a spectrum of colors through the mist. Lightning release, Chidori. Kakashi dispelled his chakra, explaining, "This is my own creation of lightning-based ninjutsu, achieved by compressing lightning chakra to a high degree and granting it a form for high-speed thrusts." Sasuke, leaning on his knees, inquired, "Is this technique developed in conjunction with your Sharingan?" Kakashi replied calmly, "No, I developed it before acquiring the Sharingan. At that time, I was too arrogant to heed its shortcomings." He then interrupted Sasuke's question, saying, "Now is not the time for that discussion. What did you observe about my use of Chidori just now?" Sasuke's Sharingan intensely focused on Kakashi's hand seal sequence. "The final rat seal is crucial." "Correct," Kakashi affirmed with a nod. "But the true challenge lies in how to protect oneself during the thrust." Before he finished speaking, Kakashi lunged forward, his palm resting against Sasuke's neck. Sasuke's pupils constricted. He had not seen Kakashi's movement at all. Could even a crutch move that swiftly? Kakashi withdrew his hand, stating, "From today onward, you will practice hand seals 500 times a day until you can complete the entire set in 5 seconds. With a slight limp, Kakashi distanced himself, adding, "Then we shall practice the thrusting route." Facing Kakashi's retreating figure, Sasuke wiped the sweat from his brow and commenced his special training. Meanwhile, at the rocky seaside, Naruto shouted into the waves, "Dad, Father, Uncle Ninetails, let us begin." Within the ceiling space, Madara clenched his fists, an uncommon excitement on his face. "Listen well, Naruto. Have you always wanted to learn the Great Fire Annihilation? Today is the day I teach you." "Really?" Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Madara's previous demonstration of the Great Fire Annihilation, which had incinerated Danzo's Forest of the Suffering, remained vividly etched in Naruto's memory. He had dreamed of wielding that technique during that time. However, Madara had previously warned him that its consumption was too great, and at that time, his chakra was insufficient to support it, which is why he had refrained from teaching him. Madara was quite pleased with Naruto's reaction. "Listen closely, Naruto. The key to fire style, Great Fire Annihilation, is to compress chakra to..." Suddenly, Minato interrupted, "I believe we should first teach him the Rasengan." "Huh?" Madara's Sharingan widened in disbelief. That half-finished ninjutsu? Though Madara had witnessed the Rasengan before, having lived alongside Minato for an extended period, he was aware of the various ninjutsu they both knew. However, he had heard Minato mention that the Rasengan was merely an incomplete technique. Minato calmly explained, "First, the Rasengan requires no hand seals and can be executed at a considerable speed. Second, it is purely a change in form, which will help him establish a solid foundation in chakra control. Third," as Minato raised his hand, a Rasengan materialized, a brilliant blue sphere of chakra that captured everyone's attention. Minato continued, "Although this technique is said to be unfinished, it simply lacks the addition of nature transformation. Its current level of completion is sufficient to handle the present situation." The Ninetails grinned. "Ha, nature transformation, how intriguing." "Humph. Very well." Madara was persuaded by Minato. Several hours later, under Minato's guidance, Naruto focused his chakra in his palm. Gradually, a blue chakra sphere began to form in the center of his hand. However, the swirling chakra inside was chaotic, and ultimately, it erupted with a loud bang. The shockwave sent Naruto tumbling backward. "Fool!" Madara roared in the ceiling space. "The chakra must rotate, not explode." Minato patiently demonstrated. "Imagine twisting the chakra like a rope, and then, in the present-day land of waves, let alone rubber balls." Even balloons were scarce. Minato could only guide Naruto to learn. The difficulty was immense, yet Naruto refused to retreat, and thus, they too could not choose to give up. Chapter 42. I have 3 loquacious fathers. The blood-red sunset cast a dark hue over the forest as Sakura gritted her teeth, dragging along her 2 unconscious companions. Naruto's right palm was a gruesome mess, while Sasuke's entire right arm was marred by scorched electric burn marks. Not being a medical ninja, Sakura could only apply rudimentary bandages using the knowledge she had acquired. As for the means of transport, she resorted to the most primitive method, gripping Naruto by the back of his collar with one hand and hoisting Sasuke's shoulder with the other, trudging laboriously through the muddy mountain trail. These 2 fools, veins bulged on Sakura's forehead, yet her steps remained surprisingly steady. After 3 days of chakra control training, she discovered that not only could she easily sprint atop the treetops, but her muscular strength had also increased more than threefold. Bang! The wooden door was kicked open. Kakashi, who was studying a map, looked up just in time to see Sakura unceremoniously toss the two boys onto the tatami mat as if they were sacks of rice. Kakashi opened his mouth to speak. Exhausted chakra and third-degree burns. Sakura, with a murderous glint in her eyes, tore open the medical kit, Naruto's 250th failed Rasengan, and Sasuke's Chidori recoil. She abruptly snapped the neck of a vial. Do you want me to wake them now? Kakashi silently took a step back. Let's treat them first. For some inexplicable reason, Kakashi saw in Sakura the same expression his late teacher's wife wore when she was furious. I can still continue. As soon as Naruto regained consciousness, he struggled to rise, only to be sent back to the bed by a punch from Sakura. Sasuke fared even worse upon awakening. He was met with a shoulder throw and a chokehold from Sakura. Sakura harbored feelings for Sasuke, yet when necessary, she resorted to violence to deal with troublesome individuals. Listen. Sakura's fist sank into the tatami beside the heads of the two boys. If I see you training with injuries like this again. Her smile caused the temperature in the room to plummet. I'll tie you together and hang you at the bridge as bait. Within the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails' fur bristled. When did this girl become so terrifying? She had always appeared so docile. Now she could be so ruthless. Madara rarely agreed. More merciless than the Uchiha clan's rules. Minato wiped his cold sweat. Thankfully, Kushina isn't this violent. After dinner, Naruto lay in bed, his hands burning with pain, the result of countless attempts to condense the Rasengan that day. He turned over, hearing Sasuke's steady breathing from next door, evidently. That proud boy was also exhausted. Kid, you're tossing and turning, making a racket. The Nine-Tails' impatient voice echoed in his mind. Sorry, Uncle Nine-Tails, Naruto replied mentally, unable to sleep due to the pain in his palms. Serves you right. Who told you not to heed old Madara's advice and insist on practicing so many times in one go? The Nine-Tails scoffed. Yet Naruto felt a warm chakra enveloping his palm, alleviating the pain significantly. Thank you, Uncle Nine-Tails. No need for thanks, just refrain from being so impulsive in the future. Naruto smiled silently, contemplating closing his eyes, when suddenly, a faint sound of sobbing drifted in from the end of the corridor. The sound was stifled and agonizing, as if someone was desperately trying to suppress their tears but had failed. Naruto quietly rose, treading softly toward the source of the sound. It emanated from Ino's room. Standing outside the door, he listened to the intermittent sobs within, and his mind wandered back to that rainy night when he had been chased by a group of children. Trembling in the shadows of a bridge, the cries from then bore an uncanny resemblance to those he now heard. Father Naruto whispered within himself. Yes, I heard you. The voice of Uchiha Madara resonated in his mind, deep and composed, recalling the child who had lost his father, just as I once did. Naruto murmured softly. Madara fell silent for a moment, knowing Naruto's character made it difficult for him to ignore such matters. Finally, he spoke. Go if you wish. In light of your current identity, Naruto nodded, foregoing the knock on the door, instead skillfully climbing through the window and scaling the outer wall to Ino's window. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the boy curled up in the corner of the bed. Ino looked up, his tear-filled eyes meeting the gaze of a golden-haired youth squatting on his windowsill. How did you? Ino hastily wiped away his tears, his voice laced with anger and embarrassment. Hey, don't be tense. Naruto leaped into the room, sitting cross-legged opposite Ino. I just heard crying, so I came to check. I was crying. Ino retorted defiantly, though the tremor in his voice betrayed him. Naruto refrained from arguing, choosing instead to sit in silence. In the moonlight, he could clearly see Ino's swollen eyes and clenched fists, a sight that reminded him of his own efforts in front of the mirror practicing an indifferent expression. Naruto suddenly spoke up. I have 3 fathers. Ino looked up, confusion etched on his face. Naruto squinted, pondering for a moment. Well, to be precise, there's 1 old man, 1 dad, and 1 Nine-Tails uncle. Upon finishing, Naruto noticed Ino's expression of bewilderment. This prompted Naruto to scratch his head, revealing a somewhat silly grin. It's rather complicated, isn't it? What are you rambling about? Ino frowned. Allow me to explain. Naruto took a deep breath. First, there's my old man. His name is Uchiha Madara. He is not my biological father, but one day he suddenly appeared within my body, and in my confusion, I accepted him as my father. Ino's eyes widened. Appeared in your body? Exactly. Naruto nodded excitedly. It was frightening at first. He suddenly started talking in my head, and I thought I was seeing ghosts. But now I'm used to it. Although my old man always has a stern face and speaks harshly, he genuinely cares for me. For instance, during the day's training for the Rasengan, he kept reminding me not to be impatient. But alas, I didn't listen. Naruto showcased his bandaged hand, making a silly face. Then there's my father, Namikaze Minato. He is my true father, who sacrificed himself to protect the village, leaving his chakra sealed away. Naruto's voice softened. Father was always gentle, imparting many lessons and sharing stories about my mother. Inari's expression began to shift from skepticism to curiosity. Finally, there was the Nine Tails. Naruto pointed to his own abdomen. It is the Nine Tails fox sealed within me. Although he is temperamental and often shouts at me, he always comes to my aid in critical moments. Just like earlier. He even used his chakra to alleviate the pain in my palm. The Nine Tails, fox? Inari's voice trembled. Isn't that quite dangerous? It used to be, Naruto admitted, but now we are partners, even if the Nine Tails refuses to acknowledge it. He smiled widely. You know, those three often bicker in my head, especially Dad and the Nine Tails. They behave like two children. This is utterly unbelievable, Inari murmured. Naruto's smile gradually faded, his expression turning serious. What I wish to convey is that even without blood ties, even in mere spiritual form, they remain my family, caring for and guiding me. And you have a grandfather who loves you dearly, along with the entire village. Inari's eyes brimmed with tears once more, but they do not understand. Father is gone, and everyone calls him a hero, but what use is a hero? He is still absent. Kato continues to control the land of waves. We cannot change anything. Naruto quietly listened to Inari's outburst, and when his breathing had calmed somewhat, he softly said, I understand. Those two simple words left Inari momentarily speechless. Before I met my father, Naruto gazed out at the moon. The villagers called me Fox. Children threw stones at me, and shopkeepers refused to sell to me. Every night, I hid under the covers, crying and questioning why no one liked me. Why I had to endure this. Under the moonlight, Naruto's blue eyes sparkled with the glow of memories, until one day, my father appeared. He told me that crying was not wrong, but wallowing in pain would only render one weaker. He said that if I sought the approval of others, I must become strong enough to change everything. So, have you achieved that? Inari asked softly. Naruto chuckled. I am still striving, but at least now, I have a group of companions who recognize me, teachers willing to guide me, and, at the end, Naruto pointed to his chest, 3 loquacious fathers. Inari lowered his head, tears falling onto his knees. But, father will never return. Yes, he cannot come back, Naruto said gently, placing a reassuring hand on Inari's shoulder. But that does not mean you should abandon what he once believed in. My father sacrificed himself to protect the village. Your father sacrificed himself to protect you. If we simply give up, wouldn't either sacrifices be in vain? Ina lifted her head and beheld the steadfast light in Naruto's eyes. Tomorrow, we shall continue our training and then protect Grandpa Tazuna. Completing this bridge, Naruto declared, gently patting Ina's small head. This endeavor is not merely for the sake of duty. It is to demonstrate that the sacrifices of heroes hold significance, and their will is inherited by those who live on. Ina remained silent for a long while before softly inquiring, do you truly believe we can defeat Kaido? Absolutely, Naruto replied confidently, thumping his chest. With Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei by my side, we will prevail. And, he added mischievously, winking, I have 3 incredibly powerful fathers guiding me within. Ina finally revealed a faint smile, the first of the evening, albeit subtle. Thank you, Naruto and I. Naruto rose, stretching lazily. No need for thanks. It's time for bed. We have training tomorrow. He moved to the window, turning back to say, if you have nightmares again tonight, feel free to come to me. Although the Nine Tails can be irritable, his chakra can dispel nightmares. Really? Would I lie to you? Naruto grinned widely before nimbly leaping out of the window, vanishing into the night. Ina gazed at the empty windowsill, feeling a slight alleviation of the weight in her heart. She slowly lay down, and this time when she closed her eyes, her mind was no longer filled with images of her father's demise, but rather with the confident smile of a blonde youth and the words that the will of heroes would be inherited by the living. Outside, Naruto did not immediately return to his room. Instead, he perched on the rooftop, gazing at the tranquil night of the land of waves. Well said, kid. Obito's voice resonated in his mind, unexpectedly tinged with approval. Heh, all thanks to Dad's teachings, Naruto replied bashfully, scratching his head. Enough with the flattery, Obito scoffed. Though Naruto sensed a lightness in his tone. Naruto, this time it was Minato's gentle voice, I am proud of you. Naruto's eyes suddenly brimmed with warmth. Dad, Hey, don't get all mushy on me at this hour. The Ninetales interrupted impatiently. Kid, hurry back to sleep. We have training to do tomorrow. Got it, Ninetales. Naruto laughed as he stood and gracefully jumped down from the rooftop. Under the moonlight, his shadow stretched long, yet it no longer felt solitary. Chapter 43. Danger returns. A week swiftly passed. In the early morning, Naruto stood before the door of the Dasna residence, stretching his limbs as the sunlight illuminated his palm, which had been freed from its bandages. Thanks to Sakura's diligent care over the past week, coupled with the accelerated healing properties of the Ninetales chakra, the scars left from his training in the Rasengan had completely healed. He wondered if he could execute a complete Rasengan today. Excitedly, Naruto clenched his fist. During this time, he had managed to form a Rasengan with one hand, but it would disintegrate upon contact with a tree trunk, leaving behind a spiral pattern etched in the bark. According to Minato, this was indicative of reaching the second stage of Rasengan training. Don't get too cocky. A deep voice echoed in his mind, Madara's voice, reminding him that true combat encompasses more than just ninjutsu. Madara is correct, Minato gently added. Taijutsu is the foundational skill of a ninja. If you ask me, a single claw to crush the enemy would be the most efficient. The Ninetales grumbled impatiently. Naruto flashed a grin. Don't worry, Uncle Ninetales. Dad, I'm at the top of my class in Taijutsu. Dasna emerged from the house, patting Naruto on the shoulder. The bridge is set to be completed today. I need to head over early. I leave the house in your capable hands. Count on me. Naruto replied, giving a thumbs up. With me around, no one can lay a finger on Inari or Tsunamine. After watching Dasna depart, Naruto returned indoors. Inari sat at the dining table, having breakfast. Upon seeing Naruto, he quietly greeted him with a good morning. Since their conversation that night, the previously withdrawn boy had noticeably softened in his demeanor towards Naruto. Today might be a bit dangerous, Naruto said, stuffing bread into his mouth. If you hear anything unusual, go to the basement with Tsunamine immediately. Understood? Inari nodded, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Naruto and I, you will be all right, won't you? Of course. Naruto confidently patted his chest. I'm not that weak. Just then, an unsettling aura washed over him. He set down his utensils, his expression shifting to one of vigilance. Someone was approaching. He mentally noted, at least 3 individuals, armed. That brat's sensory skills have improved, the Ninetales remarked, a note of surprise in his tone. Indeed, outside, the sounds of hurried footsteps and metal clashing echoed. 3 ragged swordsmen appeared in the courtyard, with a one-eyed man kicking the door open. Brat, hand over that old man's grandson. The one-eyed warrior sneered, brandishing his katana. Lord Kato wants him for negotiations. Naruto calmly positioned himself in front of Inari, his blue eyes narrowing slightly. You've mistaken your target. Naruto. Minato's voice suddenly turned urgent. Silence, Minato. However, before Minato could finish, Madara's voice cut through sharply. Let him handle it himself. But Madara-senpai, that's too dangerous. Dangerous? Madara replied with a serious expression. The true peril lies in our continued treatment of him as an infant. Naruto did not engage in the debate within his mind. His entire focus was directed towards the 3 warriors before him. He sensed the argument among the 3 fathers, yet strangely, it rendered him even more composed. Izanari, step back. He murmured, adopting an unusual stance, his right hand extended forward, his left hand resting at his waist, and his legs slightly bent. This was a martial arts posture personally imparted by Madara. You reckless brat. The one-eyed warrior waved his hand, prompting the other 2 warriors to flank him. As the first warrior charged forward, Naruto sprang into action. His movements were so swift they seemed to leave an afterimage. His right hand deftly seized the opponent's wrist, while his left elbow struck forcefully at the warrior's armpit nerve. Ugh! The warrior let out a pained cry as his sword clattered to the ground. The second warrior attacked from the right, but Naruto capitalized on the momentum of the first warrior's fall, delivering a graceful spinning kick that connected with the opponent's temple. The second warrior fell silent, collapsing unconscious. The one-eyed warrior widened his eyes, evidently taken aback by the remarkable prowess of this seemingly ordinary boy. He cautiously retreated a step and suddenly whistled. He is calling for reinforcements. Izanari shouted in terror. I know, Naruto replied calmly, his gaze unwavering on the one-eyed warrior. Izanari, go to the kitchen and find Tsunami-san, then hide. Seizing the opportunity during Naruto's words, the one-eyed warrior launched an attack, his sword gleaming dangerously as it aimed for Naruto's throat. Yet Naruto nonchalantly sidestepped, the blade grazing past his nose. In the moment the warrior retracted his sword, Naruto swiftly closed in, delivering a powerful punch to the one-eyed warrior's abdomen. Ugh! The warrior knelt, expelling bile. Just then, chaotic footsteps echoed from outside. Through the window, Naruto spotted at least 5 additional warriors rushing towards them. That's quite a few. Seeing the multitude, Naruto scratched his head in resignation, then smiled. Let us use that technique. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a resounding bang, 2 clones materialized beside him. Unlike his previous strategies of overwhelming numbers, this time Naruto created a minimal number of clones, adhering to the efficiency principle that Madara had repeatedly emphasized. Finally learned to allocate chakra wisely, Madara's voice resonated with satisfaction. The 3 Narutos positioned themselves back to back in a triangular formation. As the reinforcements burst through the door, they were met with an exquisite display of martial arts. The real Naruto moved like a specter among his foes, each strike precisely targeting vital points: the posterior knee, the vagus nerve in the neck, and the vulnerable ribs. His movements flowed like water. The 2 clones were equally adept. One focused on disarming the enemies with intricate techniques, while the other concentrated on defense, ensuring no attack could threaten the original. That's it. The Nine Tails cheered, invigorating Naruto. With Mataro-san's martial arts training, combined with his own talent, he has finally achieved results. Minato's voice brimmed with pride. Humph. Madara said nothing, merely allowing a smirk to form at the corners of his mouth. The battle concluded in a mere 2 minutes. 8 warriors lay sprawled on the ground, groaning yet unable to rise. Naruto dismissed his clones, his breathing unchanged. The entire episode hardly qualified as a warm-up. Naruto, big brother. Inari dashed out from the kitchen, his eyes wide with awe. You are incredible! Naruto beamed, about to respond, when a thunderous sound echoed from afar. Both he and Inari turned towards the bridge, now shrouded in thick mist. Kakashi-sensei and the others. Naruto's expression turned grave. Inari suddenly grasped Naruto's hand. Big brother, go help them. I will protect Mom and our home. Naruto stared in astonishment at this once timid boy, now filled with a resolute light. Are you certain? Yes. Inari nodded vigorously. Dad protected this bridge. I must protect our home. I will warn the villagers to take cover. Naruto ruffled Inari's hair. Well done. That's the spirit of a hero's son. He swiftly checked his ninja gear, ensuring he was fully equipped. Obito's voice resonated in his mind. Follow the coastline to avoid potential ambushes. Understood. Naruto sprinted towards the door, turning back to call out, when I return, I'll share tales of even more formidable techniques. As Naruto's figure vanished into the woods, Inari wiped his eyes and turned to help the recently awakened Tsunami. Mom, let us go inform the villagers to hide. The mist towards the bridge thickened, and the sounds of battle grew louder. Naruto ran. The 3 fathers within him unusually united in purpose. Remember, kid, Obito said seriously, the forthcoming battle will be the true test. Trust your instincts, Minato added gently. You are no longer that reckless child. Kurama huffed. If you find yourself outmatched, remember to call for me, though I believe you might not need to. Naruto flashed a confident smile and surged into the mist. The final battle of the Land of Waves was about to commence. Chapter 44. The ice-wielding ninja. A dense fog enveloped the entire bridge, rendering visibility to less than 5 meters. Naruto sprinted along the coastline, the thunderous sound of waves crashing against the bridge piers resonating in his ears. Yet more distinct were the sounds of metal clashing and muffled explosions of ninjutsu emanating from the depths of the fog. To the left, a shortcut lay at the 3rd pier. The voice of Sasuke echoed in his mind, guiding him. With a swift turn, Naruto leapt onto the slick bridge pier, weaving through the steel framework with the agility of a nimble cat. As he drew nearer, the cacophony of battle became increasingly apparent. The sharp clang of kunai colliding mingled with an unfamiliar sound, akin to the shattering of ice crystals. Be cautious, Minato suddenly warned. There is a strong chakra presence ahead. Naruto abruptly halted, just as a water blade grazed his nose, leaving a smooth cut on the steel beam behind him. What on earth was that? He exclaimed. That was water release, water blade cut. It seems that the mist ninja is engaged in combat with your teacher. Obito, targeted by the mist, was also well versed in various water release techniques. Naruto swallowed hard, retrieving a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. The fog was too thick. He could not discern the unfolding battle, relying solely on sound and chakra sensing to gauge the situation. Nine Tails, can you sense Kakashi-sensei's location? The Nine Tails reluctantly replied, straight ahead. 200 meters. 2 chakra signatures are in disarray. It appears to be a fierce confrontation. 80 meters to the right, there's a Uchiha brat and another peculiar chakra. Wait, this is... The Nine Tails' tone shifted to one of alertness. Before Naruto could inquire further, a deafening explosion erupted from the right. It was the sound of Sasuke's great fireball technique detonating, followed by a series of crisp sounds reminiscent of ice crystals fracturing. Sasuke is in danger. Without hesitation, Naruto veered right. As he navigated through the thick fog, the sight before him caused his eyes to widen. Sasuke knelt on one knee, blood at the corner of his mouth. His Sharingan spinning wildly as it tracked his opponent's movements. His adversary, a boy adorned with a mist ninja mask, stood atop a shimmering expanse of ice crystals. What was even more astonishing was the fog around them, which had coalesced into countless suspended icicles, glistening with lethal brilliance under the sunlight. Water release. 1,000 killing water needles. The masked youth murmured, fingers twitching. Countless ice needles shot towards Sasuke like a torrential downpour. Sasuke. Naruto instinctively formed hand signs. Shadow clone jutsu. 2 clones materialized, rushing towards Sasuke simultaneously. One clone tackled Sasuke to the ground, while the other brandished a kunai in an attempt to block the ice needles, only to be pierced instantly, vanishing in a puff of white smoke. Naruto? Sasuke gazed in astonishment at his suddenly appeared comrade. How did you? Of course, I came to help. Naruto exclaimed, pulling Sasuke to his feet, vigilantly eyeing the masked youth. Aren't you the masked kid from before? I knew it. He is one of Zabuza's subordinates. Sasuke said, wiping the blood from his mouth. Be wary of his bloodline limit. He can manipulate ice. Bloodline limit? Naruto felt an uncanny familiarity with the term. Yet he couldn't quite place it. At that moment, Madara spoke up. It is a special ninjutsu passed down through bloodlines. My Sharingan and his ice release both belong to the Kekkei Genkai. Ice release, Madara's tone suddenly turned grave, is a secret ninjutsu of the Yuki clan from the hidden mist village in the land of water. Naruto, pay attention. This is no ordinary adversary. The masked boy, Haku, gazed quietly at the new blonde youth. In stark contrast to his cold demeanor, his voice was unexpectedly gentle. Please, do not resist any further. You are not my match. I merely need you to lose your ability to move for a moment. Don't underestimate me. Sasuke interjected, incensed. From the very beginning, the opponent's attacks had not targeted his vital points, and although he had evaded several strikes thanks to his Sharingan, it was evident that Haku had deliberately missed. This led Sasuke to believe that Haku was looking down on him, merely proving his capability to toy with him. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing fireball shot forth. But Haku merely raised his hand, and a glistening wall of ice formed instantaneously. The fireball collided with the ice wall, generating a massive cloud of steam. However, the ice wall did not melt as expected. Futile, Haku's voice emerged through the steam. My ice contains a special chakra that ordinary fire techniques cannot melt. As the steam dissipated, Haku's figure reappeared, most notably with ice crystals extending rapidly from beneath his feet, covering the bridge within a 10-meter radius in the blink of an eye. Naruto felt a bone-chilling cold beneath his feet and quickly leaped away. Ice release secret technique. Ice prison. Haku whispered, here, my speed will triple, while you will be slowed by the cold. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly. The enhanced vision allowed Sasuke to perceive Haku's movements, yet his body could not react in time. Haku appeared like a specter at Sasuke's left side, holding an ice sunbon that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. It's over. The sunbon aimed for Sasuke's neck, only to be intercepted at the last moment by Naruto's kunai. The clash of metal and ice rang out with a crisp sound. Don't ignore me, Naruto bellowed, executing a whip kick towards Haku's waist. Haku gracefully leaped back, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Your taijutsu is quite remarkable. Humph, there's more where that came from. Naruto formed hand signs once again, shadow clone technique. This time he summoned 5 clones, all attacking Haku simultaneously from different angles. The taijutsu was taught by Madara himself. Each movement was precise and imbued with a decisive aura. Useless. Haku's figure suddenly blurred, weaving between the clones, leaving a trail of ice crystals in his wake. So fast. Naruto barely avoided a shard of ice, but his sleeve was still torn. To the left, Minato's voice rang in his mind as a warning. Instinctively, Naruto dodged, a sunbon grazing his cheek and drawing blood. Behind you, Sasuke shouted loudly. Naruto executed a forward roll, and from the ground, numerous ice spikes abruptly emerged. I slowly rose, acknowledging, you are formidable, yet overcoming me is far from sufficient. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke regrouped, launching shurikens like a torrential downpour towards Bai, while swiftly forming hand seals, fire style, phoenix fire technique. The shurikens, enveloped in fireballs, created a combined assault that forced Bai to momentarily retreat, evading the onslaught. However, he soon regained his composure, clasping his hands together. Ice style. Ice pillar technique. Several massive ice pillars erupted from the bridge's surface, nearly skewering Naruto and Sasuke. The two were compelled to separate, evading the danger and increasing the distance between them. Naruto, listen to me. The voice of Minato resonated in his mind. His ice style relies on moisture. Attempt to utilize fire style to evaporate the surrounding water. No way. Obito immediately countered. That kid's fire style lacks sufficient power. A close quarters battle is essential. Ice style ninjas are deficient in taijutsu. If you ask me, just let me out, the Nine-Tails impatiently interjected. One-tailed beast bomb would resolve all issues. Naruto gritted his teeth, temporarily silencing the internal debate. Now was not the time for distractions. Sasuke was once again being pressured by Bai. Although the Sharingan could predict movements, Sasuke's stamina was evidently waning. Sasuke, coordinate with me. Naruto shouted as he hurled 3 shurikens. Understanding the cue, Sasuke simultaneously formed seals, fire style, great fireball technique. Naruto's shurikens pierced through the fireball, transforming into flaming shurikens. Bai was compelled to erect an ice wall for defense, yet this time, the flames left conspicuous melting marks upon the ice barrier. It worked, Naruto exclaimed, filled with excitement. Chapter 45, The Roar of 1,000 Birds. Bai gazed at the melting ice wall, his expression turning grave for the first time. A commendable collaboration, yet insufficient. Suddenly, he pressed his hands against the ground. Ice release secret technique. Crystal mirror. Countless ice crystals surged from the earth, coalescing in the air into dozens of smooth, mirror-like surfaces encircling Naruto and Sasuke. More terrifyingly, Bai's figure melded into these ice mirrors, as if he could traverse freely between their reflective surfaces. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sasuke exclaimed, astonished as he surveyed his surroundings. The Tomo in his Sharingan spun frantically, yet he still struggled to track Bai's movements. Be careful, Naruto shouted, shoving Sasuke aside just as an ice sunbond pierced through the space between them, embedding deeply into the ground. The following minute was akin to a nightmare. Bai's figure flickered among the numerous ice mirrors, each appearance accompanied by the launch of lethal ice sunbond. Back to back. Naruto and Sasuke stood resolutely, desperately blocking the attacks, yet new wounds continued to mar their bodies. The Sharingan can't keep up, Sasuke gasped. The Tomo in his eyes slowing its revolutions. His speed is too overwhelming. Naruto felt a sharp pain as an ice sabon struck his right leg. Blood trickling down his pant leg, but he clutched his kunai tightly. Sasuke, can you use that technique Kakashi-sensei taught you? Sasuke's pupils constricted. Chidori? The chakra required. And the preparation time. I'll cover you. Naruto whispered urgently. Remember the tree climbing training? Sasuke paused for a moment, then grasped Naruto's intention. Are you insane? Here? Trust me, Naruto replied with a firm smile. I have a plan. Sasuke scrutinized Naruto for 2 seconds before finally nodding. Don't hold me back. You slacker. At the instant Bai emerged from the ice mirror to attack again, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. 5 clones materialized simultaneously. Charging towards the ice mirrors from different directions, Bai was compelled to divert his attention, swiftly darting between the mirrors to dispatch each clone. Now, Naruto's true self leaped upward, chakra enhancing his feet as he directly stepped onto the vertical surface of an ice mirror. What? Bai clearly did not anticipate this maneuver. Naruto dashed between the mirrors, the immense pressure of his chakra causing spiderweb-like cracks to form with each step. As more mirrors shattered, Bai was forced to emerge, engaging Naruto in close combat. However, hand-to-hand combat was Bai's weak point, while Naruto had been trained by Obito, a ninja from the Warring States era. After a brief exchange, Bai was pushed back by Naruto's relentless onslaught. Yet, just as Naruto sought to capitalize on his advantage, Bai lowered his body, uttering, "You've fallen for my trick." The ice mirror beneath Naruto's feet morphed, ensnaring his legs like a living creature. Naruto, Sasuke shouted. But a suddenly rising ice wall blocked his path. Bai slowly approached the immobilized Naruto, a sharp ice spear forming in his hand. You are indeed special, but this is where it ends. The ice spear lunged toward Naruto's vital points. Bang! A plume of white smoke erupted, and the pierced Naruto vanished from sight. Shadow clone. When did this happen? White glanced around in astonishment. Above, just as White realized, Naruto descended from the heavens, his feet striking fiercely against White's shoulder. This blow finally bore fruit. White staggered backward, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Well done, kid. The Nine-Tails offered a rare compliment. Yet before Naruto could revel in his triumph, White abruptly clasped his hands together. Ice release. Exploding ice shards. All the ice mirrors detonated simultaneously, countless fragments scattering like shrapnel. Naruto and Sasuke had nowhere to evade, instantly becoming riddled with wounds. Although they bore numerous injuries, none were fatal. As the icy mist dissipated, White remained standing. Slightly injured yet evidently still capable. Conversely, Naruto and Sasuke knelt on the ground, nearly at their limits. "It's over," White murmured, once again conjuring Ice Senbon in his hand. At that moment, SZZZ, an ear-splitting sound akin to the cries of 1,000 birds reverberated across the bridge. White whipped his head around to see Sasuke raising his right hand, brilliant blue lightning coalescing in his palm. This was no ordinary chakra, but a highly compressed form of lightning release. Countless arcs of electricity danced like living creatures, enveloping Sasuke's entire right arm in blinding light. The surrounding air crackled with ionization, and Sasuke's black hair stood on end due to static electricity. "This is lightning release?" White's eyes widened slightly beneath his mask. Sasuke lowered his body, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly, a second tomo faintly appearing. Recognizing the imminent danger posed by the shimmering blue glow, White swiftly melded into the ice mirrors. The entire realm of magical ice mirrors reactivated, his figure darting between dozens of mirrors at supersonic speed. Useless. Naruto gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand, forming hand seals once more for the shadow clone technique. This time, he created 10 clones at once, each launching toward different ice mirrors, attempting to obstruct White's path of movement. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the clones were shattered by White's Ice Senbon, yet with each clone that vanished, White's movement was restricted a little more. Now's the time. Naruto's real body suddenly surged toward a specific angle, his kunai piercing the empty space. To everyone's astonishment, White's figure appeared right there, seemingly colliding with Naruto's attack willingly. How is this possible? White hastily blocked, forced to reveal himself, and quickly turned to kick Naruto away. "Go for it, Sasuke." Naruto managed to shout with all his might just before being sent flying. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Sasuke charged forward, the sound of Chidori roaring in his wake. His speed was so tremendous that it left a trail of blue lightning behind him. The cries of Chidori grew increasingly shrill, arcs of electricity slicing through the air, leaving a charred mark on the bridge surface. Ice release, Ice Rock Fortress. Just as White landed, he hurriedly erected a thick wall of ice in front of him. However, the power of Chidori exceeded all expectations. Sasuke's right hand pierced through the ice wall as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, the ice crystals vaporizing instantly under the searing heat of the lightning. The white pupil contracted sharply, barely evading the critical strike, yet Chidori still grazed his left shoulder. The sound of flesh seared by lightning was excruciating. In an instant, his left shoulder was charred black, and the shockwave shattered half of his mask, revealing his astonished visage. The residual force of Chidori pierced through several ice mirrors behind, causing the entire domain of the magical ice mirrors to begin collapsing. It worked. Naruto rose from the ground, unable to contain his exhilaration at the sight. However, Sasuke knelt on one knee, his right hand hanging limply. Chidori had drained his last chakra, and his Sharingan had automatically closed due to overuse. White clutched his injured shoulder, disbelief flooding his eyes. "You actually broke through my magical ice mirrors." Since the inception of this technique, no one had ever managed to forcibly breach it once fully deployed. Yet, it was futile to speak now. Though Sasuke was incapacitated due to his depleted chakra, Naruto still stood. As for himself, having been struck by Chidori, his shoulder was utterly ruined, and following the recent battle, his chakra reserves had been exhausted. At this moment, he had become a completely useless tool. Chapter 46. The Undying Duo. Amidst the dense fog, Kakashi and Zabuza had been locked in combat for nearly half an hour. Both warriors bore injuries, their chakra reserves significantly depleted, yet the fervor in their eyes remained undiminished. "What troubles you, copy ninja?" Zabuza mocked, the massive executioner's blade resting upon his shoulder. "Isn't your Sharingan capable of seeing through everything? Why do you merely cower now?" Kakashi offered no reply. Instead, he subtly adjusted his breathing. His forehead protector had long been cast aside, revealing his scarlet Sharingan, fixated on the swirling mist, ready to react to Zabuza's every move. Blood oozed steadily from the wound on his left arm, dripping onto the bridge below. This was but one of his few miscalculations. Yet perhaps it was woven into the fabric of his strategy. Choosing silence, are we? Then remain forever mute. Zabuza suddenly formed hand seals. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A colossal wave materialized out of thin air, surging towards Kakashi. Reacting swiftly, Kakashi performed his own hand seals, countering the assault with a water-based jutsu. The two torrents collided, sending a deluge of spray into the air, thickening the already oppressive fog. Earth release, tracking Fong technique. Kakashi's voice rang out, startling Zabuza into momentary alarm, believing he had been detected. However, upon scanning his surroundings, he noted that the mist had not lessened, indicating Kakashi had indeed not seen him. At that moment, 8 ninja hounds erupted from the ground, fiercely clamping down on Zabuza's limbs and torso. These were not mere conjurations, but were tracking him by the blood Kakashi had previously scattered upon Zabuza. What? Zabuza struggled, but the hound's sharp teeth had pierced his flesh, pinning him firmly to the ground. It is over, Zabuza. Kakashi approached with measured steps, his kunai glinting ominously. Your hidden mist technique is indeed formidable. Even on my second attempt, I find myself unable to unravel it. Yet each assault has stained my blood. Since the very first strike, you have fallen into my trap. A flicker of shock crossed Zabuza's eyes, quickly morphing into a grimace of rage. You think this will kill me? No, Kakashi shook his head. I shall bring you back to Konoha. We have numerous inquiries regarding the hidden mist village. At that moment, a languid voice emerged from the fog. Oh dear. It seems we have arrived just in time. A gravelly voice followed. Silence, heightened. Complete the mission quickly. This cursed place is saturated with dampness. 2 figures gradually materialized from the mist. One donned the Akatsuki's signature black cloak adorned with red clouds, his silver-gray hair slicked back, framing a face imbued with a sense of irreverence. The other was swathed in layers of fabric, revealing only a pair of cold green eyes, with a tremendous scythe looming ominously behind him, exuding an aura of death. It was the Akatsuki. Kakashi's pupils constricted, immediately adopting a defensive stance. He had heard whispers of the Akatsuki's infamous reputation. This organization comprised rogue ninjas of S rank, a terrifying collective. To this day, the identity of their leader remained a mystery, shrouded in obscurity. The only certainty is that these individuals are adorned in matching red clouds and black coats. Kakuzo, observe. The man known as Haiden pointed at the subdued Zabuza, exclaiming, Isn't that the head our esteemed benefactor specifically requested? Kakuzu scoffed. This is a 30 million Ryo transaction. Do not ruin it. I know. Haiden waved his hand carelessly, suddenly drawing a massive 3-section scythe from behind him, declaring, Then, I shall accept this offering. His movements were astonishingly swift, the scythe slicing through the air directly towards Zabuza's throat. Zabuza! A white figure appeared before him in an instant. Itaku. He formed hand seals, and an ice wall rapidly took shape. However, Haiden's scythe inexplicably elongated, circumventing the ice wall to continue its assault. Be careful. Naruto, rushing in, inexplicably summoned the strength to push Haku aside. Oh, Haiden's scythe grazed Naruto's cheek, an interesting little brat. His gaze suddenly fixed on Naruto's face, a flicker of ecstasy flashing in his eyes. Wait, this chakra, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Kakuzu's eyes sharpened in response, an unexpected gain. Haiden, excitedly licking his lips, proclaimed, The Lord of the Evil Gods truly favors me today. He abandoned Zabuza and turned to launch a fierce assault on Naruto. The scythe danced through the air like a living creature, tracing eerie trajectories as Naruto barely evaded the first strike. Yet, he was struck in the abdomen by a follow-up kick, sending him flying several meters away. Naruto. Kakashi attempted to rush to his aid, but was blocked by Kakuzu. Do not interfere, copy ninja, Kakuzu coldly stated. We are only interested in the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Haiden had closed in on Naruto once more. Submit and become the offering for the Lord of the Evil Gods. Naruto struggled to rise, but his injuries rendered him sluggish. As the scythe seemed poised to pierce his chest, ice release, ice rock dome. Several ice pillars erupted from the ground, shielding Naruto. Haku appeared at Haiden's side, unleashing a flurry of ice sunbond towards this perilous foe. Annoying insect. Haiden, growing impatient, swung his scythe, effortlessly deflecting all the sunbond. Since you seek death, I shall claim you as my banner. His attack suddenly became fiercely lethal, the scythe conjuring a tempest of death. Haku struggled to defend with ice release, but the gap in power was insurmountable. In a moment of carelessness, the scythe grazed Haku's arm, drawing forth droplets of blood. Got you. Haiden abruptly halted his assault, excitedly licking the blood from the scythe. Ha ha ha, the ritual can commence. He leapt back several meters, swiftly inscribing a bizarre circular formation on the ground with his scythe. Then standing at its center, plunging the bloodied scythe into his own chest. Lord of the evil gods, please accept this offering. A chilling scene unfolded. Haku suddenly clutched his chest, kneeling on the ground with a pale face. Blood seeped through his fingers, as if an invisible blade had pierced his heart. What is this? Naruto rushed over to support Bai. Why, despite no visible attack, was Bai injured? The cursed ritual, Kakuzu explained coldly. Heiden's ability, by acquiring his opponent's blood. He could inflict harm upon himself to inflict the same on his adversary. Bai? Zabuza roared in fury. Struggling futilely as the sharp teeth of the ninja dog sank deep into his flesh, rendering him immobile. Haiden laughed maniacally, slashing his own arm with the scythe. Correspondingly, a gruesome wound appeared on Bai's arm, blood gushing forth. Stop! Naruto's eyes widened in desperation as he charged towards Haiden recklessly. Don't come any closer. Bai shouted with his last ounce of strength, flee. This is beyond your capacity to fight. Haiden tilted his head toward Naruto. Don't be hasty. Little brat, you shall be next. With that, he raised the scythe, aiming it at his own throat. The blade glided across, blood spraying forth. Bai's body convulsed violently, collapsing like a marionette severed from its strings. His eyes remained open, yet devoid of life, the pool of blood beneath him steadily expanding. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Naruto knelt on the ground, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Just moments ago, Naruto, you were truly remarkable. I've lost. Go ahead and kill me. Why? What is so commendable about that person, Zabuza? You were such a good person. Perhaps it is as Mr. Zabuza said. I am unfit to be a killer. Haven't you taken a life? Then come back to Konoha with me. The general you will be accepted by the third Hokage. No. I have killed, and the ones I took were my own parents. Thus, I am a sinner, and apart from Mr. Zabuza, I have no refuge left. But, Naruto, thank you for offering this sinner a chance at refuge. Had it not been for those events, we might have become good friends. Time returned to the present. Bye. Naruto's voice transformed from a roar to a sob, tears blurring his vision. Kakashi seized the opportunity to break free from Kakuzu, positioning himself before Naruto. Naruto, stay calm. Haha. What a delightful expression of anguish. Haiden withdrew the scythe from his chest. Astonishingly, his wound began to heal rapidly. The dark god will surely delight in you, little brat. Kakuzu glanced at Zabuza, then at Naruto. Mission altered. Haiden. Capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki takes priority. Understood. Haiden dragged his scythe towards Naruto. Fear not. I will ensure you and your friend meet in the underworld, however. Just as he took his third step, an eerie chill suddenly enveloped the entire battlefield. Both Haiden and Kakuzu halted, warily surveying their surroundings. What is this chakra? A grave seriousness appeared in Kakuzu's eyes for the first time. Naruto remained kneeling before the lifeless body of Bai, yet at that moment, a peculiar dark red chakra began to emanate from his entire being. This was no ordinary chakra. It was imbued with a sense of hatred and ferocity. Has the Nine-Tails gone berserk? Kakashi nervously took a step back. However, the situation appeared to be more intricate. Damn it, Naruto's negative emotions are overwhelming. I cannot reign in this chakra. The Nine-Tails sprawled on the ground, desperately attempting to control the rampant chakra surging within. Nevertheless, this chakra seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, defying the Nine-Tails' attempts at control, swirling uncontrollably. Madara directed his chakra towards the Nine-Tails, assisting it. Do your utmost to maintain control, otherwise, this chakra will push Naruto into a frenzy. Minato had already initiated the 8 trigram sealing technique. I will adjust the 8 trigram seal. Nine-Tails, bear with it for a while. It may be somewhat uncomfortable. No problem. Let us proceed. Amidst the efforts of the three fathers, the external circumstances began to deteriorate. The dark red chakra thickened increasingly, gradually forming a blurred figure behind Naruto. It was the silhouette of a colossal fox. Haiden and Kakuzu displayed solemn expressions for the first time. Hey. This was part of the plan. Haiden tightened his grip on his scythe. Kakuzu swiftly formed hand seals. The situation has changed. Retreat. What? But the Nine-Tails, this is an order. Haiden clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, casting a final glance at Naruto. You're fortunate this time, kid. But we shall meet again soon. Did I allow you to leave? Before the two could make their escape, a chilling, bone-piercing voice resonated from within Naruto's body. This voice carried an immense killing intent, causing even Kakuzu, who had lived for nearly a century, to break into a cold sweat. Chapter 47, The Father Duo Versus. The immortal duo. When Kakuzu and Haiden turned their gaze back to Naruto, the peculiar chakra had vanished without a trace, as though nothing had transpired. However, the palpable aura of menace radiating from Naruto was undeniably real. It was not the ordinary malice of a mere ninja, but rather the tangible bloodlust forged through countless battles amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The puddles on the bridge trembled faintly under this overwhelming aura, producing unnatural ripples. What is wrong with that kid? Haydn gripped his triple-bladed scythe tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What happened to that chakra just now? Kakuzu's green pupils constricted slightly. Something is amiss. His presence has completely transformed. Moreover, this power surpasses even that of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, whom I encountered in the past. At that moment, Naruto slowly lifted his head, his gaze fixed downward. To think you could cause Naruto such sorrow. You must be tired of living. His chilling words sent shivers through the immortal duo, as if they had plunged into a frigid abyss. This was not the voice of a youth, but rather an eerie resonance that blended three distinct tones. Each syllable felt like a curse crawling forth from the depths of hell. Then allow me, as a father, to confront you both. A deep and authoritative voice emanated from the depths of Naruto's throat. I am also Naruto's father. I cannot stand idly by while my child suffers. Another softer yet resolute voice followed suit. Very well. The first deep voice huffed. But heed this warning. Both of you. Naruto can currently only utilize about 40% of his original strength. The third voice, somewhat irritable, interjected. As they spoke, Naruto formed a single hand sign, conjuring a shadow clone. Unlike the typical white smoke associated with ordinary shadow clones, this division was accompanied by a violent surge of chakra, almost manifesting as a miniature energy storm. When the chaotic chakra subsided, two Narutos stood side by side, each emanating a distinctly different presence. The Naruto on the left raised his head, his eyes transformed into scarlet three-tomo Sharingan, the black tomos spinning slowly as if they could devour one's very soul. The Naruto on the right remained largely unchanged, his initially vibrant blue eyes now dulled to a nearly transparent light blue. Who are you? Kakuzu demanded sharply, while discreetly forming seals to prepare for a jutsu. His instincts, honed over decades of survival, warned him of the immense danger before him. Uchiha Madara, Namake's Minato. The two Narutos responded in perfect synchrony. Haydn paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter. Haha, what madness is this? Uchiha Madara has long perished, and the fourth Hokage as well. You brats, his words were abruptly cut short. The Sharingan Naruto, no, Madara, had vanished from sight. In the next instant, a searing pain erupted in Haydn's abdomen, propelling him backward like a cannonball, crashing through three bridge supports before he finally came to a halt. It was only then that the sound of the air being torn apart reached the ears of those present. How swift! Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly. Yet it could only discern indistinct phantoms. Could these be the other souls residing within Naruto? The true Uchiha Bido. Kakuzu's reflexes were swift. He completed the hand seals the moment Bido moved. Earth release. Hardening. His skin instantly solidified like rock, effectively blocking the subsequent side kick from Bido. Bang! Amidst the muffled impact, Kakuzu's feet carved two deep grooves into the bridge, retreating over 10 meters before he steadied himself. To his dismay, even with the earth release, hardening technique, two of his ribs had still fractured. Bido wore a playful smile. Those threads must be the earth grudge fear. I've heard that the first Hokage once pummeled a child possessed by it, and the result? Silence. I have fought directly against the first Hokage. Kakuzu retorted sharply. This was his honor, and no one could desecrate it. Upon hearing this, Bido scoffed derisively. You fought against Hashirama? It's a wonder that fool was so kind. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lived to see today. Kakuzu's pupils constricted. How could you possibly know? Earth grudge fear. Bido coldly interrupted. It's a forbidden technique of Takigakure, relying on the vile trick of seizing another's heart to prolong one's life. If Hashirama truly faced you, you would lack the qualifications to even stand before him. A gritting sound emanated from beneath Kakuzu's mask. Arrogant. I have lived for 91 years, collecting 5 hearts, and today I shall claim yours as the 6th. His black cloak suddenly billowed, and 4 masked black monstrosities erupted from within, each exuding a distinct chakra nature: wind, fire, lightning, and water. Oh, Bido raised an eyebrow, surprised at the additional one. Meanwhile, on another front, Haydn finally crawled out from the rubble. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet a frenzied smile adorned his face. It hurts. Splendid. This pain, the Lord of Evil will surely relish it. He picked up his fallen scythe, ready to join the fray, when he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Your opponent is me. Under Minato's control, Naruto had somehow positioned himself behind Haydn, a kunai gently pressed against his throat. Haydn swung his scythe backward in a wild arc, but it merely sliced through the air. Minato had already appeared 5 meters away, his pale blue eyes calmly observing him. Body flicker technique? No. Haydn licked his lips, realizing that it had been space-time ninjutsu? Minato offered no reply, merely turning his head slightly to Obito, saying, Madara-san, do you wish to switch opponents? Humph. Obito sneered, stating that dealing with such rabble was unnecessary. No sooner had he spoken than Kakuzu's wind and fire dual attribute masked monster launched their assault simultaneously, combined ninjutsu, flame wind whirlpool. The searing flames, bolstered by the whirlwind, formed a colossal fire tornado, instantly engulfing Obito's figure. The intense heat charred the bridge's surface, evaporating the nearby mist. Did I succeed? Just as Kakuzu entertained this thought, he sensed the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. A flame, tenfold hotter than his own fire release, erupted from Madara's mouth, instantly engulfing Kakuzu and his 4 masked creatures. This was no ordinary J-nin-level fire technique. It was a dread ninjutsu of the shinobi world. A terrifying art that would require 20 water-style ninjas to withstand. The 2 masked creatures, whose attributes were in direct conflict, were reduced to ashes on the spot. Kakuzu himself barely clung to life, thanks to his earth-style hardening technique, yet his body was extensively burned. First, Madara coldly declared, his Sharingan locking onto the remaining 3 masked creatures. Meanwhile, the battle between Haydn and Minato had reached a fever pitch. Die, die, die. Haydn frantically swung his scythe, but each strike met only empty air. Minato flickered around him like a specter, each appearance leaving behind a wound deep enough to glimpse bone. Futile, Haydn sneered. No matter how you attack, I shall not perish. The Lord of the Evil Gods has granted me an immortal body. Chapter 48. The overwhelming battle. In an attempt to avoid an instant defeat, I intentionally enhanced Haydn's capabilities. Faced with Haydn's seemingly indestructible form, Minato paused momentarily, contemplating the situation. An immortal body? No. Merely a variant of some advanced medical ninjutsu, perhaps. What do you know? Haydn suddenly bit into his finger, smearing his blood upon his scythe. Once I obtain your blood, you shall witness the might of the Lord of the Abyss. He hurled the scythe with fervor, its 3 blades contorting in the air, effectively covering all of Minato's evasion angles. Yet, Minato simply raised his hand. A black sorcerer, towering 3 meters high, materialized before him. Flying Thunder God, lightning strike. The frantically spinning scythe plunged into the sorcerer's form. In the next instant, a mark already positioned atop a kunai behind Haydn illuminated with a radiant glow. The whirling scythe viciously pierced Haydn's thigh. What? Haydn's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Merely a fundamental application of space ninjutsu, Minato replied calmly. Now, tell me about this so-called immortality of yours. In exchange, I can grant you a swift demise. Haydn erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha! Do you think this will kill me? He extracted the scythe from his leg, the wound healing at a visible pace. Did you see that? This is the blessing of the Lord of the Abyss. Minato furrowed his brow slightly. Rapid regeneration. I see. But what if I were to slice you into pieces? Feel free to try. Haydn cackled as he charged once more. This time, Minato did not evade. Instead, he drew multiple kunai, each inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal. With a decisive motion, he hurled all the kunai into the air. Dozens of kunai instantly filled the battlefield. Flying Thunder God, second stage, spiral flash dance. Minato's figure flickered among the kunai, moving with such velocity that it appeared as if several of him were attacking simultaneously. Haydn's body was incessantly pierced and cut by the kunai, yet each wound healed almost instantaneously. Useless! Useless! Haydn screamed in madness. Minato abruptly halted in a specific position, palms pressed together. Sealing technique. For symbols lock. The seals previously inscribed upon the kunai glowed simultaneously, creating a massive barrier to ensnare Haydn within. Haydn was astonished to discover that his regeneration speed had markedly diminished. Regeneration consumes chakra, Minato explained. This barrier continuously absorbs your chakra. Now, let us see how long you can endure. Scoundrel! Haydn bellowed, crashing against the barrier, yet unable to break free. Meanwhile, the battle between Madara and Kakuzu was drawing to a close. Lightning release, false darkness. Water release, water curtain jutsu. The remaining 2 masked figures of Kakuzu simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu, a combination of high-pressure water jets and electric spears forming a lethal assault. However, Madara merely chuckled disdainfully, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, ultimately merging into a complex pattern. Immediately, a cerulean skeletal form enveloped Naruto's body, and an arm extended forth, deflecting the impending strike. This is impossible. Kakuzu recoiled in astonishment, demanding to know who he truly was. I have already stated, Madara replied as he advanced steadily, Uchiha Madara. It was evident that Madara's entire being radiated visible chakra. Behold the true power now. Susanoo. The azure chakra swiftly coalesced into a half-skeletal form, which rapidly grew flesh and armor. The half-formed Susanoo stood tall upon the bridge, its mere chakra fluctuations causing fissures to emerge on the bridge's surface. Kakuzu's face turned ashen. It is over. Susanoo swung its colossal sword, delivering a devastating blow. Kakuzu desperately attempted to evade, yet was still severed, losing an arm and two of his masked creatures. The remaining wind attribute masked creature fled in fright back into his body. No, I cannot perish here. Kakuzu trembled as he formed hand seals, Earth Grudge Fear, final form. His body suddenly split open, and countless black tendrils erupted forth, coalescing into a grotesque monstrosity. This was the final form of Earth Grudge Fear, sacrificing all reason for a fleeting surge of power. Madara, however, wore a look of disdain, a revolting forbidden technique. Silence. Kakuzu's voice had morphed into something inhuman. I will kill you. I will seize your heart. The black tendrils surged towards Susanoo like a tidal wave. Madara scoffed, and Susanoo crossed its swords, instantly cleaving the sea of tendrils into fragments. Yet, Kakuzu's true form had already taken the opportunity to burrow underground, launching a surprise attack from behind Madara. I've got you. Kakuzu's tendrils ensnared Susanoo's neck. But Madara did not even glance back, a tiresome trick. Susanoo erupted with chakra, shattering all the tendrils. Following this, Madara's true form leaped out from Susanoo, his right hand gathering a sphere of blue chakra. It was the Rasengan that Naruto had painstakingly mastered, yet in Madara's hand, its form was even more refined, the edges glimmering with a faint flame. Farewell, imposter. The Rasengan was thrust directly against Kakuzu's chest, obliterating his final heart. Kakuzu stared in disbelief at the hollow in his chest. It cannot be. I clearly engaged with Hashirama Senju. There must be a limit to your lies. Madara coldly interrupted. If Hashirama truly contended with you, you would not even possess the qualification to stand before him. Kakuzu's corpse collapsed with a thunderous crash, his eyes frozen in resentment and terror. Meanwhile, Minato had concluded his battle as well. Though Haiden was immortal, his regenerative abilities had diminished significantly after being weakened by the four-symbol seal. Minato pinned his limbs to the bridge with kunai, rendering him completely immobile. Damn it! Damn it! Haiden howled in impotent rage. If you have the capability, let me go. Minato shook his head. An immortal body is not invincible. As long as you are sealed away, no matter how strong your regeneration, it will be of no consequence. The battle was over, and the two Narutos came together. Madara, in control, gazed silently for a moment at the lifeless body of Bai. That boy sacrificed himself to protect Naruto, whispered Minato. Foolish, yet deserving of respect, Madara remarked. Just then, the two shadow clones began to tremble violently. Madara and Minato exchanged a glance, simultaneously releasing their control. They're about to awaken, Madara stated. Indeed, it is time to leave it to Naruto, Minato nodded. As the mist dissipated, the two clones merged into one. The true Naruto swayed slightly, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. Upon seeing Bai's lifeless form, memories surged back like a tidal wave. Bai. Naruto collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Kakashi finally emerged from his shock, cautiously approaching. Naruto, are you all right? Naruto offered no reply, but within him, three voices were engaged in discourse. The young one has suffered a significant blow. The Nine Tails refrained from mockery for once. He will need time, Madara succinctly remarked. Minato's voice was the gentlest. Let him weep. After all, it is the price of growth. Chapter 49, The Disturbance of Kato. The lament of the phantom, the acrid stench of battle still hung heavily in the air, mingling with the metallic scent of blood upon the bridge. Naruto knelt beside the lifeless form of Haku, tears cascading onto the serene visage that appeared to be merely asleep. Kakashi was examining the conditions of Kakuzu and Haiden, while Sakura had already dragged Sasuke to safety beside Dasna. At that moment, Sasuke had regained consciousness. Sakura? What happened? Sakura hurriedly reassured him, do not move. Your injuries are severe. Any sudden motion could exacerbate the wounds. I am uncertain about the specifics, but it seems the fighting has subsided, due to the lingering mist technique. Sakura could only hear the distant sounds of battle, utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto croaked from the other side. "Is Haku truly beyond salvation?" Kakashi silently shook his head. Heiden's curse ritual directly affected the soul, rendering even the most advanced medical ninjutsu powerless to intervene. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps approached from the bridge's entrance. The group instinctively looked up to see a throng of wandering samurai escorting a diminutive man, none other than Kato. Dressed in a tailored suit, his small eyes gleamed with avarice and cruelty beneath his gold-rimmed spectacles. "Ah, it seems I have arrived just in time," Kato remarked, adjusting his glasses as his gaze swept over the corpses of Kakuzu and Haiden, finally settling on the subdued Zabuza. "The immortal duo of the Akatsuki is not as formidable as I had anticipated. Fortunately, I only paid a deposit." He kicked Kakuzu's lifeless body, revealing a grin full of gold teeth. "What a significant sum I have saved." Naruto clenched his fists, his tears evaporating in the heat of fury. "You scoundrel." Kato then noticed Haku's corpse, and a twisted smile spread across his face. "Oh, is this not the pretty little boy? He was the one who rendered my arm useless last time." He prodded Haku's cheek with the tip of his shoe. He deserved it. A mere tool daring to lay hands on his employer. Silence. Naruto sprang to his feet, his blue eyes bloodshot with rage. "You shall not insult him." Kato stumbled back a half-step, his anger flaring. "What? Am I mistaken? He is merely Zabuza's dog." He pointed at the subdued Zabuza. "Look, his master doesn't even care." "Why are you so agitated?" Naruto turned to Zabuza, the so-called Phantom of the Mist, who bowed his head, his gray-white hair obscuring his eyes, revealing no hint of emotional turbulence. Zabuza Naruto's voice trembled. "Why can you remain so indifferent? Haku revered you. To him, you were paramount. And yet, how do you perceive him? As a mere tool?" Zabuza remained silent, save for his fingers which trembled slightly, betraying a flicker of emotion. Kato laughed triumphantly. "See, what does a cold-blooded creature care for the life or death of a dog?" He waved dismissively. "Bring forth Zabuza's head. I want it as a trophy in my office." Several samurai unsheathed their katana, advancing towards Zabuza. At the very moment they raised their blades, a chilling question echoed. "Do you truly wish to proceed in this manner?" The voice of Zabuza was soft yet resonated with a profound intensity that startled all present. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with murderous intent that sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding warriors, causing them to retreat in trepidation. "Let me go." Zabuza rasped, his tone foreboding. Kakashi's Sharingan subtly shifted as he questioned, "On what grounds?" "Just hand me a kunai," Zabuza urged, his gaze fixated in the direction of Kato. "Only one." In a sudden epiphany, Naruto retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and hurled it towards Zabuza. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before finally releasing the binding jutsu that restrained the ninja hounds. "You have 5 minutes," Kakashi warned. "After that, I will apprehend you once more." Zabuza flexed his wrist and retrieved the kunai from the ground. His movements were deliberate yet instilled a sense of dread among the warriors, compelling them to involuntarily step back. "You useless lot!" Kato shouted in exasperation, he unarmed. "Why do you hesitate? Charge. Double the bounty for his head, with the promise of a lucrative reward." Over 20 warriors surged towards Zabuza. The ensuing spectacle would haunt the memories of all present for the rest of their lives. Zabuza made his move. There were no extravagant jutsus, no intricate techniques, only the primal, unrelenting instinct for slaughter. The kunai in his hand transformed into a scythe of death, each swing precisely severing the throats of his assailants. Blood sprayed across his form, saturating the already crimson-stained bandages that adorned him. "The first," Zabuza whispered, his voice as frigid as ice. The warriors, paralyzed by the horror of his brutal method, began to flee. Yet Zabuza was quicker, gliding through the throng like a specter, each glint of the kunai extinguishing a life. "The fifth." A warrior mustered his courage and attempted a sneak attack from behind, thrusting his blade towards Zabuza's back. Without looking back, Zabuza deftly seized the assailant's wrist with his left hand while driving the kunai into the warrior's eye socket with his right. "The 10th. Kato finally grasped the gravity of the situation and attempted to escape. Zabuza hurled the kunai with precision, pinning Kato's right foot to the ground. "Ah!" Kato screamed in agony. "Stop him! Someone stop him!" The remaining warriors, steeling themselves, formed a barrier to shield Kato. Zabuza picked up a katana from the ground, wielding it with both hands as he plunged into the fray. His movements were bold and unrestrained, disregarding any notion of self-preservation. Each strike imbued with the essence of mutual destruction. 15th. 18th. When the last warrior fell, Zabuza had transformed into a figure drenched in blood. His left arm bore a gaping wound exposing bone, and a fragment of a broken blade lodged in his right side. Yet he appeared impervious to pain as he advanced toward the crumpled Kato. Don't come any closer. Kato trembled as he crawled backward. I can offer you money. A great deal of money. Zabuza leaned down to extract the kunai embedded in Kato's foot, blood splattering across his indifferent visage. Do you know, the voice of Zabuza was strangely calm. Haku had never taken pleasure in taking lives. After each mission, he would secretly wash his hands by the river, scrubbing them for an exceedingly long time. Kato's eyes widened in terror, bewildered as to why this was being mentioned at such a moment. I had scolded him numerous times, asserting that a ninja should not harbor such futile compassion. Zabuza raised his kunai. Yet, I have never revealed to him. It is precisely for this reason that I allowed him to remain by my side. The kunai fell, severing Kato's left pinky finger at the root. Ah! Kato shrieked. Spare me. I beg you. Last winter, Zabuza continued, as if lost in his own thoughts, I had a high fever. And he knelt in the snow all night, pleading with an old doctor to tend to me. Another strike, and Kato's ring finger flew away. 3 months prior, a traitor had poisoned my meal. Haku discovered this and tasted it first. Zabuza's voice began to tremble. He curled up in pain, yet still smiled at me, saying, It's all right, Zabuza-sama is fine. This time, it was the index and middle fingers. Kato's screams had become inhuman, his face smeared with snot and tears. Yet Zabuza appeared to be immersed in his own world, continuing his gruesome task. A week ago, you called me the stray dog of the mist. Zabuza grasped Kato's neck. Lifting him up, Haku lost an arm for that remark. I'm sorry, Kato pleaded desperately. And today, a single tear finally fell from Zabuza's eye. He died trying to save a complete stranger. The kunai glinted coldly, and Kato's head rolled onto the ground, his face frozen in terror. Zabuza discarded the kunai and staggered away. His injuries were severe, leaving bloody footprints with every step on the bridge. Naruto wished to step forward, but was held back by Kakashi. Let him pass, Kakashi whispered. Zabuza struggled to crawl to Haku's side and knelt beside him. With his relatively unscathed right hand, he gently brushed away the dust from Haku's face, his touch tender, unlike that of a merciless killer. Haku, I will take you home. Zabuza formed a hand seal, this being his last chakra. A thick mist began to rise, enveloping the two. Under the cover of the mist technique, this man, who never showed weakness, finally broke down, holding Haku's body tightly in his arms, silently trembling. His hoarse whisper resonated in the fog. I'm sorry. I couldn't provide you with a better world. As the mist dissipated, onlookers beheld the two embracing in death. Zabuza's head hung low, resting against Haku's forehead, as if he had merely fallen asleep. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a golden halo around them. Naruto could no longer contain himself, collapsing to the ground in a fit of tears. Within him, 3 father figures fell into rare silence. That Zabuza, the Ninetail spoke first. What a man he was. He loved that child in his own way. The gentle voice of Minato murmured, but it is too late. Madara offered no commentary, merely exhaling a cold huff. Yet Naruto could sense that even this typically unyielding father was moved by the death of Haku. Kakashi stepped forward, softly resting his hand on Naruto's shoulder. They have gone to the same place and shall never part again. Sasuke turned his face away, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his dark eyes. Sakura had dissolved into tears, while even Tazuna busily wiped his spectacles. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto sobbed. Why? Must it end this way? Kakashi gazed up at the azure sky of the Land of Waves, responding softly, because this is the world of ninjas, Naruto. Yet it is precisely because such tragedies exist that we need someone to change it. Change. Naruto murmured to himself. Suddenly, Madara's voice echoed in his mind. Kid, remember today's fury. Use it to propel yourself to become strong enough to alter this twisted world. Madara-san is correct, Minato gently added. But it is not only anger that fosters growth. Haku's kindness and Zabuza's final enlightenment are equally significant. The Ninetails huffed, remaining silent. Wiping away his tears, Naruto slowly rose to his feet. He walked over to Zabuza and Haku, gently closing their eyes. The sea breeze swept through, carrying away the bloodshed and the souls of the 2 mist ninjas. In the distant land of water, perhaps there exists a small river where cherry blossoms bloom year-round, and 2 figures walk side by side eternally, one tall and aloof, the other gentle as water. And here, on the great bridge of the Land of Waves, the sunlight finally dispelled all shadows. Naruto turned to his companions, his sorrow replaced by determination. Let us go. We still have a bridge to build. Chapter 50. The mission of the Land of Waves completed as the sun rose. The bridge of the Land of Waves was officially named the Friendship Bridge, symbolizing the bond between the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire. Bathed in the morning light, it shimmered with a silvery glow. The final steel plate had just been welded into place, and hundreds of workers and villagers gathered at the bridge's entrance, their cheers echoing in celebration. I hereby announce the official completion of the Friendship Bridge of the Land of Waves, Dazna proclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he stood on a makeshift platform. He turned to the members of Team 7 standing beside him, expressing his profound gratitude to the people of Konoha, saying, "Without you, this bridge would never have been built." Kakashi, as the teacher, stood at the forefront of the group, flanked by Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Soon, Dazna presented a specially crafted certificate of honor to him. "This is what we ought to do," Kakashi replied with a smile. The three young ninjas stood in a line below the platform. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and inquired, "Shouldn't you be jumping up and shouting that you want to become Hokage at a time like this?" Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. "Perhaps it's better to keep it quiet during formal occasions." Sakura smiled gently. "Naruto, you've grown up." Kakashi, observing this exchange from the corner of his eye, felt a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, they had matured. The celebration lasted throughout the day. As evening approached, villagers spontaneously lit lanterns along the bridge, some strumming the shamisen, while others sang newly composed ballads. To their surprise, the songs not only recounted the exploits of Team 7, but also told the tales of Zabuza and Haku, the cold-blooded ninja and his young companion, who ultimately perished protecting the Land of Waves. "They are lauding us as heroes," Sakura murmured, her feet fidgeting restlessly. Sasuke scoffed lightly, boring. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the children singing. Naruto chose not to join the conversation. Silently, he slipped away from the festivities and made his way to the thickest steel cable at the center of the bridge, gazing toward the two small graves on the shore. They were the resting places of Zabuza and Haku. Although Zabuza had initially arrived as a mercenary employed by Gato, ultimately, he had slain the scourge of the Land of Waves with his own hands. Thus, the residents of the Land of Waves were willing to grant these two a place of rest. "So, you are here," Naruto said, turning to find Kakashi standing quietly behind him, having appeared unnoticed. The silver-haired teacher held 2 bottles of coconut juice, a local specialty, and offered one to Naruto. "Kakashi-sensei." Naruto accepted the drink, hesitating before asking, were Zabuza and Haku good people or bad people? Leaning against the railing, Kakashi gazed out at the distant horizon. Ninja cannot be simply categorized as good or evil. Haku fought to protect that which was important to him, and Zabuza ultimately chose the right path. He turned to Naruto, adding, "What matters is what you have learned from them." Naruto tightened his grip on the coconut juice, deep in thought. The following morning, Team 7 gathered at the resting place of Zabuza and Haku. The location offered a panoramic view of the entire bridge and the Land of Waves. Sasuke etched a gravestone into the rock with a kunai, while Sakura gathered wildflowers to weave into a garland, and Naruto dug a deep pit with a kunai. "I got this from Grandpa Dazna," he stated. From his backpack, Naruto produced 2 saplings of cherry blossoms, said to be a variety introduced from the Land of Water. Known as Snow Cherry, Kakashi raised an eyebrow, inquiring about Naruto's intentions. With a nod, Naruto affirmed, "I will bury them here. Snow Cherry is fitting for Bai." Sasuke silently accepted the saplings, placing them into the excavated hole. Sakura placed the garland in another small pit, symbolizing Zabuza. Finally, Kakashi drove the executioner's blade into the ground between the graves. In the Uchiha clan, Sasuke's voice broke the silence, soft as a whisper. "We believe the souls of the departed reside in the cherry blossoms. Each year, during the blooming season, our clan gathers at the shrine to converse with our ancestors." Naruto gazed at Sasuke in astonishment. This was the first time Sasuke had willingly broached the topic of his family. Sakura laid some bouquets before the gravestone, wishing for their eternal peace. The ocean breeze caressed them, and the newly planted cherry saplings swayed gently, as if affirming their hopes. That night, Team 7 sought refuge at Dazna's home. Naruto lay on the rooftop, gazing at the starry sky. Within him, the 3 fathers stirred to life, unusually active at the same time. The Nine-Tail spoke first. "Time flies. You still feel like that little meatball." Obito retorted, "Your perception of time is simply slow." The Nine-Tails shot back, "And what do you, a relic from the Warring States period, know to criticize me?" The two began their usual bickering. Ignoring their quarrel, Minato remarked, "Naruto, your actions today were quite mature. Kushina would be proud of you." Naruto felt a lump in his throat. "Dad, don't celebrate too soon." Obito interrupted coldly, A beautiful ideal is one thing, but achieving it requires strength. You're far from it. I know, Dad. Naruto clenched his fists. So I will continue to grow stronger, strong enough to change everything. The following morning, Team 7 prepared to return to Konoha. The villagers of the Land of Waves gathered to see them off, with Inari pushing to the front, clutching a rough wooden carving. Nichan, this is for you, he said, blushing as he handed over the carving, resembling a crooked fox. I will work hard to become a ninja like you. Naruto accepted the wooden figure with a broad smile. Then you better keep at it. When we meet next time, I'll be even stronger. Dazna approached, handing each of them a small package. Local specialties from the Land of Waves. Eat on your journey. He tousled Naruto's golden hair affectionately. You little rascal, come visit often. Yes. Naruto nodded vigorously. Shortly after Team 7 departed the Friendship Bridge, Kakashi suddenly asked, So, how do you think we should write the mission report? Sakura looked at him disdainfully. Kakashi-sensei, don't slack off. Kakashi, with an air of indifference, remarked, isn't this merely a questionnaire? Sakura pondered for a moment. Did you not mention that 2 members of the Akatsuki organization have appeared? Surely, an analysis of their abilities is warranted. However, Kakashi could only muster a wry smile at Sakura's suggestion. After all, one of those individuals had been directly slain by Obito, while the other was sealed away by his own teacher. Moreover, the location of the seal had been concealed by the teacher, ensuring that the one named Haiden would remain imprisoned for eternity. Unbeknownst to all of this, Sasuke interjected, and then there's that ice-release bloodline limit. Naruto shook his head. These aspects are indeed significant. Yet I believe the most crucial lesson we have learned is what we have come to understand. He gazed at his companions. Right? Sasuke, Sakura? Sasuke turned his face away, yet refrained from his usual retort. Sakura smiled and nodded. Naruto is right. This mission has transformed us all. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Oh? In what way? For instance, Sasuke has started to engage in conversation. Naruto exclaimed, throwing an arm around Sasuke's shoulders, only to leap back swiftly before the latter could express his indignation. And Sakura has grown more confident. And he hesitated, his smile softening. I have come to realize that true strength is not solely about power, but also about the resolve to protect what is dear. A flicker of surprise crossed Kakashi's eyes, which quickly reverted to his usual languid demeanor, a commendable summary. It seems my duties as a teacher can afford to be less burdensome now. Hey, Sasuke, Naruto suddenly turned. Shall we train together when we return? Dad said he could teach me new taijutsu. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Where did you even get a dad? Well, Naruto winked mysteriously. Guess. Sakura leaned in. I want to join too. Kakashi-sensei, could you arrange special training for us when we return? Kakashi lifted his gaze from the paradise of affection, his singular eye curving into a crescent. Of course, if you can pass my test. The sea breeze swept through, carrying away the essence of the Land of Waves, yet it could not erase the memories and growth that lingered here. Naruto cast a final glance at the island, now reduced to a mere speck, before turning to forge ahead. Awaiting them were new missions and fresh challenges. Yet at this moment, his heart was filled with tranquility and resolve. For regardless of what lay ahead, he was no longer alone. Chapter 51. A consultation with Shursui with the mission in the Land of Waves concluded. Team 7 swiftly returned to the Hidden Leaf Village to report on their undertaking. Although the mission's difficulty had been grossly exaggerated by Dazna, nearly resulting in unforeseen complications, Team 7's plea spared the client from any repercussions. The village merely required Dazna to supplement the compensation for the B-rank mission. Following this journey, Kakashi graciously permitted the trio to rest for 3 days. Under the tranquil night sky, the Hidden Leaf Village was enveloped in serenity, with the moonlight streaming through the window to illuminate Naruto's sleeping visage. His breaths were steady, golden locks cascading over the pillow, occasionally murmuring in his slumber, "Ramen, one more bowl." Yet within his dreamscape, a different scene unfolded. It was a hazy manifestation of the Uchiha clan's territory, adorned with ancient stone tablets, familiar structures, and the venerable tree symbolizing the Uchiha lineage. Madara sat alone upon a stone tablet, his crimson Sharingan faintly shimmering, gazing into the distance as if transcending time itself. The Ninetales lounged lazily nearby, inquiring, "Old man Madara, why have you conjured this particular scene?" Minato leaned against a tree, arms crossed, adding, "Is the 4th Hokage reminiscing about the old Uchiha days?" Madara closed his Sharingan, the surroundings gradually warping before reverting to the original chamber. "You two should cease your speculations," he remarked. Suddenly, Ripples emerged at the periphery of the mental realm, and a figure quietly materialized. The Nine-Tails perked up, its golden slit pupils shifting towards the newcomer. Uchiha Chakra. Madara did not turn, speaking coolly. Intruding upon another's mental domain is hardly a courteous act. The visitor knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully, their voice deep and clear. I apologize for disturbing your tranquility. Esteemed ancestor. Lord Fourth. Only then did Madara slowly pivot, his gaze settling on the individual, Uchiha Shursui. The prodigy renowned for his swift movements now knelt before him. A faint smirk graced Madara's lips, tinged with irony. I never expected you would seek me out. Shursui lifted his gaze, determination glimmering in his eyes. Esteemed ancestor. I have a request. Minato smiled slightly, stepping forward. I've heard of you. Thanks to your efforts, the leaf remains as it is. Shursui nodded in acknowledgement. You honor me. Lord Fourth. The Nine-Tails scoffed, another Uchiha brat. Your clan truly is relentless. Madara snorted, his attention returning to Shursui. Speak, what is it you wish? Drawing a deep breath. Shursui met Madara's eyes. I seek your guidance, to master Susanoo. The air seemed to still for a moment. Madara fell silent, then suddenly laughed. Do you think I am still the Uchiha clan leader of your? Now, I am merely a spirit residing within this child's form. Unfazed, Shursui replied. Yet you remain the mightiest Uchiha ninja. Your experience is unparalleled. Madara's gaze flickered momentarily as he rose, looking down upon Shursui. On what grounds do you believe I would assist you? Shursui responded calmly, stating, because you once said, power only holds significance when wielded by the right hands. I wish to safeguard the Uchiha and protect Konoha. Madara narrowed his eyes, seemingly assessing Shursui's determination. Minato, smiling from the side, interjected, though Madara-san claims otherwise. He truly cares for Naruto. Madara shot him a glare, retorting, silence, Minato. The Nine-Tails yawned lazily, expressing, if we are to fight, let us do it swiftly. I wish to return to my slumber. With a cold snort, Madara finally turned his gaze to Shursui. Very well, since you insist, I shall offer you some guidance. A flicker of joy crossed Shursui's eyes. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. Madara's eyes transformed once more, the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan manifesting, and in an instant. The vista of the spiritual realm shifted dramatically. The barren earth unfurled, the sky turned a deep crimson, as if transported to an ancient battlefield. Susanoo is not merely a manifestation of power. Madara's voice resonated, deep and authoritative. It epitomizes the pinnacle of the Sharingan, but more importantly, it embodies will. Shursui stood momentarily stunned. Well, Madara nodded. The reason you were able to summon it in moments of life and death was due to the intensity of your will. However, now your heart is in turmoil. Shursui fell silent. Madara continued, the future of the Uchiha, the peace of the village, your own mission. You carry too much. Which binds you instead? Minato nodded thoughtfully. It's akin to when I developed the Rasengan. I was overly fixated on its form and overlooked its essence. Madara glanced at him. That is not entirely foolish. Taking a deep breath, Shursui closed his eyes. Esteemed ancestor, what must I do? Madara's voice echoed in his ear. Feel with your heart. Do not merely see with your eyes. Contemplate what you wish to protect most. Images of Itachi, companions from Konoha, and Uchiha clan members flooded Shursui's mind. Ultimately, his chakra began to coalesce, a verdant light radiating around him. A skeletal structure gradually took shape, the framework of Susanoo enveloping his form. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Madara's eyes. Good, it's far more stable than before. Recalling the last time he had summoned it. When maintaining its form had been nearly impossible, he now recognized this as the true Susanoo. The Nine-Tails interjected, Hey, why do all you Uchiha Susanoo look so extravagant? Minato couldn't help but chuckle. Nine-Tails, are you envious? The Nine-Tails bristled. Who is envious? My chakra cloak is far more impressive. Ignoring their banter, Madara continued to instruct Shursui. Now, try to make it more complete. Shursui nodded, his chakra further condensing, as the muscles and armor of Susanoo gradually enveloped the skeletal frame, ultimately forming its half-embodied state. Madara crossed his arms, a slight smile playing on his lips. At last, it resembles something. Shursui opened his eyes, gazing at the Susanoo he had summoned. His expression filled with awe. This is the true Susanoo. Madara stated coolly, remember, the power of Susanoo derives from your will. If you find yourself lost, it may also become fragile. Shisui bowed deeply, expressing gratitude for the guidance of his ancestors. Madara turned away, presenting his back. Do not misunderstand. I merely believe your potential should not be squandered. Chishui smiled faintly. Even so, I have still gained immensely. He hesitated momentarily before asking, Ancestor, if one day the Uchiha and Konoha were to stand in opposition once more, what would you do? Madara remained silent for a long time before finally responding. I am no longer the clan leader of the Uchiha, but that lad Naruto would likely go to great lengths to prevent war. Minato smiled with relief. Indeed. That child is just that kind of person. Chishui nodded. I understand. His figure gradually faded, and the spiritual realm returned to tranquility. The Ninetales yawned. Finally gone. What a nuisance. Minato looked at Madara and remarked, Mr. Madara, you seem rather pleased, don't you? Madara closed his eyes in meditation. Mind your own business. The following morning, Naruto awoke, rubbing his eyes and stretching. Ah, what a delightful sleep. He suddenly felt light as a feather, his chakra more abundant than usual. And he could even faintly sense a lingering, unfamiliar ocular power. Strange, it seems I dreamt of something last night. He scratched his head, looking perplexed. Within the spiritual realm, the Ninetales scoffed. Isn't it because a certain Uchiha brat came to visit? Naruto scratched his head. Huh? Sasuke came over yesterday. Minato smiled silently. Madara remained with his eyes shut, but a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth for a brief moment. Chapter 52. Joint mission a few days later. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat with a pipe in his mouth, squinting at the seventh squad standing before him, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and the languid Kakashi leaning against the wall. Naruto quickly clasped his hands together in a prayer-like gesture, pleading, Grandpa Third, I implore you, grant us another C-rank mission. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged approving glances, their sentiments mirroring his. It was understandable, considering that it had been a week since their last mission in the Land of Waves, and during this time, the seventh squad had nearly exhausted the D-rank tasks. From searching for lost pets to babysitting, they had engaged in every imaginable chore. While it had enriched their life experiences, the monotony had become nauseating. The third Hokage observed Naruto and the others with a gentle smile. Indeed, it seems somewhat beneath your capabilities to keep assigning D-rank missions. Very well, this time, you will escort a merchant convoy to a trading town in the north. He took a leisurely puff from his pipe and continued. We have already confirmed the details of this mission, and there will be no unexpected escalation in difficulty, as there was last time. Finally. It's not about chasing after cats and dogs, Naruto exclaimed, his fists pumping with excitement. What an idiot, Sasuke muttered, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He had hoped that this laggard had matured, but in just a few days, he had reverted to his previous foolishness. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space, Madara let out a disdainful snort upon hearing the commotion outside. However, his neighbors, Minato and the Ninetales, exchanged knowing glances. After all, Madara had a tendency to vocalize his annoyance, while his expression told another story. If they continued to observe, they would likely lose their composure. Kakashi's deadpan eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of relief flickering within them. He had been worried that Naruto would be disheartened due to the events in the Land of Waves, but it appeared that his concerns were unfounded. The third Hokage continued with a cheerful demeanor. This mission will be executed in collaboration with Team 8. You will rendezvous with them at the village entrance. Team 8? Sakura blinked, recognizing it as Hinata's squad. Sasuke, hands in his pockets, let out a dismissive hum, clearly disinterested in the prospect of a joint mission. Naruto's eyes, however, sparkled with enthusiasm. A joint mission? Let them witness the strength of our team. In the ceiling space, Minato pondered thoughtfully. Hinata, come to think of it, I noticed during Naruto's training that a girl from the Hyuga clan was always watching him. The Ninetales recalled. Ah, I remember her. She was the girl Naruto saved from a group of bullies shortly after he started school. Madara scoffed. At that time, he could barely perform ninjutsu. Luckily, his taijutsu was adequately trained, or he would have been beaten senseless. Minato appeared puzzled. So, she has been secretly observing him ever since? The Ninetales shook its head. She was probably just too shy. I recall a time when she mustered the courage to invite him to lunch, and after he praised her cooking, she blushed and fainted. Minato sighed. Such a personality seems ill-suited for a ninja. Not long after, the seventh squad arrived at the village entrance. At this moment, Class 8 was already gathered. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and their guiding jonin, Kurenai Yuhi, awaited. Upon spotting Naruto, Kiba grinned widely. Hey, the underdog. I heard your last mission was quite thrilling. Who told you that? Naruto replied, hands on his hips, brimming with pride. The whole village knows, you know. Kiba rolled his eyes. During the mission in the Land of Waves, you faced off against that mist ninja, Zabuza, and took down 2 members of the Akatsuki. Naruto's grin widened, stretching almost to his ears. That's right. We truly experienced a real ninja battle. Sasuke remained indifferent, yet a barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Hinata stood to the side, nervously fidgeting with her fingers while casting furtive glances at Naruto. Her cheeks flushed. Naruto-kun, you weren't injured, were you? With a proud demeanor, Naruto declared, of course not. Sasuke shot him a sidelong glance. I wonder who was covered in wounds at that time. Naruto retorted, it must have been you. Their playful banter lightened the atmosphere considerably. Finally, Kurenai interjected, breaking the peculiar exchange. All right, the mission is important. Let's set off. Kakashi lazily trailed behind. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. As the team embarked, Kiba noticed Shino deliberately keeping his distance from Naruto, occasionally eyeing him with suspicion. Leaning closer, Kiba whispered to Shino, hey, what's up? Why do you keep staring at Naruto? Adjusting his glasses, Shino replied. There's something unsettling about him. Huh? Yes, definitely Naruto. His scent hasn't changed, Kiba asserted, sniffing the air to confirm Naruto's identity. Shino solemnly remarked, I'm not sure. It just feels like Naruto is unconsciously exuding an aura of dominance. In the sealed space, Madara observed Shino's subtle actions. That bespectacled kid is quite perceptive. Minato followed Madara's gaze. That must be Shino's child. Their clan is renowned for training insects. The Ninetales yawned. I detest insects. No wonder they can sense it, Madara mused thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Hinata walked beside Naruto, occasionally stealing glances at him, hesitating to speak. Sakura leaned closer to Sasuke, whispering, Sasuke, have you noticed anything? Sasuke discreetly glanced sideways. Hinata has always liked that fool, but the question is, does he know? Sakura sighed. When will Naruto ever realize? The fact that Hinata harbored feelings for Naruto was evident to all their classmates, except for Naruto himself. After all, who would make bento for that guy every day if they weren't fond of him? Yet, each time Naruto extolled Hinata's virtues, he remained oblivious to her affections. In the past, classmates had attempted to play matchmaker, but Naruto only wondered why they were doing so, as they were already friends. Ultimately, the others had no choice but to give up. At that moment, within the confines of the ceiling space. After listening to the Ninetales recount a tale concerning Hinata prior to his awakening, Minato cast a melancholic glance at Madara. Madara-san, this is detrimental to Naruto's physical and mental well-being, is it not? Madara, however, exhibited a nonchalant demeanor, responding, it's merely a trivial sentiment. Is it truly worthy of such concern? The Ninetales cheerfully interjected, Minato, fret not. Old Madara is an exceptionally rare breed of ascetic, utterly disinterested in women. Mutt. Retorted the fox, what do you mean by ascetic? I am only intrigued by the strong, which is why I have such a tumultuous relationship with Hashirama. Chapter 53. Naruto. What is love? The escort mission had been underway for 3 days, with the caravan steadily traversing the winding mountain paths. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. At the forefront of the group, Naruto stretched widely, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Ah, what splendid weather today, he exclaimed, turning to Sasuke behind him with a broad grin. Hey, Sasuke, how about a race to that large tree ahead? Loser treats the winner to ramen. Sasuke scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his dark eyes. Who would engage in such a trivial contest with you? Come on, Naruto urged, his laughter infectious. Just then, Hinata, walking along the flank of the group, suddenly raised her hand, the veins around her pale eyes bulging. Wait, there's a chakra presence 500 meters ahead, approximately 15 individuals, lying in ambush behind the rocks on either side of the road. Naruto instantly wiped the playful expression from his face and turned towards Hinata. Really? Hinata, you're amazing. You noticed from that far away. Hinata's face flushed crimson, her fingers fidgeting nervously. That's just expected. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, calmly adding, based on the chakra signatures. They appear to be mere common bandits, lacking any ninja presence. Kiba crouched down, allowing Akamaru to sniff the air. Akamaru confirms it too. There's no trace of chakra. Sakura placed her hands on her hips, displaying a confident smile. Then it's simple. We can take a slight detour to avoid them. After all, our mission is to escort, not to exterminate bandits. However, Naruto furrowed his brow. But what if they attack other caravans later? It's uncertain whether they have ninja escorts. If others are robbed because of this, I would feel guilty. At that moment, Obito's voice echoed in Naruto's mind. If you wish to fight, then do so. But refrain from using any ninjutsu. Rely solely on taijutsu. Using ninjutsu against such foes would be a waste. Minato nodded in agreement. Indeed. This would serve as training for Naruto as taijutsu. The Ninetales lazily interjected, if it were up to me, I'd simply let out a fart to scare them away. The banter among the three elder figures made Naruto chuckle, eliciting a look of disbelief from Sasuke beside him. Ultimately, under Kakashi-sensei's guidance, they opted for a slightly longer route, successfully avoiding the bandits. Throughout the ordeal, Hinata's Byakugan remained vigilant, tracking the bandits' movements to ensure the caravan's safe passage through the perilous area. During the midday break, the caravan halted on a spacious grassy area. Wealthy merchants descended from their opulent carriages, unfurling exquisite carpets and laying out sumptuous feasts. In stark contrast, the ninjas simply sat under the shade of nearby trees. Esteemed ninjas, would you care to join us for a meal? A rotund merchant enthusiastically beckoned. Kakashi politely declined. Thank you for your kindness. But we have regulations that prevent us from accepting hospitality from clients during missions. At that moment, Hinata retrieved several meticulously packaged bento boxes from her backpack. I prepared some bento, if everyone wouldn't mind. Wow, Hinata, you're amazing, exclaimed Naruto, his eyes sparkling as he rushed over. Hinata's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red as she carefully handed Naruto a bento box larger than the others. Naruto-kun, this is yours. Upon opening the box, a sun-shaped omelet glimmered in golden hues, surrounded by intricately carved carrot foxes, while the rice was molded into the shape of Naruto's favorite ramen bowl. Wow, this is so cool. Naruto marveled. Hinata, you're so kind. He then devoured the food voraciously, completely oblivious to Hinata's hopeful gaze and trembling fingers. In the sealed space, Minato covered his face in disbelief. Goodness, how can my son be so oblivious? Minato, though not one to captivate countless girls with his looks, possessed at least a modicum of emotional intelligence. Otherwise, how could he have won over Kushina, that fiery pepper? Yet, Naruto struck him as a solid block of wood. Utterly unyielding. Madara, observing the scene, chuckled knowingly. At least he expressed gratitude. That is a basic courtesy. Meanwhile, the Ninetales rolled on the ground in laughter. Haha. This boy is completely unaware of that girl's feelings. Just look at the artistry of that bento. I've lived for centuries and have never encountered such heartfelt cuisine. Minato cast a resentful glance at Madara. It's all your fault. What kind of education did you provide him before I woke up? Madara averted his gaze. A hint of guilt in his demeanor. At least he hasn't gone astray. I must have taught him correctly, as I merely followed the rigorous training my father imparted to me. In the real world, Sasuke observed Naruto's crude eating habits and couldn't help but scoff. You at the bottom of the class, can't you eat with some decorum? With his mouth full, Naruto mumbled indistinctly, Food should be enjoyed joyfully. Hinata's cooking is delicious. Upon hearing this, Hinata seemed ready to burst with steam, her fingers clutching her clothes tightly. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Sakura, shaking her head in exasperation, leaned closer to Hinata and whispered, this guy is beyond saving, right? But Hinata smiled tenderly. No, Naruto-kun is just that genuine. I really like him. Sakura, upon witnessing Hinata's expression, suddenly grasped something profound, her eyes widening in surprise. Wait, Hinata, you can't possibly. Hinata hurriedly waved her hands. And no, it's nothing. However, her gestures were too vigorous, causing her bento box to topple over. She gasped, watching in horror as her carefully prepared food threatened to spill onto the ground. In a flash of golden motion, Naruto darted forward, catching the falling bento box with astonishing speed, ensuring not a single grain of rice was lost. Phew, that was close. Naruto sighed in relief, returning the box to Hinata. Be careful, Hinata. It would be such a shame to waste such delicious food. Hinata gazed blankly at Naruto, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Thank you, Naruto-kun. In the realm of the mind, the three fathers fell silent for a few moments. Minato smiled with a sense of relief. It seems she still retains a fragment of my character. Obito scoffed, it's merely a reflex. The Ninetales scratched its chin ponderously. Is this speed born from the desire to eat? This lad possesses the vigor reminiscent of my youth. Obito then mocked, no wonder he has grown so plump. The Ninetales retorted furiously, I am not plump at all. Chapter 54. The emotionally inept Naruto. The afternoon passed uneventfully until dusk descended, at which point the merchant caravan set up camp beside a babbling brook. Wealthy merchants took refuge in opulent tents, while the ninjas took turns keeping watch. Naruto and Hinata were assigned the early night watch. Under a star-studded sky, The water flowed gently. Naruto perched upon a large stone, gazing into the distant darkness. Hinata stood nearby, her Byakugan continuously scanning the surroundings for any movement. Hey, Hinata, Naruto suddenly spoke. Your Byakugan is incredibly useful. Thanks to you. This mission has gone so smoothly. Hinata nervously fidgeted with her fingers. It's what I should do. I'm really happy to help you, Naruto-kun. Naruto turned to her, beaming with a radiant smile. I wish you had always been in our class. You're amazing at scouting and cooking. That guy Sasuke knows nothing but how to act cool, and Sakura is always hitting me. In the realm of his thoughts, Minato sighed, son. This is hardly the time for comparisons. Obito, equally exasperated, remarked, at least he is giving compliments. Kurama wore a mischievous grin. Just wait and see. This kid is bound to say something even more astonishing. Indeed, Naruto continued, and Hinata, your temper is so gentle. You never explode like Sakura does or wear a perpetual frown like Sasuke. By the way, do you remember that time when we were kids? Naruto began to reminisce excitedly, while Hinata's cheeks flushed, occasionally responding in soft tones. Under the moonlight, their shadows elongated on the ground, nearly overlapping. Suddenly, Hinata's Byakugan caught something. She swiftly turned. We have a situation. To the northwest, approximately 30 individuals are approaching rapidly. Naruto immediately sprang to his feet, hands forming a series of seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones materialized, each darting off in different directions to relay the warning. After all, Obito had only mentioned not using ninjutsu in combat, not prohibiting its use for communication. Sure enough, moments later, a band of masked robbers surged forth from the darkness, brandishing an array of weapons. Hand over everything valuable. The leader of the brigands shouted. Combat erupted instantaneously. Naruto and Sasuke charged ahead, while Sakura guarded the retreat of the merchants, and teammates stood watch for potential reinforcements. Fire style, great fireball technique. Unrestricted, Sasuke unleashed a massive fireball, incinerating a gap in the enemy ranks to the right. Watch me, Naruto shouted as he charged left, using a combination of punches and kicks to send several robbers flying. Hinata stood protectively in front of the merchants' tents, her gentle fist stance fully engaged, subduing any approaching foes with her precise strikes. Suddenly, a robber launched a stealthy attack from the side, a sharp dagger aimed at an elderly merchant. Watch out. Hinata leapt forward, positioning herself in front of the merchant. The dagger grazed Hinata's left arm, instantly staining her sleeve with crimson. Hinata, upon witnessing this, Naruto's mind flashed back to the events in the Land of Waves, his expression transforming into one of fury. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. With Naruto's furious roar, hundreds of shadow clones instantly flooded the battlefield. In the realm of his mind, Obito seethed with rage. Fool, using shadow clones to deal with such trifles? Do you belittle my teachings, Uchiha Obito? However, Minato understood, to unleash oneself for the sake of comrades is truly remarkable. The Ninetales incessantly restrained the chakra surging from his body. Calm down, kid. Do not let anger dictate your actions. Yet, in reality, Naruto was beyond listening. His clones overwhelmed the bandits like a relentless tide. Within less than a minute, all foes were subdued and tied up like rice dumplings. After the battle, everyone gathered around Hinata. Sakura had already begun treating her wounds with medical ninjutsu. Since returning from the Land of Waves, Sakura had embarked on her training in medical ninjutsu. Though she had yet to reach a proficient level, treating simple external injuries came easily to her. After all, during their time in the Land of Waves, she had to attend to the injuries of her companions, regardless of her lack of medical skills. Minor external injuries were not serious, Sakura reassured her, saying they would heal by tomorrow. Naruto pushed to the front, gazing at the bandages on Hinata's arm, his expression a mix of anger and concern. Hinata, are you all right? Does it hurt? Hinata shook her head, managing a faint smile. I'm fine, Naruto-kun. It's just a minor injury. Suddenly, Naruto slammed his fist into a nearby tree. Damn it. I should have discovered them sooner. Sasuke let out a cold snort. What is done is done. Lamenting now is futile. To everyone's astonishment, Naruto turned to Hinata, his face serious. Impressive, Hinata. You can take a hit far better than Sasuke. Last mission. That guy cried out like a baby when a kunai grazed him. Sasuke's face darkened instantly. What did you say? Do you want to fight? Bring it on. Who's afraid? Naruto stood his ground. In the realm of his mind, the 3 fathers simultaneously facepalmed. Obito sighed. At this moment, we should be checking for injuries. Minato's forehead was lined with worry. I'm truly concerned for you. Meanwhile, the Ninetales laughed heartily. Do you two believe he could whip out a soldier pill and use it like candy? Indeed, after a brief tussle with Sasuke, Naruto ended up pinning him to the ground. Suddenly, Naruto remembered something and pulled a soldier pill from his ninja tool pouch. "Hinata, here," he said earnestly, extending it toward her. "Eat this, and you won't feel any pain." At this, Sakura could no longer contain herself. Her tightly clenched fist struck Naruto's face without hesitation. "Idiot Naruto. Soldier pills aren't meant to be used like that." Sakura's punch sent Naruto flying 10 meters, crashing into a large tree before coming to a halt. Yet, even in that state, as he stood up, he protested while holding his head. "That hurts." "What was that for, Sakura?" Hinata gently accepted the soldier pill, smiling as she said, "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Although the soldier pill was of no help to her injury, she treasured it nonetheless. Just then, a young woman dressed in luxurious attire approached from among the wealthy merchants. She is Misaki, the daughter of the principal client, Mr. Yamamoto, who has displayed an immense curiosity towards the ninjas, particularly Naruto. "Mr. Naruto," Misaki said with a sweet tone, "your bravery just now was truly remarkable. My father wishes to invite you over to express his gratitude personally." Naruto scratched his head. "That's unnecessary. It's our duty." However, Misaki insistently tugged at Naruto's arm. "Come on, my father has prepared some exquisite sake for you." Hinata watched the two retreating figures, her gaze dimming. Sakura, noticing her expression, comfortingly patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, that fool will figure it out eventually." In the realm of the mind, three fathers were engaged in a heated debate. Minato spoke with concern that girl seems to have ulterior motives. Obito chuckled coldly, the daughter of a merchant, merely enamored with the boy's strength. The Nine-Tails narrowed his eyes. "Shall I unleash some chakra to frighten her?" Minato quickly interjected, "No, let Naruto handle it himself. I hope he makes the right choice." In the distance, Misaki was whispering something into Naruto's ear, while he, looking perplexed, pulled away. Under the moonlight, Hinata silently observed the scene, her fingers unconsciously brushing against the rice balls that Naruto had given her. Chapter 55. Naruto will never be tempted by beauty. Misaki led Naruto to her father Mr. Yamamoto's opulent tent, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Yet her eyes sparkled with calculated intent. "Mr. Naruto, please come in. My father wishes to express his gratitude to you personally." Her voice was soft and inviting, her fingers grazing Naruto's arm ever so subtly. Misaki prided herself on her beauty, as suitors from neighboring countries lined up to pursue her. Surely, with a little effort, she could easily ensnare this Navi man before her. Oh. However, Naruto merely scratched his head, completely oblivious to her flirtatious gestures, and boldly walked inside. "Uncle, no need for such formality. Protecting you is our duty." Mr. Yamamoto, a shrewd businessman, instantly discerned his daughter's intentions from her gaze. If he could win over this formidable ninja, the safety of his merchant caravan would be significantly assured. Thus, he cheerfully poured a cup of sake. "Mr. Naruto, we owe you our peace of mind. Here, please have a drink." "Oh, my apologies. But my father has told me that my mother once said I cannot drink until I turn 20. Naruto pushed the cup back with both hands. "Good. A true man." Mr. Yamamoto was undeterred, instead praising Naruto. Misaki stifled a giggle. "Mr. Naruto is truly sincere." She intentionally leaned closer, the fragrance of her perfume wafting into Naruto's nostrils. "In truth, I have always admired powerful ninjas like you." Naruto blinked in surprise. You admire me?" "Ha. Of course. I aspire to be the Hokage." Confronted with Naruto's cheerful and radiant smile, Misaki was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by his unexpected response. In the ceiling space, Madara's mouth twisted in disdain. "Humph. The merchant's daughter thinks she can win over this fool with her beauty? How navi." Meanwhile, Minato felt a mix of joy and exasperation. "Naruto, can't you sense the atmosphere?" The Nine-Tails lay on the ground, laughing heartily. "Haha. This woman has completely misjudged her target. This kid can't even recognize Hinata's blatant affection. How could he possibly grasp her hints?" In the real world, Misaki, undeterred, decided to intensify her approach. She gently tossed her long hair, deliberately allowing her collar to slip slightly, revealing her fair shoulder. "Mr. Naruto, in truth, I have something I wish to discuss with you privately." Naruto, earnest in his demeanor, responded, What is it? You can tell me now." Misaki noticed the purity in Naruto's gaze, so untainted that he overlooked her intentionally exposed shoulder. Encountering such unblemished innocence for the first time, she suppressed the anger bubbling within her. "This isn't the most suitable place. Perhaps we should venture to that small grove over there." Recalling the conditions in the grove, Naruto hesitated, advising, that might not be wise. It's too dark to see anything in the woods right now. What if you accidentally get bitten by a snake or insect? Let us talk here instead. Confronted with Naruto's impenetrable nature, Misaki found herself at a loss for words. Within the realm of her mind, the Ninetales was rolling with laughter. Ha ha ha. She thinks she is enticing him, yet this lad has not even considered that direction. Minato, exasperated, covered his forehead. My son, how can he be so oblivious? Beneath his cold demeanor, Madara revealed a flicker of satisfaction. It is not entirely unfavorable. At least he will not be deceived by such a woman. Taking a deep breath, Misaki resolved to be more direct. She grasped Naruto's hand and pressed it against her chest. Mr. Naruto, in truth, I... Startled by her actions, Naruto quickly withdrew his hand. Whoa, why did you suddenly grab my hand? Misaki gritted her teeth, displaying an expression of affection. What I mean is, I like you. Huh, you like me? Naruto was hearing the word like for the first time. After all, at an age most adept at learning, he had been educated solely by a person and a beast, leaving him utterly clueless about the concept of affection. Observing the confusion on Naruto's face, Misaki felt a glimmer of hope. Yes. Naruto pondered for a few moments before realization dawned upon him. Oh, you mean like Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura, and Sasuke do, right? His words effectively silenced Misaki's intended declaration. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales was laughing so hard it was nearly in pain. Ha ha ha. She has completely failed. Minato found himself at a loss for words as well. Surprisingly, Madara agreed with the Ninetales. Though foolish, at least he has not been taken in. At her wit's end, Misaki decided to make one final attempt. She leaned in abruptly, intending to kiss Naruto. However, smack. Naruto instinctively jumped back, crossing his arms protectively. Hey, why did you suddenly come so close? Are you ambushing me? At this, Misaki could no longer contain herself. How could someone be so dense? Truly, he was a blockhead. The Ninetales in the ceiling space was laughing so hard it was in agony. She thought she was seducing him, but instead, he views her as a foe. Ha ha ha. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Minato felt embarrassed to face Kushina again, yet thought optimistically. Although it is quite humiliating, at least he hasn't been taken advantage of. At that moment, Misaki finally conceded defeat. She managed to force a smile. Mr. Naruto, you are truly unique. Though puzzled by her demeanor, Naruto beamed at the compliment. Haha, of course. I am destined to become Hokage. This guy can't even distinguish between praise and criticism. He deserves to be single for life. Ultimately, Naruto patted her shoulder. All right, I must return to my night watch. Do take care. With that, he turned and ran off, entirely oblivious to Misaki's frozen expression. Soon, Naruto rejoined his team. Upon seeing him return, Sasuke shot him a glance. What? Did that young lady latch onto you? Yet Naruto, scratching his head in confusion, replied, Huh? No, she merely uttered some peculiar words. Sakura wore a mischievous grin. Could it be that she has an interest in you? Yet Naruto's response left one at a loss for words. Interest? What does that even mean? Only Hinata, shyly lingering nearby, dared not speak. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales clutched its belly, exclaiming, This kid has no clue what interest entails. Watching the entire exchange, Minato could only sigh. It seems I must find an opportunity to teach him about emotions. Madara, however, scoffed, a waste of time. A ninja requires none of this. At that moment, Misaki shot a glare at Naruto from a distance, gritting her teeth as she retreated to her tent. Her plan had utterly failed. Meanwhile, Naruto remained blissfully unaware that he had just evaded a trap of allure, eagerly demonstrating his earlier battle moves to Sasuke. Hinata looked at him, feeling both relieved and somewhat dejected. Sakura placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, silently consoling the true lady of their team. Chapter 56. Hinata. I shall take responsibility for you 2 days later. The escort mission was successfully completed, and the merchant convoy safely arrived at the port on the border of the Land of Fire. The wealthy merchants expressed their profound gratitude to the ninjas, particularly to Naruto. Although Misaki's plan had utterly failed, it was undeniable that without him, the convoy would have been thoroughly plundered by bandits. However, Misaki stood at a distance, glaring at Naruto with clenched teeth, muttering under her breath, Uzumaki Naruto, just wait. When we meet next time, I will make you bow down before me. At that moment, Naruto was completely oblivious to her resentful gaze, his attention fully focused on Hinata's injured arm. Though the wound had healed, the bandage remained, and he felt a lingering sense of guilt for her injury. Consequently, on the way back to the village, Naruto suddenly rushed in front of her with a serious expression, saying, "Hinata, let me carry you back." Uffed. In the midst of drinking water, Ino spat it out, exclaiming, "What?" Shino adjusted his sunglasses, remaining silent. Yet it was evident he was taken aback as well. Hinata's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. "In Naruto-kun? Why so suddenly?" Naruto patted his chest, justifying his actions, "Because you were injured. And it's my negligence that allowed the enemy to ambush you. Therefore, I must take responsibility." In the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails let out a rare whistle. Has this kid finally woken up? Minato felt a sense of relief. Well done, well done. He knows how to care for a girl now. Madara scoffed disdainfully, such trivial emotional matters. Meanwhile, Hinata's mind was racing upon hearing Naruto's words. "And no, it's all right. Naruto-kun, my injury is already healed." Naruto frowned. "No way. Look how slowly you're walking. Your wound must still hurt." Sakura rolled her eyes from the side. "Idiot Naruto." Hinata walked slowly because she's shy, not because her wound still hurts. Sasuke scoffed. "When did you become so concerned about the heiress of the Hyuga clan, loser?" Naruto retorted confidently. "Because she is my important comrade, and her injury is my responsibility." Upon hearing the phrase important comrade, Hinata's heart raced even faster. Her fingers tightly intertwined. "In Naruto-kun." Seeing Hinata still hesitating, Naruto simply squatted down, turning his back to her. "Come on. Don't be shy. I'm really good at carrying people. I used to carry Iruka-sensei home when he was drunk." Naruto's words sent the Nine-Tails in the ceiling space into fits of laughter, slapping the ground. No way, this kid actually compared Iruka to Hinata? Minato could only cover his face. "Son, this is not the time to mention other men." Madara's mouth twitched slightly. "Fool." Hinata gazed at Naruto's broad back, feeling as if she might evaporate. Trembling, she extended her hand and gently rested it on Naruto's shoulder. But as soon as she made contact, she recoiled as if shocked. "I still can't." Naruto turned back in confusion. "What's wrong?" Hinata lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am too shy." Naruto scratched his head, suddenly having a moment of inspiration. Then how about this?" He turned around abruptly and lifted Hinata into his arms, declaring, "This way should be fine." Hinata's eyes widened in shock, her entire body stiffening like a block of wood. Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba, Shino, adjusting his glasses, in the realm of the mind, the Nine-Tails laughed, its nine tails thrashing wildly. "Ha! This kid has no idea what he's doing." Minato, unable to bear witnessing the scene any longer, thought, though the method is flawed, at least the intention is pure. In the real world, Hinata was on the verge of fainting, her face flushed with heat as she clutched tightly to Naruto's clothing. "Naruto-kun, please, put me down." With a serious expression, Naruto replied, "No, you're injured. I must take responsibility." "Our responsibility?" Hinata's voice rose dramatically. Images of their future married life involuntarily flooded her mind. Naruto nodded. "Exactly. I, Uzumaki Naruto, always keep my promises. Since it was my negligence that caused your injury, I will surely take responsibility." Bang! Hinata could no longer endure it and fainted, collapsing limply into Naruto's embrace. Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba. "Hey, Shino. Am I seeing things? Did Hinata just faint?" Shino adjusted his glasses. "No, you are not mistaken." Nine-Tails, ha. That one line sank him. Is this kid a genius? Minato profoundly understood his son's emotional intelligence. Son, the word responsibility should not be used lightly at that moment. Madara recalled Hashirama from years past. They share a certain similarity when it comes to matters of the heart. However, Naruto had no time to hear the trio's conversation in the ceiling space. Seeing Hinata unconscious, he panicked. "Hey, Hinata, what's wrong?" He shook her desperately. "Wake up! Don't scare me." Unable to watch any longer, Sakura punched Naruto on the head. "Idiot. Stop shaking her. She's just overly shy and fainted," rubbing the bump on his head. Naruto looked bewildered. "Huh? Shy? Why?" Sasuke, spending more time with this fool, felt he might also be assimilated. "You dimwit. You'll eventually perish due to your ignorance." Ultimately, Sakura took over caring for Hinata while Naruto trailed behind, utterly confused about what was wrong with his earlier remarks. Free from the burden of the merchant convoy, they returned to Konoha village within a day's time. The Jonin sensei went to report on their mission, while the others dispersed, awaiting the distribution of their rewards. Soon after, Hinata finally regained consciousness, but upon seeing Naruto, her face flushed once more, and she hurriedly hid behind Sakura. Naruto scratched his head and approached earnestly. "Hinata, I was serious about what I said. I will definitely take responsibility for you. Bang. Hinata's head began to spin again, and she fainted once more. Sakura, holding Hinata, shouted, Naruto, shut your mouth. Sasuke instinctively distanced himself from Naruto. This guy is hopeless. Suppressing a laugh, he remarked, haha. Naruto, what kind of jutsu is this? One sentence and Hinata faints? Shino observed, an intriguing phenomenon. In the sealed space, the Nine-Tails was nearly in stitches. Ha! One line to take out two at once. Is this kid a love assassin? Minato stroked his chin. Contemplating future plans. It seems I must properly instruct him on how to converse with girls. This time, Madara did not object. Meanwhile, on the sea, Misaki stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the horizon, her fist clenched tightly. Naruto Uzumaki. Humph, when we meet again, I shall make you my man. Chapter 57. Sarutobi Konohamaru. On a day following the joint mission, Kakashi summoned everyone to gather at Training Ground 7. The trio promptly arrived at the designated location. Team 7, assemble. Kakashi's voice resonated lazily. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura simultaneously looked up to find their sensei, who had somehow positioned himself at the center of the training ground, holding a piece of paper, his expression as listless as ever. Kakashi-sensei, you're late again, Naruto exclaimed, leaping up in protest. This time, you're half an hour later than before. Sasuke cast a wistful glance at Kakashi. You really need to work on this tardiness issue. Sakura sighed. Kakashi-sensei, do we have a mission today? Kakashi scratched his head, leisurely handing over the paper. Well, here, take a look for yourselves. Curious. The three leaned in to examine the paper, which bore the words, Chunin Exam Registration Form. Chunin Exam. Naruto exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Wow, is it finally time to become a Chunin? Sasuke smirked slightly. Humph, finally a challenge worthy of our skills. However, Sakura's expression shifted to one of concern. Wait, we've only been graduated for less than 3 months. Isn't it too early for us to participate in the Chunin exams? Being the diligent scholar she was, Sakura understood that a Genin must undergo a year of acclimatization before attempting the Chunin exams. After all, this was no mere child's play. It was a perilous examination that could result in death. Rushing in blindly would likely lead them to a grim fate. Yet, Naruto and Sasuke seemed unconcerned. Naruto turned to her. Sakura, what are you afraid of? With me and Sasuke around, we'll be just fine. Sasuke crossed his arms, stating coolly, if you're too afraid to even participate in this exam, then what kind of ninja are you? Sakura bit her lip, but the Chunin exam is a competition among elite genin from various countries. We lack experience. If we rashly enter, we might. As the three argued, Kakashi yawned. Well, the registration form is in your hands now. You can decide for yourselves. Just let me know your decision by tomorrow. With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto pouted. He ran away again. Sasuke contemplated for a moment. Let us each think it over and decide tomorrow. Sakura nodded. That sounds reasonable. After parting ways with Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto strolled home alone, his hands resting behind his head, muttering to himself, the Chunin exam. I wonder what kind of opponents I'll face. In the ceiling space, Minato explained to Naruto, the Chunin exam is organized collectively by the 5 great nations. Madara scoffed at this notion. Such an act of exposing one's own strengths is utterly foolish. Minato shook his head. No, Madara. The Chunin exam is not merely an examination. It is also a means of demonstrating one's nation's strength to others. Madara couldn't help but smirk slightly. Oh, a show of might, how intriguing. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the street corner. Hey, you little brat, are you blind? A fierce voice rang out. Naruto turned to see a ninja from Sunagakure gripping a child's collar, his face contorted with rage. The child, adorned with a lengthy scarf and a hat resembling a bowl, struggled helplessly. Despite not recognizing the child, Naruto intervened. Hey, stop it. Help me. The child cried in desperation. What are you doing? Noticing the ninja's unwillingness to relent, Naruto dashed forward, seizing the Sunagakure ninja's wrist. What kind of skill is it to bully a child? The Sunagakure ninja scoffed. A mere genin from Konoha? Mind your own business. Naruto's eyes narrowed fiercely. Let him go. With a huff, the Sunagakure ninja forcefully shoved the child away and swung a fist towards Naruto. Naruto sidestepped swiftly, countering with a kick to the ninja's abdomen, causing him to stagger back with a muffled groan. You scoundrel. The ninja glared menacingly, about to perform a hand sign when suddenly enough. A cold voice echoed from the depths of the alley. Naruto froze, an icy chill racing up his spine. Slowly turning, he beheld a red-haired youth standing silently in the shadows, a massive gourd slung across his back. his gaze as indifferent as one observing a corpse. I am Gaara. The Sunagakure ninja instantly wilted, bowing his head in retreat. Gaara paid him no mind, fixating on Naruto instead. Konoha's ninja, what is your name? Naruto swallowed hard but straightened his posture defiantly. Uzumaki Naruto. And you? Uzumaki. Naruto? Gaara repeated softly, a ghostly smile curling his lips. I shall remember that. With that, he approached the trembling ninja and coldly commanded, release him. Why yes. The Sunagakure ninja, as if jolted by electricity, hastily let go of the child. Once the child scurried away, Gaara added, I apologize if my companion has left you with a poor impression. Though Gaara's words were an apology, his tone remained chillingly indifferent, as if he merely stated a fact. As Gaara departed, the child peeked out from behind Naruto, visibly shaken. That person is terrifying. Naruto stared in the direction Gaara had gone, his brow furrowed. That guy is strong. In the sealed space, the Nine-Tails tail flicked with agitation. Hey, Naruto. That guy just now has the scent of a tailed beast. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. So he is like me. Minato pondered. Sunagakure has even sent a Jinchuriki this time. We must be cautious during the upcoming exams. Madara chuckled coldly, a mere-tailed beast. Even if he summoned all the companions of that mangy fox, I could handle them. Yes, old man Madara, you are the strongest. The Nine-Tails yawned dismissively. In the realm of reality, Naruto came to his senses and gently patted Konohamaru's head, inquiring, are you all right? How did you get entangled with them? The child scratched his head sheepishly. I accidentally bumped into him. With his head bowed, Konohamaru clutched his clothing tightly. The menacing visage of that Sand Village ninja lingered in his mind, causing him to tremble at the mere recollection. Stealing a glance at the golden-haired elder before him, he found that the adult had crouched down to meet his gaze, his azure eyes devoid of any trace of impatience. Konohamaru, he replied softly, his voice barely audible. As he uttered his name, he instinctively shrank back, for he dreaded the inevitable response that would follow. Ah, he is the grandson of the third Hokage. He loathed this, despising the perpetual shadow cast by his grandfather. Konohamaru? That means you are. Naruto's reaction mirrored that of others, causing Konohamaru's heart to sink. Mechanically, he nodded. Yes, I am a Sarutobi. Once again, the familiar cycle of platitudes was about to commence. The grandson of the third Hokage? Naruto's voice unexpectedly rose. Yet to Konohamaru's astonishment, there was no trace of the insincere flattery he had grown accustomed to. Rather, it was pure astonishment, akin to discovering that a stray cat could suddenly speak. What astonished Konohamaru even more was the fact that this golden-haired elder referred to his grandfather as Third Grandpa, not with the obligatory reverence of Lord Third, but with the warmth of familial affection. Konohamaru abruptly raised his head, scrutinizing the man before him. With sun-kissed hair, 6 whisker-like markings adorning his cheeks, and eyes clearer than the sky, he exclaimed, You are Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you? His heart raced fervently. He recalled the special ninja dossier in his grandfather's study, remembering the complex expressions of both frustration and admiration that accompanied the mention of this name. Naruto, evidently taken aback, responded, Oh, you know me? Konohamaru felt a sudden warmth flood his cheeks. Summoning his courage, he unconsciously raised his voice. Yes. The ninja even your grandpa couldn't manage. Realizing the implications of his words, he hastily covered his mouth in shock. Goodness, he had just revealed his grandfather's private assessment. Am I really that strong? Naruto scratched his head, his bewildered expression eliciting a smile from Konohamaru. This elder was truly unique, despite being acknowledged by the Hokage for his prowess. He exhibited no hint of arrogance. Konohamaru nodded vigorously, his expression more serious than ever. Yes, Grandpa has openly acknowledged your strength. Anyone recognized by Grandpa must indeed be powerful. As he spoke, his conviction grew ever stronger. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended what he was searching for, not the sycophantic praise reserved for the grandson of the third Hokage, but a role model like Naruto, someone deserving of his heartfelt admiration. Observing Naruto's bashful demeanor as he received compliments, Konohamaru took a deep breath and made the most significant decision of his life. Standing tall, he summoned all his strength and declared, So, please teach me to become stronger. Naruto and I. Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully, replying, I'm not particularly skilled at teaching. If you insist on following me, it might prove quite challenging. I fear no difficulty as long as I can surpass Grandpa. Konohamaru blurted out, only to realize he had inadvertently revealed his innermost thoughts, hastily lowering his gaze. He had never confided this sentiment to anyone, not even to his closest mentor, Ebisu. Why do you wish to surpass the third Hokage? Naruto's question struck a chord deep within him. Unconsciously, Konohamaru's nails dug into his palm, and the long-buried grievances surged forth. I have always been known as the grandson of the third. His voice trembled. No matter what I accomplish, the praise I receive is forever tied to being the grandson of the third Hokage. I work hard, yet I am perpetually overshadowed by his legacy. Unable to continue, tears welled up in his eyes. These words had been confined in his heart for far too long, long enough for him to nearly forget his own identity. So you wish to break free from the shadow of Grandpa's name, to have everyone acknowledge you for who you truly are, right? Naruto's tone suddenly softened, imbued with a resonance that Konohamaru could not comprehend. Startled, Konohamaru looked up, and at last, the tears cascaded down his cheeks. He nodded vigorously, his small frame trembling with excitement. Yes, this brother, whom he had only known for a few minutes, had astonishingly grasped his feelings. Then let us strive together. At that moment, Konohamaru resolved, no matter the hardship or fatigue, he would become a ninja like Naruto, one whose name would be etched in the memories of all.